Yes, hello everybody, good morning and welcome back to Brands Hatch for day 2 here. Happy Easter to you all as well. I hope you are excited for an excellent day's racing amongst some exquisite cars. See what we did there. Yes, so much action coming up. We're pretty much wall-to-wall racing all day long for you. Classic touring cars back in action. We've got junior saloon cars there, back out 3 British Truck Racing Championship races to bring you as well, and Track Action have joined the party today too. Don't forget the comment section is open. Make sure you get your comments in. Dave Goddard is monitoring those as well, so if you want to shout out, make sure you get your comments in the YouTube channel. Right, yesterday we kicked things off today with the Pre-03s, 93s and Boss for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Yesterday, Piers Grange took the win in the Boss category. Ian Bowyer picked up another win in the Pre-93s. He's absolutely flying at the minute. And this man here, Don Hughes, picked up the win in the 03s, but we didn't talk to him yesterday. So let's go have a quick chat with Don. Don, can I open your door? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm glad you sat down. Those of you who don't know Don Hughes, I'm 5'7", and he's about 3 foot taller than me. How do you fit in this car?
It's very tight, mate. Getting in and out's a bit of a problem. Yeah, it's got to be said.
Do you know what, Don? My producer just said in my ear, it's not hard to be taller than me, which is true. Right, I didn't see you yesterday. Well, I saw you briefly down here actually yesterday. Yeah. You did pick up the win in the 03s, but it looked like you had a bit of an issue at the end.
Yeah, we had a temperature sender problem. So it thought the car was really cold. And actually, it was just throwing in more fuel, and it was difficult to start. It wouldn't start at all, so we had to get towed off. Unceremoniously, I have to say, after winning the class.
I was waiting down in the pit lane. I was like, "Where's Don? Where is he?" I mean, look, more of the same in this race. But a bit colder this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, that might be better actually. Yeah. It might be good for the tyres because I mean, it was a bit warm yesterday, and the track temperature was quite warm, so the tyres were kind of going off a little. Might be better today, but yeah, I mean, the Honda Civic and I are pretty even, so who knows? It could be either.
It's going to be great. Don, thanks so much for talking to us, really appreciate it. Yeah, let me shut that for you. Joe Dorrington, of course, he picked up a couple of wins at Donington Park. Joe Dorrington actually is on track right now for the qualifying session for the Track Action. Now, somebody I want to talk to over here as well is Byron. What a wonderful mix of cars we've got. So we've got the VW here. Let's grab a quick chat with Byron, shall we? We were having a little chat. We're talking about how cold it is, how quickly the temperature can change here at Brands Hatch. It's almost got its own climate.
Yeah, it's really noticeable. And this weekend, yesterday, it caught me out, the cold weather, especially the rear tyres. And so I just need to get everything nice and warm this time and not have such a massive moment around Surtees as I did yesterday.
Well, you learned a lesson yesterday.
We'll
be good today. Look, the car, Byron, I'm absolutely in love with this. Tell us a little story about how you came to acquire it and how long you've had it.
20 years, nearly.
20 years?
Yeah, 20 years. And then I decided to race it again about 4 years ago. And I went with a sort of a period logos and sticker, just to make things look like it might have raced in period. But it's all, it was never a race car in period. So this is what we've got with it.
This is it. That's simple. Look, what's it like racing with a Classic Touring Car Racing Club?
It's lovely. It's a great community. Everyone's so friendly, very helpful, and it's nice, clean racing. I just love this era of cars. All out together. It's fantastic.
Top man. Look, best of luck for the race. Really appreciate it. Good luck round Surtees as well today. There we go. We'll just shut him up there and move along here. Let's grab a quick chat with Cliff, shall we, in the Fiesta here. Clifford, how we doing? How we feeling? I'll tell you, it's cold today, this Easter Sunday, isn't it?
It is a bit fresh, but hopefully when we get going, we'll warm up.
Absolutely. Look, straight into it as well. You guys first out for the first. I know we've got a qualifying going on. Do you prefer that? Do you like to get out early?
Yeah, I don't mind. I like to get over and done with, instead of hovering around all day.
You can get home after this, can't you?
I can do. I'll watch a bit of the truck first before I go.
Do you like to do that? And on a weekend when you're out, do you try and maximise it, stick around, watch the other racing?
I think that's all part of it. Make it like the weekend, Come down Thursday, you have a barbecue and do all your bits and pieces and a couple of beers.
Yeah, not on Saturday night though. Not last night.
Never drink on a Saturday. Never.
Top man. Best of luck, Cliff. Really appreciate it. Enjoy it, won't you? Oh, here is Joe Dorrington. Let's grab a quick word with him. He's been a busy man indeed. Well, there's a look at the helmet as well. Look at this. Sorry, I'm just going to look at your helmet, Joe. Can we have a look at your helmet? Look at that. Fantastic. What's the story?
My daughter's on one side and my son's on the other.
Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. You've been a busy man this morning already.
I have, yeah. Just been out with the Track Action, qualifying for that. I think I'm third. I come in at third, but I'm not sure. Maybe they got a few more laps in, and then hopefully I've got a battle with Dot today. So yeah, it was a lovely battle yesterday. It's nice to have someone to battle with. It makes the race so much more enjoyable.
It's nice to see a few more pre-03s because it was just you and Simon at Donington, wasn't it? But you had the legs on him there. I've just spoken to Don as well. He's expecting a tight battle here. I've just been told you were third as well in track action.
That's brilliant then. That's a good start. Yeah, Don's a good driver. It's both clean driving. We're both trying to do our best. So it's a really good. Yeah, I'm hoping to try and pip him this time.
Can we have a look at this side? I don't know if you can see that. Can you, John? I don't know. We will go around, see if we can get it and have a quick look. He's going to go through the other window there and have a little look at that. The cars are fired up here for the pre-03s, 93s, boss. The track action cars are making their way off the circuit. Joe, thank you very much, mate.
Cheers,
Best
mate.
of luck for the race. Really appreciate it. Top man. I'll tell you what, I need to get in one of these cars because they are nice and warm. It is very cold. There has been a big threat of rain overnight and this morning. It hasn't come, although these clouds do look a little bit sketchy. I wouldn't be too surprised if we had a bit of a sprinkling of rain. Right, track action cars are off. All the cars here for the classic touring car, the pre-93s, the 03s and the boss, the blue oval saloons, they are fired up. We are about to go racing. Race one of the day. It's a jam-packed day. Remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button wherever you're watching this, the BARC YouTube channel or the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube. In fact, why not hit like and subscribe on both. Almost time to go racing, everybody. Strap yourselves in. It's an Easter Sunday bonanza of motorsport action, and I'm delighted as ever to introduce your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, good morning, race fans, and welcome to Brands Hatch for day two here on Easter weekend. Of course, Easter weekend means only one thing at Brands Hatch, and that is the opening weekend of the year for the British Truck Racing Championship. We had two races for them yesterday. The vast majority of classes we're going to see out today did race yesterday, the only addition being the Track Action Racing Club, as Ian was telling you. They've just had their qualifying session. We can see their cars in Parc Ferme in the background. Joe Dorrington, doubling up, was out with them. They've just finished qualifying. It was Adam Shepherd's Honda Integra that went fastest there, ahead of Paul Rodison in a new car for this year, the Skoda Octavia. We've not seen one of those out in British Club Racing before, I don't think. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action across the day. We've got no fewer than 13 races to get through. We're about to get underway with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club with 3 of their championships in one. We've got the TrackHub.UK Pre-93 touring cars, mainly BMWs, as we saw down in the assembly area. We also had the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. Don Hughes and Joe Dorrington, who we just heard from, had a good battle in those yesterday. And the Boss Championship, the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. That's for everything Ford. It was Piers Grange in his very modified 2.6 litre Mark II Escort, the silver car we saw at the head of the assembly area, who took the overall win as well as the Blue Oval Saloons yesterday. So he will start on pole for today's race because the grid for this race set by the results of the race yesterday. BMWs galore. There's Daniel Gandesha's M3. David Cave, a newcomer in his BMW 328s. Cliff Pellin in his Fiesta. That's the number 1 of Tim Mizzen, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion. Number of Fiestas down there. There's Simon Mann in the Cadbury's BMW. Quite appropriate for Easter Sunday. I bet he's got plenty of Easter chocolates. One car we are missing, I've noticed, is Andy Woods-Dean's Honda Civic. That should have been towards the back, but he broke down in yesterday's race. He pulled up on the grass on the Cooper Straights. But Colin Claxton's Mark I Escort, the Castrol livery car's back out. He had some problems and pulled into the pits in yesterday's race. Let's have a look at the grid then, set by the result yesterday. It's Piers Grange in the Escort on pole position alongside Ian Bauer, who won the Pre-93 split in the Castrol BMW M3 alongside him. Second row, Martin Reynolds. Good to see the classic Ford expert back out in his Mark II Escort after some problems in another race yesterday. Will Davison's M3 starts alongside him. Row 3, Sean Morris and Kevin Willis, pair of BMWs. And then we've got our Pre-03 battlers, Don Hughes and Joe Dorrington, renewing their rivalry from yesterday. Row 5, Graham Myers in his Jägermeister liveried M3 alongside Daniel Gandesha, 2 orange cars. Row 6 will be David Cave in his blue BMW, Cliff Pellin in the black Fiesta. Row 7, Tim Mizzen's green and yellow Fiesta, racing classic Fords for many years now. Byron Aldous in the VW Corrado starts alongside him. Row 8, Rob Taylor, Fiesta, and the similar car of Todd Hawkins. On row 9 we have Simon Mann, no Andy Woodstein, he's a non-starter, and Colin Claxton's Mark 1 Escort starts from the back. Blue Oval Saloon Series, anything Ford can be raced in that series. At the season opener at Donington, we saw Andy Robinson in his Australian Ford Falcon V8 supercar do the winning, but he's not out this weekend. Did very well to take a win in very wet conditions on the Saturday afternoon at Donington Park. Ian Bauer has had a great season so far, had a couple of wins in the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship at Donington. Let's give best in that championship yesterday to Adrian Bradley's BMW. We'll see them out a little bit later on. A full programme from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club here this weekend with saloon cars of all ages. The only cars we haven't got here at Brands Hatch this weekend are the Super Tourers, but they'll be out, of course, for Super Touring Power later on this year. So the cars head off on their green flag warming up lap. Meant to be a standing start. It'll be a 15-minute race. All races today 15 minutes. Head down the plunge into Paddock Hill Bend. So yesterday, it's not until you walk round Brands Hatch you realise just how steep the drop is down there, and then up the other side, up Halewood Rise into the 180-degree right-hander at Druids Hill Bend, the hairpin, and then it's down the hill on the other side into Graham Hill Bend, the left-hander, reprofiled several times over the years, good overtaking opportunities there. There is Graham Hill Bend, and then into the Cooper Straights. It's not very straight, it curves round slightly to the left. And then they go into Surtees Corner, where the Grand Prix loop peels off. This is Surtees. Most of the corners here at Brands Hatch named after famous motor racing figures of the past. Then it's McLaren, and into Clearways, where the Grand Prix loop joins back in, and then Clark Curve, named after Jim Clark, of course, and into the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. 1.2 miles, the lap of the shorter Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch, named for when Indy cars visited in years gone by from the United States. Colin Claxton, that beautiful Mark 1 Escort at the back. He'll be out in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint in the Pre-83 touring cars later on as well. After this, we will have the British Truck Racing Championship for the third of their 5 races this weekend. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, their Division 1 winners yesterday. It was Jake Evans who took a double in Division 2 on his debut. More on those a little bit later on. Piers Grange in the silver, Mark II Escort on pole. The Castrol M3 of Ian Bauer alongside. Row 2 in yellow and white is the Valvoline liveried Mark II Escort, another very highly modified car for Martin Reynolds. He's got several classic Ford racing cars in his collection, based up in Norfolk. Will Davison in the yellow BMW M3 alongside him. 2 more M3s, the Bastos livery car, the Team Bugatti lookalike of Sean Morris, alongside the yellow and black of Kevin Willis. The yellow Peugeot is Don Hughes, the grey Honda Civic is that of Joe Dorrington. The green flag is waved by the marshal at the back. It is time to go racing here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Sunday with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Revs are up and away they go, and a great start by the rear-wheel drive BMW M3s. A poor start by Piers Grange, who'll try and slot up the inside though into Paddock Hill Bend. It's Ian Bauer who's got the lead in his BMW. Grange nearly clips Will Davison there on the inside as they plunge through towards Halewood Rise. Grange having a look up the inside for a 2.6 litre engine under the bonnet of that Escort, and the power is telling from the PRG Trailers boss, and he takes the lead coming out of Druids. Davison side by side with Bauer. Kevin Willis has made a good start. He's up into 4th place, but Grange powers away. He's got 2 of his collection of Fords here this weekend. He'll be out in his Ford Mustang later on in the Pre-66 touring cars as well. And Grange looking good out in front. Willis in 4th place. Martin Reynolds down to 5th, and there's a tangle further back. 2 cars off. Rob Taylor's Ford Fiesta and Byron Aldous in the Corrado have gone off at Surtees. A bit of contact there. Taylor gets going again. So does Aldous. Looks like everybody has survived that. Further back in the order, there's Graham Myers in the Jägermeister M3 all the way from Plymouth here this weekend. Bit of a lock-up there from, I think that was Sean Morris in the Bastos M3. Martin Reynolds up the inside. He's taken 4th place from Kevin Willis. Kevin, who had a bit of a shunt at Donington at the season opener, he spun off into the barriers at Coppice Corner. Martin Reynolds closing in. There's Morris. Don Hughes leads the Pre-03. Joe Dorrington's dropped behind Graham Myers. There's Cliff Pellin in his Ford Fiesta. That's a Mark 7 Fiesta, chased by Daniel Gandesha in his BMW M3. Joe Dorrington runs a bit wide at Surtees, over the curbs on the inside of McLaren. Dorrington, a busy day already. He took part in the qualifying session, line up on the second row for the Track Action Racing Club. They weren't here yesterday. One class that was here yesterday, but not racing today, the Moobob Caterham Academy. Just a single race for them this weekend for the novice racers, and they were in brilliant form yesterday. Do watch that back on BARC and Caterham YouTube channels if you can. Martin Reynolds is up into third place. He's taken Will Davis and the Escort, trying to make it a Ford 1-2. It's Ford against BMW at the front of the field. And look at the way Ian Bauer's going in the Castrol M3, the Italian Touring Car Championship lookalike. Ian Bauer, a former Pre-93 Touring Car Champion. It was fellow BMW pilot Stuart Waite who won the title last season. We've not seen him out yet this year. Blue Oval Saloon title last year went to Tim Mizzen in the Fiesta. Pre-03 champion was Gary Preble in a Honda Civic. And talking of Honda Civics, problems for Joe Dorrington. He's out of it. So Don Hughes will be left on his own up front of the Pre-03s. We've also lost Byron Aldous into the pits, possibly a bit of damage after that spin down at Surtees. So the Corrado looks like he's out of the race. There go the leaders. Out of Druids, down towards this tricky left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Ian Bauer tracking our race leaders every move. Yesterday, in the first race, Piers Grange, the Cheshire-based trailer businessman, took the win by just under 2.5 seconds over Ian Bauer. The gap at the moment is far less than that, it's just over half a second. There is Don Hughes in the 306. You'll notice the Scale Extric stickers on that car. Classic Touring Car Racing Club has a sponsorship tie-in with Scale Extric this year. Will be able to buy some of the cars you see racing this weekend for your own Scale Extric layouts. How brilliant is that? You can be a classic touring car racer right there in your living room. The Scale Extric stickers are age appropriate for the era of each series, you'll notice as well. Hughes being chased by Graham Myers. There's Cliff Pellin. There are the three leaders, they're line astern. Ian Bauer is not giving Piers Grange any rest at all at the front of the field. Piers Grange also a sponsor of the classic Thunder Saloon series that we'll see out later on. Bauer has a look, the man from Southampton has a look down the inside. Martin Reynolds just keeping a watching brief in third in the Escort. Much closer than we saw yesterday. Reynolds got the headlights on to try and intimidate the two ahead of him, and Grange pulls away a little bit down the straight there, Sir Jack Brabham straight into Paddock Hill Bend. Reynolds, you've seen him out in his Mach 1 Mustang in Thunder Saloons, you've seen him in his Ford Anglia, a couple of Anglias he's got actually, he's got a Ford Taunus from Germany as well. All manner of classics in his collection up in Norfolk. Runs a construction company, owns a holiday park and fishing lake as well. The Norfolk-based businessman based in Wisbech. Sponsor of Kings Lynn's Speedway team, the Kings Lynn Stars as well, racing over at the Adrian Flux Arena. There is the number 95 of Kevin Willis, who's dropped back a little from Will Davison now into 5th position, the two yellow M3s. Behind them is Sean Morris. Here's a battle further back, that's Tim Mizzen and the BMW of David Cave. They're in different classes, they're in different championships of course, so they don't need to pass each other, but racing purely for fun, which is what the Classic Touring Car Racing Club is all about. So you can see on the back bumper of Tim Mizzen's car there, Boss Champion 2024. He certainly bossed it last year. This is the battle for 11th place overall. There's various subclasses down the order. We'll pick up on the class leaders, the class winners later on. And Tim Mizzen didn't see David Cave, was there on the outside. I think he nearly went onto the gravel. Mizzen defending from the BMW. We've lost Colin Claxton's Escort into the pits again, unfortunately. So no points for points for race finishes this weekend. You get a single point for starting a race in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Here comes Martin Reynolds, and Ian Bauer's having to defend now. The gap for the leads up to 0.6 of a second. The gap between these two, less than 0.2 of a second. We're coming into backmarker traffic soon as well. They've got Simon Mann in the Cadbury's BMW ahead of them. cream eggs, anyone? It is Easter Sunday. Simon moves out of the way, lets them through. Also lapping the Fiesta of Todd Hawkins, number 225. And, Todd briefly delaying Ian Bauer there. This could allow Martin Reynolds a chance to pounce. Hawkins had nowhere to go there, coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and Reynolds now right up with Bauer. Good racing here for the 3 podium places. They're 3.7 seconds ahead of Will Davison in 4th position. Not even at half distance yet, so Ian Bauer's got a lot of pressure to soak up. Reynolds to the outside. He's up alongside the BMW. This could be a brave move, going for the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. It rarely works. It hasn't worked for Martin Reynolds. Bauer holds the place. Up the hills, Reynolds switches to the inside now. They're lapping Rob Taylor's Fiesta, the black car there. He had a spin, of course, early on down at Surtees. He moves out of the way. It's good racecraft, lets the quicker runners through. You see the marshals warning the back markers with the blue flag. This battle, you can see, is allowing the leader to escape. Because Ian Bauer's having to defend from Martin Reynolds, he's losing time to Piers Grange. It won't bother him too much because Bauer's in a different championship and he's hanging the tail out a bit there, coming through clearways. It's a big twitch from the M3. It is a cold day today, as we said in the build-up, so they'll be struggling to keep temperature in their tyres. David Cave has now got past Tim Mizzen up into 11th place. Did that at Paddock Bend, I think. Here come your leaders. The lead gap is up to 1.5 seconds now. Grange over Bauer. And still putting the pressure on. This is allowing Davison to close back up as well. He's less than 3 seconds down. He took, looking at the lap times, about half a second out of these two on that last lap. Fastest lap of the race is with Grange, 52.06 for that flying Escort. Needs to make up the points because in the second race at Donington for the Blue Oval Saloon Series, where they had their own separate grid, he failed to finish. Finished on the podium in the first race. Here's Cliff Pellet, Brands Hatch expert in his Ford Fiesta on Canvey Island in Essex. He's in 9th place. Daniel Gandesha, another local man from Kent, chasing him down. They've got Graham Myers ahead of them, the Jägermeister liveried M3, very famous motorsport sponsor, of course. BMW's in the DTM, even a Formula 1 team. So one stage is sponsored by Jägermeister, the Eurobrunn team in the 80s. Sadly, they were very much a backmarker team, so the livery wasn't seen too often. There's Don Hughes, and with Joe Dorrington out of the race, he's not really got anybody to race with this time. He's heading for his second win in the Pre 03 touring car, sponsored by Bertie Haulage. Gandesha having a look at the inside on Cliff Pellin there as they went towards Druids. Cave's pulled away from Tim Mizzen now. So it's Bauer from Davison and Willis in Pre 93. In Pre 03 it's Hughes from this man David Cave. He's second of the Pre 03s. Third of Pre 03 is Simon Mann. There's only 3 cars left running, unfortunately, in the Pre 03s. We've lost Dorrington and Byron Olds. In Blue Oval Saloons, it's Grange ahead of Reynolds. Third of the Blue Ovalers, it is Cliff Pellin. Here he is. He's being chased down by Daniel Gandesha's M3. On the outside there, he goes into Paddock Hill Bend. One of the most spectacular corners in British motorsport, that is. Roller coaster section of this first half of the lap. Isn't Brands Hatch a great place to go motor racing? Gandesha to the inside down to Graham Hill Bend. Clifford Pellin's going to have to give him room. Gandesha locks his front wheel and he gets the pass completed. Good move there by Daniel Gandesha up into P9. Black and white flag has been shown to the Fiesta of Todd Hawkins, number 225. Warning for exceeding track limits. Now, we saw quite a few track limits penalties yesterday. Your first offence is noted by the stewards. The second, you get the black and white warning flag. Third offence for exceeding track limits, you are likely to get a 5-second penalty. We saw a lot of those yesterday. The offence after that is a further 10 seconds of penalties. The officials are clamping down this weekend. Piers Grange continues to lead. Now what's the gap? Ian Bauer did the fastest lap of the race that time through, 51.737. 0.7 of a second lead margin, just under 3.5 minutes to go. Ian Bauer wants an overall win. He took 3 overall wins at Donington at the season opener. Coming up to lap Tim Mizen's Fiesta, who's in 11th overall. Oh, Sean Morris in the number 36 BMW was pulled into the pits. He's out of it. That's allowed Don Hughes up into 6th overall. Between these three still at the front of the field, Reynolds with the headlights on, reminding them he's there. Bauer's actually dropped away a little bit there coming through the last half of the lap. It'll be a slower lap this time, I think. Over the line goes Grange. He's responded with the fastest lap of his own, 51.674. Bauer did a 52.0, so a bit slower on that last lap, and Piers Grange will be hoping Tim Mizen gets out of the way. There's the blue flag on the inside of the circuit from the marshal. Thanks as always to our volunteer marshals. Wouldn't go racing without them. As Tim Mizen lets the leaders through. The man from Sussex, racing classic Fords for over 20 years now. Grange with the new fastest lap. Bauer still trying to close back up. Reynolds third. Grange a little bit wide there. Bauer's back on his tail there. He nearly has a look up the inside. Grange made a slight mistake going into Surtees. He ran out wide, but Grange gets his boot down and is able to hold the lead. Much closer than in yesterday's race. Remember, the winning margin was 2.5 seconds. Grange was able to pull away, and he does pull away again down the straight. That Escort, so effective in a straight line. Here's Grange. He's won the Blue Oval Saloon Series Championship several times in the past. Coming up to lap David Cade's BMW now. David, one of our newcomers this season, comes from Salisbury. Down the hill. 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so it may well be last lap this time around in this 15-minute race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. 3 championships in one. Grange gets his line right through Surtees. Now, will it be final lap this time? Let's see what the time is as they cross the line. They might get one more lap out of this. Grange has got the lights flashing on the front of the Escort. He's got several back markers ahead. Todd Hawkins and Simon Mann now 2 laps down. He's got Pellin and Gandesha ahead of him as well. He needs to get the flashing lights on the front of the Escort. And Bauer's been held up there. Look, he's let 2 back markers in the worst possible place. That could have just decided it. And Bauer's, oh, he can't get past David Cade. David doesn't know where to go to get out of the way. Ian Bauer on the grass there on the inside. Martin Reynolds could snatch second overall here with a bit of luck. Now, will it be checkered flag this time, or will they get one more lap? It was touch and go as they crossed the line. Bauer sliding all over the place. He's angry, crashing the car around. He's gone very wide there through Clark. Martin Reynolds is up the inside. He could snatch second. The Escort's going through. He's up into P2. Piers Grange over the line. They will get one more lap. The clock went to 0 just as they crossed the line, so one more lap to go for Piers Grange, and he's nearly 3 seconds clear now because Bauer and Reynolds met the back markers at the worst possible place coming through Druids and Graham Hill Bend, and Reynolds has got through into P2. It doesn't matter too much for Ian Bauer because he's still going to win the Pre-93 touring car split. 5-second penalty incidentally for Todd Hawkins in the Fiesta for another track limits offence, so that's our first penalty of the day. Bad luck to the Fiesta driver, but it's going to be a win for Piers Grange. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the Escort driver. Martin Reynolds is going to make it a Mark II Escort 1-2. Piers Grange up towards the line, takes the checkered flag. He's our first winner of the day. Second place goes to Martin Reynolds. Ian Bauer third, and he wins the Pre-93 touring cars. We wait for Will Davison, who should be next through. He's negotiating back markers as well. There's the M3 over the line in 4th place. It'll be Kevin Willis in a very lonely 5th position. And the Pre-03 split should be won by Don Hughes in the Peugeot. He's just coming through Surtees now. Just at the end of that race, the rears in Ian Bauer might have been sliding about there. We've had a report of a few drops of rain down in the pit lane. There may be a few drops of rain in the air as Don Hughes comes through to complete his double in Pre 03 touring car sponsored by Bertie Haulage. Sadly, didn't really have anybody to race with in this one after Joe Dorrington dropped out. 7th goes to Graham Myers, and the rest of the field are lapped out. So 14 out of the 18 starters went the distance in that one. We'll confirm the provisional results of our classic touring car mix. Piers Grange the winner by just over 3 seconds, getting clear in the back marker traffic over the last couple of laps. Martin Reynolds making it an escort 1-2. Ian Bauer wins the Pre-93 touring cars in 3rd place, ahead of Will Davison and Kevin Willis. Don Hughes in 6th wins the Pre-03 touring cars. Next home, Myers and Gandish are a lap down. Then Cliff Pellin, David Cave and Tim Mizzen all win their classes. And the other finishers, Rob Taylor, Simon Mann and Todd Hawkins. We lost Sean Morris into the pits. Joe Dorrington's Honda was crying enough midway through as well. And we also lost Colin Claxton and Byron Aldous earlier on. Byron Aldous after that spin down at Surtees. That concludes our first Classic Touring Car Racing Club event of the day then. And we'll shortly be able to hand down to Ian Waterhouse, our pit reporter, who's down in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome down to the pit lane. Normally we'd grab the drivers for a quick chat, but because we've got the British Truck Racing Championship race up next, they have to get to the outer paddock. Parc Ferme actually for all classic touring car races is in the outer paddock because you have to access it via a tunnel here at Brands Hatch to get into the pit lane. They have to get out before the trucks come in. So unfortunately there's not going to be any time to speak to anybody, but great racing again, of course. Piers Grange won yesterday overall, he's won again. There is our Pre-03 winner once again, Don Hughes. We just spoke to him. Congratulations to him. He won yesterday in the 03s, he's won again today. Ian Bowyer as well picking up what I believe actually is a 4th straight win in the Pre-93s. A couple more cars just coming through. So yes, lots of action coming down. And guess what? Just ahead of this first truck race, it is raining here in the pit lane. It is raining. So great stuff indeed. There goes Piers Grange there. Off he goes back. That's an outright winner and winner in the boss category as well. Of course, Martin Reynolds did well in the end, didn't he? The car just behind the number 27 there. He was ended up getting past Ian Bowyer to finish 2nd on track, 2nd in the boss category as well. Rain falling here at Brands Hatch. This is going to spice things up a little bit, isn't it? What a corker we're coming for. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard because coming up right now is the first race of the day, the 3rd race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, the circuit just being prepared for the big rigs in their 3rd race of the weekend, the season opener for the British Truck Racing Championship. We had hoped to have a full capacity grid of 20 trucks here this weekend. Unfortunately, Ricky Collett, number 95, the Yorkshireman, was a late withdrawal due to work commitments. So we have 19 trucks here this weekend. We had 2 races yesterday. And of course, the question on everyone's lips was... could Flying Ryan Smith make it 10 Division 1 championships in a row? Division 1 for the more powerful trucks. New rules this year, of course, on air restrictors on the turbochargers used by the top 3 Division 1 trucks in the points at each meeting. This meeting, it's the top 3 from last year's championship, which are Ryan Smith, David Jenkins, number 69, and number 3, Stephen Powell, the local driver. And it's normally off the starts that we've learned is where the air restrictors have the effect until the turbo fully spools up on these 12, 13 litre turbo diesel engines, all using sustainable fuel this year, of course, as well. Ryan Smith wasn't affected too much yesterday because he won the season opener, but he was pushed wide on the opening lap of race 2 and dropped down the order. He fought his way back up to 3rd place. It was Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British and 1-time European champion in his rebuilt Volvo VNL after its crash at Thruxton last season, who held off David Jenkins to take the win in race 2. While in Division 2, a lot of newcomers out this year. It was Simon Cole who set the pace in qualifying. Unfortunately, he lost his gears and went off at Clearways in the first race. And in the second race, Sami Ojanen from Finland in his Sisu crossed the line first, but got a penalty for track limits. And both of those races won by newcomer Jake Evans. His cousin Craig used to race the family MAN. I think Craig will be a bit frustrated because... where's Martin Reynolds going? Your race has finished, Martin. Because Craig Evans tried for a couple of years to win a Division 2 race, never managed it, and then Jake comes out, his cousin, on his debut and wins both yesterday. So he'll be going for a hat-trick in the MAN today. Mainly MANs who got out there, but several more makes on the grid as well. Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner. Adam Bint has a new truck this year. He's moved up to Division 1 in his new Mercedes Actros. Had a few teething troubles with that yesterday, though. John Powell will be debuting a new DAF this year. Last year's Division 2 champion. He's moved up to Division 1. That truck wasn't quite ready, though, so he's in an older DAF borrowed from 333 Motorsport. Stephen Powell, Neil Yates and Graham Poole, their new recruits team. We've also got Stuart Oliver's Volvo VNL. The older Volvo of Archie Handy, son of Simon Cole. He's in the Volvo FM12, previously raced by Paul McCummesky. Simon Cole's in an Iveco TGS. Sami Ojanen from Finland in the Finnish-built Sisu SR300. And of course we've got Tom O'Rourke in his International Navistar, the American bonneted truck. 3 bonneted trucks out there this weekend. And Bradley Harvey, another of the newcomers in the Weaver Motorsport DAF LF. That's a truck John Powell won Division 2 with last season. So 2 races yesterday, 3 today, and the grid for our first race today determined by the result of the opening race yesterday, but with the top 8 finishers flipped around. So the 8th place finisher will start on pole, and that was Tom O'Rourke. Looking at the results of race 1 yesterday, Tom O'Rourke be on pole, and Martin Gibson, who's back in the championship this year for Team Oliver Racing after 3 years away, will be alongside him in his MAN. Sami Ojanen, incidentally, was excluded from race 1 yesterday for a tyre infringement. So he lost his Division 2 points from that one. Graham Poole and Simon Cole were non-finishers in that one as well. Hopefully we'll have the full complement of 19 trucks that are here this weekend out in this one. The grid lines up like this. Tom O'Rourke on pole in the International Navistar alongside Martin Gibson's MAN. Row 2, Stephen Powell, number 3, will be alongside his teammate Neil Yates, number 33. John Bowler in his MAN goes from row 3, number 14, alongside 69, David Jenkins. Then row 4, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith, 2 men with 19 British titles between them, and it could be 20 if Ryan Smith comes out on top, or indeed if Stuart Oliver comes out on top this year. Could he win an 11th title? Row 5, David Smith in his MAN, returned to racing last year after a few years away. Starts alongside the new Mercedes of Adam Bint. Then on row 6 we have Archie Handy in his Volvo alongside Michael Oliver. He's got a grid penalty in this one of 2 places for contact in yesterday's second race, son of Stuart Oliver. Row 7, Simon Cole in the Iveco. Sami Ojanen on the grid will start... on the grid sheet, he's alongside Simon Cole, but he may be moved to the back because he was disqualified from the first race yesterday, which sets the grid for this one. Then we've got Jake Evans and Bradley Harvey. And at the back of the field, 2 more newcomers. Callum Eason in his MAN, the ex-Mini Challenge racer. His parents have both raced in British truck racing in the past. Wayne and Joanne Eason, and Graham Poole will start at the back. Had a couple of spins yesterday on his truck racing debut. Here they come. Aren't they magnificent? 5 tons, almost 1,000 horsepower each. Electronically limited to 100 miles an hour. 12 and 13 litres in the engines, all running on sustainable fuel, supplied by one of the championship sponsors. That's BWOC, nationwide bulk fuel supplier. The other championship partners are Napa Auto Parts UK, GT Tyres, Neil Yates Recovery, MV Commercial, that's Tom O'Rourke's business, Total Care Vehicle Lifts and Testing Equipment, Sylvie Fleet Management and Fuel Cards, Transport Monitoring Solutions, Truck and Driver Magazine, Freyhouse Trailers, Valvoline Oils and LTS Global Solutions. Thanks to all the partner sponsors of the British Truck Racing Championship. The Napa Auto Parts Daff leading the trucks around to the grid where they will form up. Maximum capacity for truck racing is 20 trucks. We have 19 here this weekend. Good to see John Powell's out there. He missed the first race yesterday, so starts at the back for this one. I think Sami Ojanen will start at the back as well after that exclusion yesterday. There's the Sisu, sponsored by Mad Croc Energy Drink. John Powell, as we say, in a borrowed Daff this weekend. You can see drops of rain on the camera lens. You can also see there the tyre marks. That's where Simon Cole went off in yesterday's race after he lost his gears. He went straight on at clearways into the tyres. Thanks also to Trackside Recovery for their support this weekend, bringing in some heavy artillery for truck race recovery. Not very easy to pull one of these out of a gravel trap. You may have seen parked by the race control building, Mick Gould Commercial's massive American Peterbilt. We saw that on track yesterday. Truck racing as a sport began in the UK in 1984 with an event at Donington Park contested by road-going trucks who quite literally pulled into the paddock, unhitched their trailers, went racing and then got back on the road again. There were a number of motor racing celebrities in that event. Barry Sheen, Martin Brundle and various other stars of motorsport had a go. Barry Sheen's great friend and rival from motorcycle racing, Steve Parrish, later took up truck racing and became European champion. And the sport just exploded from there. Start to get them formed up then. With Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, on pole. Haven't seen very many truck racers from Scotland over the years. Back in the 90s, I remember Archie Argo used to travel down from up in the north of Scotland. His nearest circuit that staged truck racing was Donington back in those days. I'd hate to have seen his diesel built for transporting his race truck. Martin Gibson alongside. He's done a lot of development work with championship sponsor GT Tyres over the years. Done a lot of testing for them. He's raced cars as well. We've seen him in the Fun Cup Endurance Series. Stephen Powell on row 2, a rather different occupation. He owns a pub just down the road from Brands Hatch, the Portobello Inn. If he has a win here, there'll be a party there tonight. And Neil Yates, his teammate alongside him, runs a recovery business. He's taken up truck racing over the last couple of years as teammate to Stephen Powell. Had a big crash at Thruxton a couple of years back. John Bowler on row 3. He's an ex-Division 2 man, moving up to Division 1 over the last 2 or 3 years with the MAN. David Jenkins, a former champion, alongside him. But the big two on row 4, Stuart Oliver and Flying Ryan Smith. Ryan began his career in a Sisu in Division 2. And moved on up through the Division 1 rankings. He's raced MANs, he's raced a Mercedes Actros, which proved a little bit unreliable. Didn't stop him taking another title though. And now a 9 times in a row Division 1 champion, going for 10 in a row this year. Stuart Oliver has 10 titles. He didn't win them consecutively though because of competing in the European Championship in intervening years and winning that as well. David Smith on row 5, the white MAN, number 11. He's a former Division 2 champion of several years ago. He starts alongside another former Division 2 champion now in Division 1, which is Adam Biggs. Here we go then, rolling starts. 15 minutes of racing. Race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. What a magnificent sight they make. There's Graham Poole in the third of the Treble 3 Motorsports trucks towards the back. And the fourth of them is the truck on loan to John Powell. Raining a little out there. It's going to be slippery, so nobody goes sliding off at Paddock Hill Bend. And a couple of red flags yesterday. First for Simon Cole in the tyres at Clearways, and in race 2 after Graham Poole had spun off at Surtees. using this rolling lap to find where the grippiest part of the circuit is. All trucks on GT tyres. See, the circuit has got pretty damp very quickly here. This is going to be an interesting one. Tom O'Rourke on pole, Martin Gibson alongside. Around 18,000 horsepower about to be unleashed here at Brands Hatch. Over 90 tonnes of truck out there on circuit. All electronically limited, of course, to 100 miles an hour. They may not be achieving that in these slippy conditions. It's going to be slip and slide in this first truck race of the day. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this. Watch for Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver from the fourth row of this partially reversed grid. Race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The pace truck is in pit lane. Tom O'Rourke and Martin Gibson lead them up towards the red lights. The pack about to be unleashed. Revs begin to rise. Lights go out now and away they go. And already Neil Yates getting a bit sideways. He tries to get the power down. He's clipped David Jenkins, who goes around. He's tagged John Bowler. They didn't even get to Paddock Hill Bend. Into the gravel goes Bowler. He's into the tyre wall. Jenkins off. Another one goes off. That's Simon Cole. That's surely going to be a red flag straight away. They didn't even get as far as the first corner. They just couldn't put the power down in these damp conditions. And that's surely going to be a race stoppage straight away. The race is still green, but the truck's going very slowly up towards Druids there. And yes, the red flag now does come out. There's John Powell. He's hit something. The front bumper ripped off. But you could see it, the moment the power came on. Neil Yates was the first to go sideways. They just couldn't put the power down on the damp tarmac, and you've got nearly 1,000 horsepower under your right foot. It's impossible. There's John Bowler. He's gone into the tyre wall at Paddock, just went straight through the gravel, but the tyre wall has done its job and stopped him. That's going to have to be towed out by the heavy artillery. David Jenkins went around as well. He was clipped by Neil Yates, I think. Simon Cole we saw spinning as well. Marshall's just checking on John Bowler there. Look at the state of David Jenkins' truck. Whether that's just dirt or whether it's coolant that's come out of the radiator, I'm not sure. I don't think he'll be restarting. Yeah, coolant everywhere. We can see it glistening there. So that's the end of David Jenkins' race. And there'll be a big repair job to do for the first race after lunch. Here comes the heavy artillery. There's Mick Gould's massive Peterbilt. Have you ever seen a truck with a 600 horsepower 15-litre diesel engine, 4 axles and an 18-speed gearbox before? Very impressive at night as well, with it all lit up. We saw that on Bonfire Weekend last year here at Brands in the show truck parade. I can see Steve Bewers and Stacey Reynolds from Trackside Recovery. They're directing operations. Looks like the big Peterbilt is going to be used to drag John Bowler's truck out of the gravel. David Jenkins got going again, but his radiator's damaged, so he won't be restarting. The winch being brought into operation. Let's have a look again. Watch for the second row. Neil Yates, he twitches sideways. David Jenkins tries to get up the outside, but Yates is just skating around. He clips Jenkins. He goes into Bowler. Bowler goes flying off into the gravel trap, Jenkins onto the edge of it, Bowler into the tyre wall, and then on the inside Simon Cole spins as well. I don't think he had any contact, he just spun around going into paddock. Luckily no one collected him. Jake Evans managed to get the anchors on in his MAN. That could have been a lot more serious than it was. It was John Powell who hit the back of Bradley Harvey, I think, there. Let's have a look at it from the other angle. There's the tangle. Jenkins and Bowler after a bit of a tap from Neil Yates. Tom O'Rourke was leading. The first three got away okay into paddock. Now, did anyone else go off further round? Simon Cole spinning on the inside. Everybody managed to avoid him. Everybody else just coming to a stop at the back. Now, Ryan Smith might have had a bit of contact there as well. I think there was some damage on the right front corner of his truck, but it was as if everybody knew the red flag was going to come out. They all slowed up before it did. And now they've got to clear the wreckage. Now David Jenkins got going again out of the gravel trap, the front of the truck shredded, but he very quickly realised there was a lot of damage there. Coolant spraying out, and he pulled up. Look at the state of that MAN. That's a great shame for David. He had a great day yesterday, on the podium in both races in Division 1. That is broken. And there's the nationwide recovery vehicle. That's 2025 DAF XF, a brand new 3-axle recovery vehicle for Nationwide Vehicle Assistance this week. It was only added to their fleet on Monday, just gone. So getting its first job in here. Nationwide Vehicle Assistance, they offer recovery services not just in the UK but across Europe as well. Meanwhile, Mick Gould's truck driven by Richard Tier is busy with John Bowler at paddock. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be too much damage to the tyre wall. The gravel did its job there of slowing John's spinning truck down. Thankfully, John Bowler, the man from Stockport in the northwest of England, is okay. I don't think his truck will be restarting. That'll be full of gravel. David Jenkins' truck definitely won't be out with that broken radiator. And it looked like Simon Cole escaped without major damage. The medical team in attendance just as a precaution there to give John Bowler a check-up. Let's have a look again. Started with Neil Yates getting sideways. David Jenkins and John Bowler tried to go either side of him, but Jenkins just sliding about all over the place. He clips Jenkins, who spins, cannons into John Bowler, and off they both go. Bowler through the gravel, but it slowed him down. He did hit the tyre wall, but not particularly hard. There goes Simon Cole. It was hard to know where to look on that first corner. And luckily everybody avoided Simon. Jake Evans just pulling up there ahead of Callum Eason to miss the spinning Iveco. Poor old Simon Cole, he's had a disastrous weekend. Off in the first race with no gears. Had problems in race 2 as well, and now this. So the initial tangle between the two at the front. Yeah, Simon Cole, I don't think he hit anybody looking further back. He just hit the brakes and he saw the trucks going off ahead of him and just lost the back end. And we'll see how many trucks we get for the restart. Keep an eye on the TSL timing screen. Looks like the scene of the incident is almost clear already. Good job by our marshals and our recovery crews. Now it should be a full restart because they haven't completed a lap. But we'll wait and see. We've got repairs to the tyre wall first of all. We've got a pool of coolant being cleared up on Halewood Rise from David Jenkins MAM. We've got to recover that yet as well. And the Mick Gould commercials, Peterbilt has joined the scene there as well, just sitting, it's lights flashing away. Must be a pretty menacing sight coming up behind you on the motorway at night, mustn't it? Got the Ford Ranger pickup. That pickup pulled Simon Cole's truck out of the gravel at Clearways yesterday, so that's got some power. Richard, the driver of the Peterbilt, gets out. We did see in the early days of truck racing there was an American, I think it was a Peterbilt anyway, raced by Dutchman Ad van Coverden. And it did race at Brands Hatch. Well, goodness knows how that got round Druids at speed. And the other American truck to have been raced successfully in Europe was Richard Walker, of course, the Century Oils Kenworth back in the late 80s, which got destroyed sadly when a rolling start was aborted at Zolder in Belgium. The front row pulled up, the rest of the pack couldn't see it, and Richard Walker ploughed through the back of Gert Korber's MAN. A lucky escape for Richard there, certainly. While the clear-up operation on Halewood Rise takes place, I think we can head down to our pit reporter Ian, who is down in among the trucks on the grid.
Well, on a chilly, windy and possibly rainy morning, that's not the start we were hoping for from the second day of the 2025 British Truck Racing Championship. But it's what we've been dealt. John Bowler currently getting recovered. Looks like he'll be on his way. I do believe John Bowler might still be driving. Bad news though for Dave Jenkins, who does look in a terrible state. He's lost all his coolant. He's definitely going to be missing this race. I'd like to hazard a guess he'll be out after lunchtime though, hopefully in time for the grid walk, which of course will be down here giving you all some great shots up close with the drivers and the trucks. We can see here though, everyone's having a little look because we saw some issues from a few drivers then. The coolant must have come out of Dave Jenkins' truck very quickly. We've been told that's what actually caused Simon Cole to spin out further back in the pack. Massive kudos of course to the Division 2 drivers there in the start of that race, because you know usually much further up the pack when the incidents happen we have huge issues further back. But luckily, not too scathed for the rest of the pack. What does he want? What does he want? Ryan Smith wants to chat, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan, what can I do for you, sir?
I was just going to explain what happened there.
Oh yeah, did you see? Let's get on track. Here we go.
So I was right behind it. So what happened was, as everyone's on a dry setup, the track started to go greasy because the rain started to come. Neil got a little bit of wheel spin, dropped the back end a little bit.
I saw his back end come out, yeah.
And Dave had already made the move, and it was just the slightest contact, which then Dave lost it because there's no grip, and then unfortunately it bowler. But yeah, the conditions was a little bit worse for wear when the rain come early.
It's changing, isn't it? Just now it's cold, it's possibly a little bit greasy, and we actually saw, I mean from the replay, I've seen it a few times now as you can imagine, yeah, it's like you see Neil Yates just lose the back end a bit. Jenko's 7/8 past him though, like almost completely clear.
Yeah, but I don't think Neil saw him, no. And I don't think Dave realised he was still on there, and you know, do you know what, I think everyone come away with that the best they could, because that could have been a big one, and I think, you know, as long as everyone's safe, that's all that matters there.
Well, Dave's already out. I think John has been recovered now, so it looks like they're all okay. No sign of any paramedics on the track, which is always a win, especially when we've got these ever-changing conditions. Now, this is the thing now, when you're coming out into a race like this, it was cloudy this morning, much colder than it was yesterday. What kind of, do you take a gamble? Is it literally down to that, or do you kind of think, no, I'm going to stick it with dry or change to wet?
Well, I think it's very difficult. Some people would just take a little bit of damping out, soften it off a little bit. Some people would say, well, it's not 100% wet, so it's still fully dry, and go on the dry setup. And that's where even the trucks at 5 ton, they have anti-roll bars, they have everything a racing car does, and it's to maximise the tyre, and we're with Gitty tyres, and that's what it's about. The team make a decision and may grab 2 tenths. But in these conditions, when the track's changed, and like you just rightly said, with the temperature dropping, I like to get a feel for the track, let the truck and tyres come in, get in single file, then have a look at things. I don't think you can win the race at the first corner, but you know, this is how good the championship is now, and people make moves, and you know, look at Neil Yates, the improvement over the winter. It's great, but we have to be mindful of the conditions. We have to be careful with the changing conditions when we've got 5 ton. And like I said, as long as everybody's got out that okay, it's all that matters.
They certainly have. Well, thanks for talking to us, Ryan. Good luck with the rest of the race. Shake my hand. Thank you. Right, we'll lock you back in. Ryan Smith there with a technical debrief for us of what happened. Literally, eyes on the track. And it's exactly what we saw on the replays as well. These things happen, unfortunately. And as he said quite rightly, it's that everybody walked away from it. Dave, of course, losing some crucial championship points, because again, another fine note that Ryan just made is it's going to be very, very tight this year with regards to the points. Every point makes a difference. I believe going into this race, if I'm correct with my maths, we've actually got Ryan Smith drawing with Stuart Oliver for championship points in Division 1 at the moment, which is just crazy to think about in the first 2 races. Adam Bim, we had some issues with him yesterday in that race where you had trouble getting going after that restart yesterday. What was the problem?
Just a faulty air solenoid valve, so I couldn't actually get into high range gears. But as soon as I parked up, got back in it, turned the switch, it worked straight away. So
of course it did, of course.
It's just one of them things, you know. This weekend is just a test weekend for us. We seem to have got the GPS working now with a new module. We drove home last night and got that out of my old truck, put in this truck, and the good old faithful whites saved us again.
And so you've officially started to cannibalise the Volvo to bring the next generation into fruition.
Yeah, she's helped out, but it'll be put back on Tuesday morning, don't you worry.
Right, that's it, keep it in one piece. And how are you finding the new truck? Like you just said yourself, it is a kind of, you know, a mission of discovery really with the first few races of the year. Have you had to make many changes, or is it a kind of just getting used to the new setup?
Getting used to the new setup, but it's that different to my old truck that I'm not even having to think about it. It's just coming naturally, so.
Does it make much, I'm sure a lot of the fans watching at home will ask this question, does it make much difference coming from a truck with, you know, the front bonneted truck, the T-cab so to speak, with a kind of flat front that you're driving now? Is the build of the structure that different that it handles completely differently?
Yeah, the centre of gravity, especially for me as a driver, the feeling I'm getting being over the front of the axle, where so every steering input actually moves me, where on my old truck I was sat behind the rear axle, so I didn't feel the positivity of the steering. So that's been a big change for me.
So you're steering yourself rather than steering the bonnet, and I bet, yeah, it's like when you accidentally change the view on Gran Turismo and you're all of a sudden on the front bumper.
Well, that's the thing, you know, we can adjust the power steering pressure, so it's like on a sim that you adjust the sensitivity, so even doing stuff like that is, you have to find out what works for you. So,
well, fingers crossed we'll get some more testing in now then, and Adam Bitt, ladies and gentlemen, of course joining us in Division 1 this year, and it's fantastic to see. There we go, I think that's in. Fantastic, so we can see the marshals now. They're obviously re-gridding. They're having orders from above to kind of rearrange the grid. Not sure, because it was in the first lap, we're hopefully going to get the full 15-minute restart. But of course, if this starts to happen later in the day, we might have other issues. I'm just going to check his door, hold on. Yeah, just check it. Yeah, just wanted to check his door. Because what we don't want is it being Pointy's responsibility that Adam Bint's door flies open on the first corner. Because, yeah, I'm not sure I'm covered for that. Look at this though, let's just have a quick look. Everybody give us a wave if you can, that's it, see who's paying attention. Even though it's absolutely freezing cold down in West Kingsdown today, we've got a fantastic crowd that have come to see the truck racing. They'll be grateful to see themselves on the YouTube stream later on. Of course, don't forget, if you miss these live streams, you can watch it back to your heart's content on demand once the stream ends at the end of the weekend. And of course, make sure you leave your comments on there, because we do check. Let's have a look back then here with Sammy O'Yannon, the Mad Croc Racing team. We looked at it yesterday. Bit of a story, unfortunately. Not a great start for Sammy. Some tyres were missed and he went out on Goodyears. Of course, in the FIA they use Goodyear tyres. We're purely GT in this championship. And so we had a bit of a rearrangement of scores yesterday. The first race, the Saturday, Sammy unfortunately didn't get the trophy handed out to him, so we ended up with Callum Eason actually getting the third position, and I believe it was Bradley who got moved up, Bradley Harvey who got moved up into second place. So not the results you saw as they crossed the line, but they of course were very happy to get those. So Callum Eason over here in the number 26, Green Group sponsored. Oh, it's time, we're leaving. We'll just look left, look right. We've got a couple of trucks coming in. But we have been requested to get off the grid now. So we're going to make our way back to safety as we hopefully go for another restart. So it's back to Dave Goddard in the commentary. We've got horns. Back to you, Dave.
Well, thanks very much. We were told it was going to be Ian down on the grid, but apparently Pointy finished his breakfast and decided to join us. To be fair, they do a very good breakfast here at Brands Hatch in the Kentigan restaurant. And we are nearly ready for the restart. Great to see that John Bowler's back out. His truck not too badly damaged by that off. Simon Cole's back as well. Yes, Pointy's going to be finding people to ambush for interviews throughout the day in the truck racing paddock. He'll be joining us on the grid walk at lunchtime as well. We are almost ready for a restart by the look of things, and I think it is going to be, we'll check the timing screen, it is going to be the full 15 minutes because we haven't completed a racing lap. I think, fingers crossed, the rain may have eased off a bit because the tarmac looks a little drier down there now. So away we go on the rolling restarts. Second attempt at our third truck race of the weekend. See the marks in the gravel where those trucks went off. Obviously we're missing David Jenkins, just seeing if anybody else is absent down there. "17 trucks out there. Bradley Harvey's not there, that's the other truck we're missing, the Weaver Motorsports DAF. 17 trucks then for a 15-minute restart. Race 3 for the British Truck Racing Championship. Tom O'Rourke and Martin Gibson on the front of the grid. Drivers will be a little more circumspect this time. It'll be rather slippery out there still. These 5-ton, 1,000 horsepower, 100-mile-an-hour beasts. John Powell looking rather battered at the back of the field there. Had a bit of contact in the run into Paddock Hill Bend. Jake Evans, winner in Division 2 on his debut yesterday, the man from Stoke. Pace truck into pit lane. What's going to happen this time? Revs begin to rise. Racing for the red lights to go out. Here we go. Second attempt at our third truck race of the weekend, our first today. Off they go. It's a good start by Tom O'Rourke from pole position down in that first corner, side by side for second place. Are they all going to make it round? They're just a little careful this time through Paddock. It's definitely a little drier out there now. It is O'Rourke who leads the way. The powder put down on the coolant from David Jenkins' truck is kicked up into the air. Running out wide is Neil Yates. He's had a good run round the outside in the early stages. Bit of push and shove there in the pack. That's Adam Bintander. Round goes Michael Oliver. David Smith, the man he tangled with. Look out. Jake Evans finds the track blocked in front of him. He gets round. Michael Oliver, hopefully he can get going and the race will continue. Lead is with Martin Gibson. He's got past down the Cooper Straight, past Tom O'Rourke, but I've got a bad feeling that Michael Oliver's stranded there on the exit of Druids. That will lead to another red flag. If so, hopefully he can get that truck going again. Yes, he has. That's good to see. Michael Oliver's having a pretty disastrous weekend. Had a couple of incidents yesterday. His teammates from Team Oliver Racing, Martin Gibson leads ahead of O'Rourke. Neil Yates, John Bowler is in fourth. Brian Smith has already made up 3 places. He's up into 5th position from the 4th row of the grid, helped by the absence of David Jenkins, creating a bit of a hole in the field. Behind him is Stephen Powell. Then we've got Stuart Oliver, and then Division 2 is led by Simon Cole, who's had a good first lap as a result of that little schmozzle up at Druids. He's been able to make up a few places. Next through is David Smith, who tangled with Michael Oliver. Down the hill, Tom O'Rourke under fire from Neil Yates. Martin Gibson has the lead, looking for a comeback victory this weekend here at Brands Hatch, but it's Flying Ryan Smith giving chase. Chasing down John Bowler. Sliding about there is Neil Yates. Of course, you've got the fully dry setup on all of these trucks. It will still be a little squirrely in the early laps. They get used to the conditions. There's David Smith, a chunk bit now to the front of his MAN. Well, Martin Gibson leads the way by nearly 2 seconds over Tom O'Rourke at the end of the second lap. John Bowler's done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute .259. Chasing down Neil Yates, who's running very well indeed up there in third, trying to attack Tom O'Rourke now for P2. Bowler and Ryan Smith up behind them. They're stacking up behind Tom O'Rourke's International here. Out of Druids, there's Stuart Oliver up behind them as well. All this is allowing Martin Gibson to escape in the 101 very slightly. Division 2 is led by Simon Cole. Second is Sammy Oyanen. Third, Archie Handy, son of Simon Cole in the older Volvo. Here come your leaders. From Surtees and McLaren. Ryan Smith having a look at the back of John Bowler. First and a third for Flying Ryan. Yesterday somebody's kicked up the dust. I think that was O'Rourke running a bit wide. He's held second place, the Scotsman. St Andrew's Cross displayed proudly on the front grille of his number 86. Neil Yates trying to get into position to attack as they come out of Paddock Hill Bend, but his truck not handling well. You see the rear end stepped out again there. He's sliding it about. Bowler now on his tail. Here comes Stuart Oliver to attack Ryan Smith for P5 now. Gibson's still leading by just under 2 seconds. Stuart Oliver's done the fastest lap, 59.813, the first man to lap under 1 minute in this race. It's definitely drying out there once again. There's 5 of them, line astern, battling like the Caterhams were yesterday. Tom O'Rourke is definitely the cork in the bottle here, isn't he? He's holding the others up slightly. He hasn't got the speed of those behind him, but he's got the racing line. Ryan Smith now deciding to have a go on the outside. Not close enough to attack John Bowler. Here's a battle further back. That's our Division 2 leader, Simon Cole. Had no luck at all yesterday. Had a spin at the first start of this race, so just hoping to survive and at least get some points on the board, hopefully with a class win. Second in the Division 2 points last year without even winning a race. There's a back marker up ahead I can see there. Graham Poole is soon going to be lapped. He's just learning the craft on his debut. Martin Gibson will try and get past him. He's 2.5 seconds up the road now, Martin Gibson. It's an impressive drive from the Team Oliver Racing MAN. That's the truck that Stuart Oliver used part of last season, I believe, after his Volvo was badly damaged at Thruxton. Neil Yates is flinging his truck around. Not doing full-on power slides. That was the preserve of the great Swede Kurt Göransson in the late 80s and early 90s, and truck racing had its biggest boom period. He used to drive his Volvo absolutely sideways. Used to work in the logging industry in Sweden, so he's used to driving on icy roads. Graham Poole there letting the leaders through. Gibson still leads by over 2.5 seconds. This is very impressive from Martin Gibson. The GT Tyres Tahuna Honey sponsored MAN. International Navistar second. The MAN of Neil Yates still third. As they come down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. Still no change in position. Not the easiest track to overtake on in a truck. Ryan Smith trying to have a go at John Bowler there into Surtees. Bowler's got the line. He's got to be mindful that one false move and Stuart Oliver will be through. Still Tom O'Rourke defending that second place. He hasn't quite got the speed of his rivals. This is allowing Martin Gibson to escape. Here's a battle in Division 2 and Division 1. Sami Oyan and the Division 2 Sisu ahead of the Division 1 DAF of John Powell, and behind him is Jake Evans, our Division 2 winner from yesterday. Powell goes wide onto the grass. This is the battle for 11th place overall. They're behind Michael Oliver, who's raced his way back up into 10th place, having had that tangle with David Smith. I think we may have lost Adam Bint again, unfortunately. The Mercedes hasn't come through. Still some teething problems with that machine. Ryan Smith goes wide, so does Stuart Oliver. They're determined to get past John Bowler. Can Smith get the line away this time? These three have dropped back a little bit from Neil Yates, who's still dancing that MAN around ahead of them. This is great stuff. Smith has a look again. Tries again. Now he's got the line. Coming onto the Brabham Straight. He's alongside John Bowler. He could get past here if he's late on the brakes into Paddock Hill Bend. He's going for P4. He's got the inside line. He's surely going to go through on the run up to Druids. Is he going to get the move done before the right-hander? Bowler doesn't give way, but he knows that Oliver's going to try and follow. They almost lean on each other. Surely Smith's got it done now. Yes, he has, up into 4th place. Now here comes Stuart Oliver. Bowler caught between the two most successful British truck racers ever. Tom O'Rourke, meanwhile, I said he was a bit slower than his rivals. He's done the fastest lap of the race. 59.744 last time through. So the second place man finding some extra pace. One driver who is a bit off the pace this weekend, sadly, is Stephen Powell, number 3. He's down behind David Smith and Michael Oliver. So he's down to, I think, 9th place now. And into the pit lane, was that Simon Cole? No, it's Archie Handy, the other Cole Truck Sport machine. So Archie Handy in problems with the Volvo, he's pulled into the pits. Adam Bint is still out there, he just wasn't transponding earlier on, as up the inside goes Neil Yates defending from Ryan Smith now. John Bowler still holding off Stuart Oliver. But look, O'Rourke has got away from this group now. So he's finding a second wind in this race, if you like. It's over 6 minutes of the race to go, and he's going to try and go after Martin Gibson. Ryan Smith, a bit of Morse code on the back of Neil Yates there. Stuart Oliver possibly doing the same to John Bowler, couldn't quite see that. Yates in the number 33, the heavy recovery boss on his local circuit, and he's trying frantically to hold back Ryan Smith. He wants a podium. Smith's going to try and go to the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. I don't think he'll get round there. He'll try and get the cut back at Druids. There's Gibson still leading. O'Rourke's going after him, and the gap is going out. Another fastest lap for Tom O'Rourke. 59.698 for the International Navistar. Now, I thought the Scotsman was holding his rivals up in second place. Suddenly, he seems to have found a higher gear. Maybe it's because Neil Yates has dropped off the pace a little. Yes, the gap is definitely coming down for the lead of this race. It's over 5 minutes to go. Can Tom O'Rourke catch Martin Gibson? I don't think the International Navistar has taken a win yet in this championship. Tom's had a couple of wins in his old MAN. There you can see how the gap has come down, slowly but surely by a few tenths a lap. Across the stripe they go. Comes down again. It's 2 seconds, 0.06 now. Taking another 10th out of it. And still Ryan Smith can't get past our third place man. Back markers coming into the equation. Stephen Powell incidentally has pulled into the pits. I thought he was off the pace. He's had a problem. So Powell's in the pits. Not a happy day for the local man. Not a happy meeting so far. Now there's back markers up ahead. Callum Easton is one of them. Ryan Smith tries again, coming onto the Cooper Straight. Stuart Oliver just biding his time behind John Bowler. There's Callum Easton about to be lapped, and treble 3 being lapped as well. Graham Poole. Oh, Graham Poole, he's clipped the race leader, he spins. Ooh, lucky escape there, Martin Gibson. He was nearly taken out as Graham Poole was trying to get out of the way, but he's lost it. Can he get going again? Let's hope we don't see the red flags come out again. Graham Poole spun at Surtees and brought out the reds yesterday. And that's created a little bit of a hole in the field. Graham's getting going again. Churns the grass up. That'll incur the wrath of Dr. Jonathan Palmer, the boss of Motorsport Vision, who owns this circuit. Please replace your divots, gentlemen. 3.5 minutes to go. And Tom O'Rourke has almost caught our leader as a result of that. I thought Martin Gibson was going to be sent spinning. He's gathered it up, but he's got O'Rourke on his tail now. And still, Ryan Smith cannot get past Neil Yates. Yates block defending again towards Surtees. He almost threw the block on him there as the leaders lap Callum Easton. Smith's going through at Surtees. Has he got him? Yates on the curve. Smith up to P3. We're in for a grandstand finish in this one. Certainly the best truck race of the weekend so far. And now Smith fairly rocketing away from Neil Yates, going after the two leaders. There are Gibson and O'Rourke. 2 minutes 50 still to go, so we'll get at least a couple more laps out of this. Can Tom O'Rourke snatch the win from Martin Gibson? He's rounding his tail as they go down to paddock. Gibson gets his foot down and holds the lead. Smith is now gunning for the two leaders. Gibson a little bit wide there through Druids. Yates still there in fourth, and still Stuart Oliver can't get past John Bowler, the truck that was in the tyre wall on the first start. This is cracking stuff. Ryan Smith has just done the fastest lap of the race. You'd expect that now. He's in clear air, 59.431. And the gap is going to come down to our two leaders. But Tom O'Rourke is in attacking mode. So is Ryan Smith. Can he get past these two? I don't think they've noticed. They're so busy with their own battle, they haven't noticed Ryan's coming up behind them. Tom O'Rourke's going for it. He's got the inside run into Paddock Bend. This could be the move. Ooh, not quite. Gibson runs wide, but he keeps his foot in. That's brave driving by Martin Gibson. There's more back markers ahead. And Ryan Smith pops up alongside Tom O'Rourke. Neil Yates still sliding all over the place in that fourth position. MAN, International, Daimler, the top three. Just over a minute left on the clock now. Well, there's a 5-second penalty showing for Ryan Smith on the timing screen. It doesn't say why. Yes, 5-second penalty for Ryan Smith for exceeding track limits. That's just come through to us. So it's between the two at the front, Gibson and O'Rourke for the victory, because Ryan Smith has got a penalty pending. Number 61 has as well, Sami Ojanen. So into the last lap we go. Can Tom O'Rourke make the move? What a cracking finish we're in for. Smith's going to attack up the inside. O'Rourke swings across on him to take the line for Drizzy, clip the back of Martin Gibson. Smith up the outside, Gibson moves across. Get off, he says to Tom O'Rourke. Oh, they could finish side by side, these two. O'Rourke's trying everything in the book, but he's left the door open at Graham Hill Bend. Smith goes through, he's lost his chance. And well, with the penalty provisionally pending for Ryan Smith, it looks like it is going to be a win for Martin Gibson. They're in heavy back marker traffic. They've caught the Division 2 boys. Jake Evans just ahead of them there. He needs to be careful here, Martin Gibson. Smith lunges for the inside. They're side by side on the run in. Martin Gibson doesn't give way. Smith forces him out wide. Well, and O'Rourke could get up the inside here. Smith's going to take the flag in front. Look at O'Rourke up the inside. He's got him out of clear ways for the last time. Smith's going to take the flag in front. O'Rourke gets ahead of Gibson, and Gibson in a photo finish with Neil Yates. My goodness. Well, the back markers came into play there. Let's have a look though. Yes, the penalty is applied to Ryan Smith, so Tom O'Rourke has won it. Tom O'Rourke takes the first win for the International Navistar. He won't know it yet, but Ryan Smith, a penalty there for exceeding track limits, and that's dropped him provisionally to 6. What an incredible race. That's one of the best British truck races I have seen in a long time. We never even got a chance to look at Division 2, unfortunately. The Division 2 victory, they're just coming through clearways now, is going to go to Simon Cole. Michael Oliver's finished 7th. We'll take you through the results in a moment. There was so much going on at the front there. Here comes Simon Cole. After his problems yesterday, he makes up for it. He wins Division 2. At long last, Simon Cole has a race victory in Division 2. Having come so close last season every time. Now second place in Division 2. We're going to have to wait because Sami Ojanen has got a penalty as well. I think Ojanen is second, yes, and third is Jake Evans, fourth Callum Easton, and I need a cold shower. We'll confirm the results in a second, but Martin Gibson celebrates. He's finished second. He was boxed in behind a back marker there on the run to the line, and Tom O'Rourke pinched it. What an incredible race. Okay, get my breath back. And the provisional result is as follows. Tom O'Rourke in the International Navistar, I believe that's the first win for that truck. Well done to him. Martin Gibson, who led all the way virtually there, snatched the win snatched from his grasp on the run to the line, and Neil Yates on the podium in third. Well done to him as well. John Bowler fourth, he held off Stuart Oliver all the way. Fifth place goes to Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith relegated to sixth by the track limits penalty. Then Michael Oliver and David Smith seventh and eighth. That provisionally gives them the front row for race 5 later on. John Powell ninth, Simon Cole at long last gets a Division 2 win in 10th, then Adam Bint, Sami Ojanen, Jake Evans, Callum Easton, and the final finisher was Graham Poole, because we lost Stephen Powell and Archie Handy into the pits. Bradley Harvey and David Jenkins didn't take the restart. Pointy, over to you to sum that epic up for us.
Well, what an incredible result for Tom O'Rourke. I can't remember the last time he'll be this happy. I'm racing Alan to pole position. It's a race for the commentators as much as it is, for the drivers. Get out of the way! Unbelievable. Got his bum on camera. So Tom O'Rourke, a fantastic race. Come on round, here we go, let the camera in, get him on. Tom, look at the smile on your face. What a race.
That was brilliant, really enjoyed it. At the first kind of interval I thought, I'm away, I'm clear. Martin just stepped in. You know, I was just being a wee bit too cautious. He was obviously a bit braver. And then I just caught him in the last lap there.
We saw that. I mean, Martin got bogged down. You just sailed through, kept your momentum. It was a beautiful take.
Yeah, good. It was, no, good. we've had a lot of bad luck in the last couple of years. It's great to get a win, you know.
Absolutely fantastic.
Weekend engines, gearboxes, you name it. But
Well, this is it, to come from having an engine floating in the air Friday night to a first place Sunday morning. What a journey.
Yeah, the team have been absolutely unbelievable. Just worked all weekend tirelessly. Great, you know.
Well done, buddy. We're going to let you go. They're whistling and tooting at us. Congratulations, Tom O'Rourke. What a result. What, you got the door? What an absolute result. I tell you what, he won't forget this anytime soon, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got John Bowler further back as well, with Martin Gibson finishing in third, I believe. Just check these results. Everybody's out of the trucks, trying to clear the pit lane now. Trying to see if we can find Neil Yates. Everyone's jumped out and started wondering about. Of course, massive shame for Steve Powell. Neil's gone. That's Graham Paul. Where is he? We've lost Neil. Disappeared. Callum Eason, another great result for Callum Eason. It doesn't look like we're going to get a chance to speak to many of the drivers, as the marshals do like to keep things moving along. And as you can tell, because of that little incident we had earlier on, we are running a little bit behind schedule now. Martin Gibson's not in his truck though, so I wonder where he's gone. Never mind. Let's go and talk to Ian Warehouse. Ian, what? I don't know. Anybody? They've all disappeared, mate. They've done me proper.
I just spoke to Michael Oliver there, and he's
supposed to be holding,
scary out there.
Yeah, he's supposed to be holding the microphone when you speak to Michael Oliver.
You had it.
As usual, I know. What a race that was, I tell you what. I mean, you know, from where we started, the incident we had, and then we'd have had quite a lot of action second half.
Credit to the marshals and the teams, by the way, because they could have easily just said, scrap that race, forget it. They didn't, and boy, oh boy, were we rewarded for that. Blimey, what a great race.
A great result for Simon Cole as well. I mean, you know, we didn't think he'd be back out. Had a spin as well, and now look at him go.
I'll tell you what, it's the ups and downs of motorsport, isn't it? When he was having that spin up there, that's it, game over. No, he's gone out and had a great race. Fantastic stuff. Great to see Archie back as well this year too, isn't it?
It's going to be a great year. I can feel it already. 2 more races left.
It's been a great year.
I know, yeah.
3 races.
I know, it's incredible. I can't wait to see the rest of the season. What have we got after this now, Ian?
Right, coming up next, we've got the classic and historic Thunders for the classic touring cars. Then we've got Civic Cup. Then we've got Junior Saloons. And then we've got the pointy, famous grid walk. if it's still going ahead, that is.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see if they get their wrists slapped with no grid walk for having that crash.
Martin Gibson, I have.
Oh, at last, yeah. 30 seconds. I was looking for you. I saw your truck drive past. I was like, where the flipping heck's he gone? Martin Gibson, first of all, welcome up. We had a quick chat to you yesterday in the paddock. How did that feel for you? Because that was a really tight race.
Honestly, I couldn't even tell you what just happened. So many things happened. There's loads of trouble with back markers that mixed it all up. And I tell you what, I didn't even see the checkered flag. So I was still on full bore for the last lap.
We saw you get caught behind Graham Paul, and that's where Tom O'Rourke made the overtake. And then obviously that's where, because you were literally, until that last bit of the last lap, you were still in second place. And then he just first place, he just snipped you past.
I don't even know where I finished, to be honest.
So you've actually finished in second place because, Rod Smith got a penalty, 5 seconds, put him really far back. So yeah, everybody moved up. So Tom O'Rourke, yourself, Neil Yates, top 3.
Yeah, brilliant. To be honest, for me, that's truck racing.
That is brilliant. It was a great race to watch.
Yeah, excellent. It's good to do that.
Absolutely fantastic. Right, we'll get you down to the paddock, hand out some silverware, first silverware of the year, and that is truck racing. It can start terribly, end fantastically, and it's very, very exciting all the way through. I'm going to throw back to Dave Goddard now so he can run you down what's coming next. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thanks Pointy and Ian. I think I've just about got my breath back after that, what is probably the best truck race I have ever seen here at Brands Hatch. That was incredible. No let up in the action though, because we have classic touring cars back on and we're about to be thunderstruck. We have got the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons combined with the Ricky Can Aston Martin Historic Thunder Saloons for their second race of the weekend. It was a historic car that won yesterday, the turbocharged Mark 1 Escort of Colin Voice taking the win. It was Adrian Bradley in a BMW who won the Classic Thunders. Let's see who Ian was able to catch up with prior to this race.
Right, everybody, here we are in the assembly area, one of my most favourite grids of all time. You know when you're a kid and you've got all your toy cars and you just line them up in any random order for a race? That's what we've got with Classic and Historic Thunder. It is remarkable. One of my favourite cars ever, the Skyline here. We've got James. I'm just going to quickly jump in. Sorry, chaps, I'm going to interrupt you guys. Sorry. I have to talk to James all the time. Just say, James, you know when you're a kid, you got a load of toy cars.
Yes.
Right. Did you always dream of having one of these?
I didn't, believe it or
Did
not.
you not?
No, I didn't. It's just sort of something I saw and I fell in love with it at the time, I suppose.
I'm not surprised. What's it like to drive?
It's a bit of an animal, especially rear-wheel drive. So you've got to sort of tame your right foot and, you know, try and keep it under control, I suppose.
Okay, right. You didn't want a Skyline. What did you want when you were a kid?
I don't know. I don't know. You put me on the spot now.
I always wanted an F40, but yeah.
Yeah, I think Ferrari. It probably would have been a red Ferrari, wouldn't it? I mean, all us kids, you know.
Look, cold conditions here at Brands Hatch today, a little bit different to yesterday. What are we expecting?
If I can get some heat in the rear tyres, then we're laughing, but it's just getting the tyres warmed up before we, you know, get the right foot down.
James, thanks for bringing it out again. You know I love it. I love it. Before we go as well, look at Ricky Can's Aston here. Absolutely thing of beauty. For this race, everybody, make sure you turn the volume right up. Right, enough from me. Let's go racing. Let's see these cars on track. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the car's just coming up to the grid. The grid based on the results of yesterday's race. So it is Colin Voice in the Escort on pole position alongside Adrian Bradley in his BMW M3. Won the battle of the Beamers yesterday with a familiar face, Ian Bauer. We've already seen him out in Pre-93 touring car today. He's on the second row here alongside the Historic Thunder sponsor Ricky Can in his Aston Martin V8 Vantage X-Pack. Spectacular car to say the least. Ian Craig in his M3 on row 3 alongside Ronan Bradley with his BMW. James Janicki is there on row 4, but Sean Morris, who should have been alongside him, is a non-starter. His car broke down in the Pre-93 touring car race earlier on. Row 5, Anton Martin in another BMW, starts alongside the BMW Compact, very modified BMW Compact of Kevin Denwood. Then on row 6 we have Ross Craig, son of Ian, in his Honda Civic alongside Daniel Gandesha in his BMW. Row 7, Phil Wright and his Honda Civic is a non-starter. A few problems yesterday, so Neil Wade in his BMW Mini with a Honda engine will start there alone. And at the back we've got Melvin Hooker in the beautiful Group 44 Bob Tullius replica Trans Am Jaguar XJS, and Martin Reynolds, not in a Ford Anglia, he's in his Ford Escort. Watch for him coming through from the back. He retired from yesterday's race. The other car we're missing, Joe Collier's BMW, that broke down yesterday, so he's not out. To a slightly reduced grid. These Thunder Saloons, they are fast but can be fragile. Colin Voice in the Voice Tune Mark 1 Escort. He's raced this car for many, many years now. There it is, the beautiful bewinged Escort alongside Adrian Bradley, originally from Ireland, now based in the south of England. The Bradley family Brands Hatch specialists. Seen Adrian, Ronan and Niall racing their BMWs over the years. There's James Janicki in the Skyline. I do like a Skyline, used to play them on Gran Turismo as a youngster. Martin Reynolds in the Escort coming through from the back. Watch for him charging through the field, along with Melvin Hooker at the back in the XJS he's owned for over 20 years, the replica of the Jaguars that raced in America in the hands of Bob Tullius and the Group 44 team. He always used British cars, did Bob. He raced MGs and even a Triumph TR7 at one time as well. Went on to race in IMSA GTP with Jaguar prototypes. There is Melvin Hooker's version of the back. So can Colin Voice make it a double then? He's in Historic Thunder, as is Ricky Can. The BMWs around them are classic Thunder cars. Melvin Hooker and Martin Reynolds are in Historic. At the back of the field, everybody else in the Classic Thunder division, sponsored by PRG Trailers. By Piers Grange, who's already run a race today, but not out with them today. He's choosing to race in the championship. So rolling starts, the pace car into pit lane. Here they come up towards the red lights. Ford and BMW on the front of the grid, BMW and Aston Martin on the second row. Here we go. Look at Ronan Bradley down the outside in the green and white BMW. He's made a cracking start. 3 wide into the first corner. Ronan Bradley's going to sweep round the outside of all of them. What a superb start by Ronan Bradley in his BMW. Takes the lead. Adrian Bradley on the outside. Somewhere on the inside there was Colin Voice. They've all made it around so far. Now where's Voice? A little bit of a twitch from the Escort there. He might be down to third. Is it going to be a Bradley 1 and 2? Hanging on around the outside is Voice, then Bauer, Ian Craig, a lock up there from Daniel Gandesha in the orange BMW. There's the Skyline. It was a bit subdued yesterday, James Janicki in the Skyline, but it's the Bradleys 1 and 2. Ronan with a flying getaway, and it's Ian Bauer at the inside. It's BMWs 1, 2 and 3. Colin Voice goes down to 4th in the Escort, and look at Martin Reynolds. He's had an absolute flyer from the back of the grid. He's up into about 6th place already. He said he'd be one to watch coming through. On the timing screen as Adrian Bradley makes a move for the lead on Ronan. He takes the lead. Car 78 under investigation. I think that start was a bit too good by Ronan Bradley. He may get a penalty for that, so he may have jumped the start early. He's still second as things stand at the moment, but a false start is usually a 10-second penalty. We saw that for Gary Townsend in the Pre-66 touring cars yesterday as Anton Martin dives past Ricky Can in the big Aston Martin. Look at Martin Reynolds flying up the order in the Escort. He's behind Colin Voice. He's going to take the lead of the Historic Thunders if he gets past Voice. They're both in the Historic division. 8 places gained on the first lap alone by Martin. Behind him is Ian Craig in the black and white BMW. His son Ross further back in the Honda. And look at now, Colin Voice has got the Escort wound up. He's having a go at Ian Bauer, and yes, confirmed. Time penalty, 10 seconds for number 78, Ronan Bradley, out of position start. So he did jump the rolling start early. Said it was a fly around the outside, but it was a bit too good, and the officials have given him a penalty. Martin Reynolds sliding the Escort rally style around the outside of Druids there. Well, most Mark II Escorts you see are in rallying, so why not give it a bit of a power slide. Let's have a look again. Watch the green and white BMW. Charges straight down the outside. Yes, he moved past Ricky Can, I think, before reaching the timing line there. So 10 seconds of penalties for Ronan Bradley to be applied at the end of the race, and a big fight going on behind him. Here comes Colin Voice cutting his way through. Oh, he's on the grass. Look out. That was I thought he was going to spin it there. That would have been disastrous if he'd spun in front of the pack there, Colin Voice, but he's held it together. He's up into second place. Adrian Bradley's escaped at the front. Voice now up to second. Here comes Martin Reynolds attacking Ian Bauer. It's all happening at the front of the field. We haven't got the biggest grid of Thunder cars this weekend. They're certainly enjoying a very lively race. Voice up to second. Flames spitting from the back of the Escort. I really thought he was going to spin into the pit wall there as he clipped the grass. Ronan Bradley is in third. Then we've got Ian Bauer, Martin Reynolds, Ian Craig. Anton Martin going well. Used to race classic Fords, now in his BMW. Former Bangor racer as well over at Kings Lynn and Mildenhall in East Anglia. And behind them we've got Ricky Can, whose Aston Martin has rather dropped off the pace in this one. Maybe he's got a problem. James Janicki and Kevin Denwood rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Colin Voice is reeling in Adrian Bradley. His last lap was nearly 2 seconds quicker than the BMW in front, 51.099. Bradley did a 52.9. Ronan Bradley still third on track. Team will drop down to about 9th or 10th with the penalty applied as things stand at the moment. 10 seconds, a sizable penalty. Anton Martin. Next in the order is Ricky Can, but he's quite a long way back, and Colin Voice, well, he's caught Adrian Bradley. He's likely to get past him here in the next half a lap or so, I would think. We have lost Neil Wade's BMW Mini somewhere. That hasn't come round. Look out for yellow flags out on circuit because he hasn't come into the pits, according to the timing screen. Adrian Bradley's actually pulled away a little bit again there through Druids. Here's the fight for third. Ronan Bradley, Ian Bauer, Martin Reynolds. A little gap back to Ian Craig and Anton Martin. There's Can in the Aston, we just caught a glimpse of in the background. And Ian Bauer to the inside at Clearways. Ronan Bradley leaves him a bit of room. And Ian Bauer up into third position. Is he going to try and catch Adrian Bradley and Colin Voice up the front? They're going to go almost three wide towards paddock. Look at Martin Reynolds. He's got through past Ronan as well. He's going for Ian Bauer. Ian Craig trying to get involved as well in the black and white car. Ronan Bradley fights back. 5 of them jockeying for position. 4 BMWs and Martin Reynolds escorts. Ian Craig racing this BMW M3 for many years now. Son Ross, an ex-Pre 03 touring car competitor before upgrading his Honda Civic to Thunder spec. Reynolds pulling away a little bit from Ronan Bradley. Various subclasses down the order as well, of course. We'll take you through the winners of those at the end of the race. Things have calmed down slightly now. Hilly and Craig trying to make a move here for 5th place on the inside of Ronan Bradley and goes through. Nicely done there at Druids. Now can Anton Martin move through as well? Oh, the Skyline has pulled into the pits. James Janicki in trouble. It could be down to 12 cars left running. Already lost Neil Wade's BMW Mini, which is now Honda powered. Used to have a Saab engine. Next rallycross car, that one. The outside comes Martin Reynolds. He's trying the outside. He's tried the inside on Ian Bauer. But the outside doesn't work either. Now, what's the gap between the two leaders? Bradley still leads by 3/4 of a second. Adrian Bradley, that is. And still side by side, these two. BMW versus Ford. And now Martin Reynolds will have the inside line for Graham Hill-Bent. He's gone around the outside of Druids, he's through. Good move, Martin Reynolds up into 3rd overall. Now he's in the same class, I think. No, they are in different classes, I think, Colin Voice and Martin Reynolds. Yeah, Voice is class 2 of Historic Thunder and the Escort is class 3. The way the headlights are reflecting on the tarmac there, is it raining again? I think we might have a few drops of rain coming down. So we're down to a dozen cars left running. Yes, James Janicki has pulled in. The other subclasses, Classic Thunder B is led by Adrian Bradley. C by Ian Bauer, who's attacking back again on the back of Martin Reynolds. Class G by Ronan Bradley. And Class D by Ross Craig. Subclass is based on engine spec. G is the guest class for drivers not fully registered for the championship. Anton Martin's having a go at Ronan Bradley now. Colin Voice still has the fastest lap of the race with a 51.099. His last lap was a 51.8 though. And Adrian Bradley did a 51.4, so he's pulled away again slightly. Here comes Anton Martin. Seen him out in Ford Escorts, among other things at the time. And here's Kevin Denwood under fire from Ross Craig in the black and white camo liveried Honda, and he goes through past the BMW Compact. Kevin Denwood, the ex-Kumho BMW Championship it was then. It's the Ram Air BMW Championship now, racing with another club after past years with the BARC. Blue BMW of Anton Martin still all over the tail of Ronan Bradley. Denwood gets back in front. Good fight going on here. This is for 9th place. Ross Craig leading Class D of Classic Thunder. Oh, is that a puff of smoke there out of the back of the Beamer? Yes, the Honda pulls away. Kevin Denwood's in trouble. There goes Ross Craig. Yeah, Kevin Denwood slowing down. He's out of it. Another one bites the dust. We said the Thunder cars can be temperamental, fast but fragile. Kevin Denwood looks like his engine has given up. He'll be heading for the pits. So the closest battle on track now is between these two BMWs. Adrian Bradley still leads in his, well, it was plain red at the Donington season opener, that car, that's now in a very impressive wrap livery. The Irish-born racer continues to lead with 4.5 minutes to go, chased by Colin Boyce. Kevin Denwood into the pit lane. The gap has closed up again now, but Adrian Bradley did a personal best on that lap, 51.465. Boyce did a 51.178, so he took about 0.3 of a second out of it. The gap seems to be fluctuating here between these two. They're both leading their respective divisions, classic and historic Thunder. There's the Jaguar being lapped of Melvin Hooker. Still Ronan Bradley holding off everything Anton Martin can throw at him for 6th on the road. Of course, the penalty will be applied to Ronan Bradley, so he'll probably lose a couple of spots. Depends how far ahead of Ricky Can these two are, I think. Black and white flag has been shown to number 612 as a warning for track limits. That's the race leader, Adrian Bradley. So he needs to be careful here. There's one more track limits offence and he'll have a 5-second penalty, and it will be Colin Boyce who will be in the overall lead on corrected time. 3 minutes to go. The Escort now is starting to close in. He's starting to put in that final push, his finishing move, if you like, because you'll know there's only a couple of laps left to go. It's PRG Trailers Classic Thunder and Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialists Historic Thunder Saloon race. And here comes the Escort, now he's closing him down. New fastest lap that time through, 51.094. Only a few thousandths quicker than his previous fastest lap. And the Escort is on the attack. He wants a second overall win. They're 11 seconds clear of Martin Reynolds in 3rd place now, these two. Down into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Adrian Bradley will be able to see the Escort in his mirrors and know what the score is. Still at least a couple of laps left to go yet, lapping in the 51s. Out of clearance. Comes the Brabham straight. Boyce closing in, now he's underneath the rear wing, he's going for the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, but no, the BMW able to brake later. Flash of flame from the Escort, and Adrian Bradley holds the lead. These two are still at it further back. Ronan Bradley ahead of Anton Martin, but Anton doesn't need to get past Ronan because of the penalty. That will automatically give Anton Martin 6th place. But these two still at it for the lead, 90 seconds left on the clock. Colin Boyce is not holding back, he's lunging. Can Adrian Bradley hang on for an overall win? They're coming up to lap Daniel Gandesha's BMW, he's in 10th place. Second in class. Playing class as Ian Bauer, that car. Will it be last lap this time? I don't think it will. Boyce goes to the outside, Adrian Bradley moves to block him. Yes, they'll get 2 more laps out of this. Again, Adrian Bradley holds the lead into Paddock Hill Bend, increases his lead a little bit down the drop. Great stuff in front of the field, but again, it looks like through the tighter turns, the Escort is slightly stronger. Through Graham Hill Bend, seems sizing him up there, Colin Boyce. Got a lot of experience. Along the Cooper Straight, he has a look on the inside at Surtees, he's not close enough. Coming through to start their final lap this time. Pressure is on Adrian Bradley here. Here comes Colin Boyce, can he have a look on the inside? He's up alongside the BMW, this time he's got him, and he goes through. into the final lap. Voice leads. Well judged there, coming out of Clark Curve, but Bradley is fighting back. What a tremendous race between these two. Adrian Bradley has a quick look on the inside. He can't get the line away from Colin Voice. It's going to be all on the last corner. They could finish side by side, these two. Voice is now going to try and pull away a little bit. He's done so by a couple of car lengths. Along the Cooper straight they go. Can the BMW fight back? Has he got anything left in the tank? I don't think he has. Colin Voice has pulled away. It's going to be a double for the Escort. A superb drive by Essex's Colin Voice in the turbocharged Mark 1 Escort, coming to the line for a double in our Thunder Saloons here at Brands Hatch. Colin Voice the winner. Adrian Bradley dropping back on the last lap there in second place. And Colin Voice does the fastest at 50.39 seconds on the final lap. Third place will go to Martin Reynolds after his charge through from the back. Ian Bauer is fourth. Now what about these two? Ian Craig has come over in fifth. Anton Martin, he's going to get past Ronan Bradley. Is he on the run to the line? They're side by side. This is going to be a photo finish between the two BMWs. Here they come. Ronan Bradley will get it at the line, but of course he'll have the penalty applied for the false start. So 6 goes to Anton Martin. Ricky Can, a very lonely race for him. He comes in 7th. So I think Ronan Bradley will drop to 8th. Ross Craig is 9th in the Honda. He wins his class. And the other finishers, Daniel Gandesha and Melvin Hooker, a lap down. What an excellent race there between Colin Voice and Adrian Bradley at the front of the field. Voice timing it to the start of the last lap to take the win. 2.3 seconds, the winning margin. I think that's the furthest apart they were all race long. They both win their divisions, of course. Martin Reynolds third, he wins his class, as does Ian Bauer. The other class winners down the order. Ricky Can in the Aston. Ronan Bradley, despite that 10-second penalty, wins his class. Ross Craig as well. 11 of the 14 starters going the distance. We lost Kevin Denwood and James Janicki into the pits, and Neil Wade also retiring early on in the Mini. Another excellent race here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit this weekend. Soon be able to go down to Ian in Parc Ferme, hopefully, to talk to our race winner Colin Voice.
Oh wow, Colin Voice, oh my word. Big shout, congratulations Adrian Bradley as well. He might have come second on track, but he did actually take the win in the Classic Thunder. Brilliant stuff, Colin. Wow, you left it late, but boy oh boy did you two put on a show out there.
Good God, that was a hard one. Yeah, great respect for the BMW driver.
Yeah, Adrian, brilliant.
Adrian, it just, yeah. But, yeah. What can I say?
Smile says it all.
Smile.
Look, you were just closing him down and closing him down and closing him down. Yeah. Penultimate lap, bang, you got it.
Yeah, I see a couple of bits and I knew I had to go for it narrow then. My timer was showing one more lap and I thought, this is it, it's got to go.
You were getting quicker and quicker though, Connie. Did set the fastest lap in that race as well. Tyres, pretty good, Nick, then?
Well, I've had a big problem with tyres.
Yeah.
But Martin Reynolds has helped me out a little bit.
Brilliant.
And yeah, thanks to all. Yeah, especially you.
I mean, no, I don't do anything. It's you guys who do all the work out there. And Colin, I got to say, I mean, whatever happens, you were going to pick up the historic win anyway, but it doesn't matter, does it? The fight that you two had, the respect between you two, this is what motorsport's all about, right?
Yeah.
Win, lose, draw, doesn't matter.
You know, at high speeds, you've got to... There was a couple of incidents with another chap, you know, blocking me, and I had nowhere to go. I had to keep my place there because I couldn't brake on the grass or anything. So, you know, we did have a little touching, but it's hardly anything. But when you're travelling at speed, you've got to have respect. You have.
I was down here, and you guys were coming through. There was an orange BMW on the inside. I can't remember who it was. And the speed you guys were coming through, the bravery of you all was
yeah, I think we're
fantastic.
Well up in 138, 140 mile an hour there, wow. You know, and then you've got the blind bend of paddock. That makes you hang on, however old you are.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it. I'm too scared. Gary Prebble's here as well. Of course, Gary, a winner in the Classic Touring Cars before as well. Gary, brilliant racing, wasn't it?
Fantastic.
I've seen you back out. I miss you.
I know. Yeah, I'm going to be out soon. Yeah, I saw Colin off the start. He didn't get a good start, but yeah, what a drive to come through and take the win. Fantastic. Really good.
Carl, bring it in, mate.
Thank you so much.
Bring it in. Well done, mate. That was superb stuff. Right, just before we let you go, Miltek Civic Cup coming up next. I was just chatting to a couple of the guys down in the pits. Yesterday, track temperature was at 21. Today, it's at 14. That has a huge effect on the PSI for the tyres. So just to keep an eye on that one. It just emphasises how much colder it is today. And we're seeing a lot of people in the grandstands as well. A lot of fun going on here at Brands Hatch this Sunday. Make sure you do come along and see the trucks if you get a chance. We actually head to Pembrey next in a few weeks' time. And in a couple of weeks' time, you can watch BARC TV again because we'll be at Thruxton. So a lot of action coming up. Right, I better hand over actually straight away because Civic Cup cars, they're already on track. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, good to hear from Gary Preble as well, the reigning Pre-03 Touring Car Champion. Hope we see him back on track soon. Cars coming to the grid then for the Miltek Civic Cup, second of 3 races for them here at Brands Hatch this weekend. And their race yesterday was a second win of the season for Lewis Kent, the former TCR UK champion, switching to Civic Cup this year. He led home Liam McGill from Scotland. Alistair Camp was third on the road, but a track limits penalty dropped the 2021 Civic Cup champion back to fourth behind young Harvey Caton from Staffordshire. So this is a reverse grid race, partially reverse grid race, race 2. The top 10 finishers from yesterday will start in reverse order. So it was Jack Riddell who was 10th yesterday. He'll start from pole for this race. We're hopefully going to see 27 Honda Civics out there for this one. We've got 2 classes, EP3 and FN2, 2 different shapes of Honda. Jack Riddell and Francisco Howitt on the front row of the grid, former junior saloon car man. Second row, Jake Hewlett, number 17, and the 66 is Dave Marshall. Row 3 is Matt Wilkins. He won the Goodyear Diamond Trophy class yesterday. That's for drivers aged 40 and over. He lines up alongside Wesley Swain in his FN2 Civic. Alistair Camp and Harvey Caton on row 4. And the top 2 from yesterday, Liam McGill and Lewis Kent, complete the top 10. Row 6 is number 25, Will Butt. Got a bit of a tangle with Jake Renshaw in yesterday's race, but survived to finish 11th. He starts alongside Harry England, who overcame an incident in qualifying to compete yesterday. Row 7 is 192 Adam Parker, alongside 23 Gary Townsend. He's doubling up with the Pre-66 touring cars this weekend in a Lotus Cortina. Charlotte Birch lines up on row 8 alongside Sam Nicolaou. Row 9 is 495 Mark Hughes alongside 6 Charlie Constable, another graduate of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We'll see those out in our next race. Row 10 is 79 Adam Jackson and 37 of Josh Bromley. Track limits penalties dropping him back down the order yesterday as well. He completes the top 20. Row 11 is 93 Ben Bateman, ex-short oval racer. He's done mini stocks and Formula 2 stock cars. Raced the last couple of years in a Vauxhall Nova in the Classic Stock Hatch series. Starts alongside 74 Anthony Gannon. Then we've got 76 Simon Welch alongside number 90 Jake Renshaw. He ended up in the gravel at Clearways in yesterday's race. 322 Jamie Petters is next alongside 14 Aidan Mitchell. He ended up on the infield Surtees yesterday. And at the back of the grid, a driver who missed yesterday's race, Daniel Petters, number 86, the ex-pickup truck racer among others. He had to change an engine in his car yesterday and missed qualifying in the first race, but he starts at the back here. He practiced out of session this morning with the Track Action Racing Club cars. Let's see who Ian was able to catch up with in the assembly area prior to this race.
Right, everybody, here we are, the assembly area once again, and it's time for the second race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. Remember, yesterday, Lewis Kent took the win, Alistair Camp in third, Liam McGill in second. It's going to be a fantastic title fight this season in the Civic Cup. The racing is so close as well. I've just come down to chat to Charlotte Birch. Oh, Charlotte, didn't see you there. It's almost as if we hadn't planned this at all, had we? How did yesterday go?
It was good. I don't think the results reflected the race that we had. It was probably one of the spicier races I've had in Civics, which is good. Yeah. But I think I was a little bit too kind on the opening laps, which I've woke up with my moody face on today, so going to be a bit more spicy earlier on, and hopefully not let so much go in those opening laps.
So look, I'll speak to everybody and then make sure we keep a close eye on your race. I mean, look, Brands Hatch Indy, what's so great about it?
I think just the whole grid had, I was speaking to some of the drivers after, I think the whole grid had those spicy races. I think everyone was just dicing because it's such a close grid around here. Everything.
These Civics are amazing, aren't they? I mean, you were here last year as well with the Civics, weren't you? What makes it so tight?
I think just generally any Civic Cup race is pretty tight because everyone's so evenly matched. The racing is generally like that. But around here, I think, I don't know if it's a short circuit or what, but it makes for good racing every time we come here. So
right, Charlotte, you're going to go forwards in this race, big time. Looking forward to it. I'll let you crack on here because we're about to get run over here as well. If you just pop the camera, if that's okay, on number 14, Aidan Mitchell's car yesterday, part of Ben Sharp Racing. You remember yesterday they actually retired from the race. What you didn't see is a mad scramble before that race to change a clutch. They changed a clutch in half an hour to get it onto the grid. In fact, the warm-up lap had happened, then they just managed to get it out the pit lane literally seconds before the race went green. So here we go, lots of stories happening with the Miltek Civic Cup. We are about to go racing. It's going to be another cracker. Dave, over to you.
So the car's just about to head off on their green flag lap then, the second of 3 races this weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup, promoted by Maximum Motorsports, the promoters of the TCR UK Championship based in Birmingham. I know Stuart Lyons and his team have done a lot of work over the years to bring this championship up to such a high stature. First held in 2020 and won by Bruce Winfield. Since then we've seen the most successful driver in the last 2 years, Max Edmondson. He's been champion in 2023 and 24. Alistair Camp won it in 2021. He's on this grid, the only former champion out there. And Matt Luff was the winner in 2022, now campaigning, I believe, in Audi TT elsewhere. The opening rounds of the season were at Donington in March. It was Alistair Camp who took the win in the first race, Lewis Kent taking race 2, and it was Lewis who won here at Brands yesterday. The grid for this race, we'll quickly take you through it as they come round. Jack Riddell and Francisco Howitt on the front row as the maroon and black car of Jack Riddell on pole. Francisco Howitt alongside him, number 50, is in white and red. Jake Hewlett is in black and green. Dave Marshall is an FN2 car, he's in red. Now we see the leading cars on the grid. Matt Wilkins, the winner of the Diamond Trophy for the over 40s in blue. Wesley Swain in blue, black and Dayglow yellow. Alistair Camp, the green, pink and black car, same colours as his Hyundai he races in the TCR UK Championship. There's our race 1 winner, the silver and orange car there of Lewis Kent. The other award in the championship this year is the Paul Winfield Trophy, which is contested by the highest placed rookie driver in its first year, in his or her first year in the series, or who has not finished in the top 10 positions in the championship in the past. It was Francisco Howitt who was the top runner in that division yesterday, and he starts on the front row here. So I think we've got all 27 cars out there. I saw Daniel Petters at the back having changed an engine yesterday. With Jack Riddell in pole position, number 19. It's the MJB Sports Cars machine. Francisco Howitt alongside. The FN2 class headed up by Dave Marshall, who's competed for a number of seasons now in his Civic, the KA Car Sales sponsored car. Wesley Swain behind him. Alistair Camp, the quickest of the FN2s, usually he's there on row 4. And there's a car in the pit lane. That's Lewis Kent. Lewis Kent's pulled into the pit lane. Problems for the championship leader. The bonnet is up. So Lewis Kent, if he starts, he's going to have to start late from the pit lane because the race gets underway. Well, the championship leader in trouble. We get the race underway then. And down towards that first corner, a bit of a slow start for Gary Townsend there in the 23. He's made a bit of contact with Josh Bromley. So we are underway. It's cars sliding all over the place on cold tyres. It is Jack Riddell who leads ahead of Jake Hewlett, and Dave Marshall is in third position. Oh, a tangle there. Liam McGill, Francisco Howitt's gone around. Look out, wallop. Harry England has hit the spun car of Francisco Howard. I think that was cold tyres, as it is a cold day here at Brands Hatch. Unfortunately, we've got a number of cars in trouble. They're sliding all over the place. Harvey Caton goes off, Will butts into a slide there as well. Well, they're just about to make it round the first lap. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it. There's another one going sideways. That's Gary Townsend. There's more cars going off. The 495 of Mark Hughes has tangled up with, I think that's Charlie Constable, the number 6. Well, everybody's hit problems there in the opening exchanges. Jack Riddell has got the lead, and the order completely jumbled behind them. There's Jake Hewlett, Alistair Camp in 3rd place, and beyond them, Dave Marshall. 5th position is Wesley Swain. The race has continued. They've all got going again up here at Druids after that earlier contretemps. Alistair Camp round the outside of Dave Marshall. He's up into 3rd position. It's Jack Riddell who leads the way. They slide their way through Granville Bend. There's hardly any grip out there in the early stages. It is only a short lap. They only had a short green flag lap to try and get heat into their tyres. I think that's the problem there. First 5 have broken away. Matt Wilkins, bit of damage on the front of his car. He's in 6th position. Harvey Caton 7th. Then Will Butts, the Welshman. Charlotte Birch. Adam Parker under fire from Josh Bromley. He made contact with Gary Townsend off the grid. Liam McGill's got going again in the 62. He gets ahead there of Sam Nicolaou. Now, have we lost any cars in all of that? Yeah, well, we know Lewis Kent didn't take the start. Francisco Howitt's in the pits. I think everybody else, though, has survived. Francisco Howitt took a hit in the front wheel in that spin when at Druids on the first lap. He was collected by Harry England. So the race now settling into its rhythm. Jack Riddell leads the way from Jake Hewlett in 2nd place. There's a battle further back. Josh Bromley and Will Butt at it again. They were inseparable in yesterday's race as well. Liam McGill trying to race his way back up the order, 2nd yesterday. He's got ahead of Charlotte Birch. There's one car pulling to the side there. I think that's Mark Hughes, the number 495. We saw him go off at Surtees on the opening lap. Somebody charging through up the inside there. That's Adam Parker. Wesley Swain takes Dave Marshall. That's a change for 4th place and 2nd of the FN2, the later shape Civics. 2 EP3s out in front, the early 2000s on the Civic shape. FN2, the late 2000s example. The gap coming down slightly. Hewlett giving chase. It's a tight, well, gets a tighter line. He nearly cut the corner there at Graham Hill Bend. He's taken the marker post with him. It's Riddell who continues to lead, looking for his first win of the season. He's sliding his way through. They really are cornering on the edge of adhesion here. Alistair Camp up behind them. There goes that marker post off the front bumper of Jake Hewlett's car, and he's tagged by Alistair Camp there. Alistair Camp, who began his career in short oval racing, moving up into hatchbacks on the circuits. And there's more contact. That's Ben Bateman, another ex-oval man. Sent sideways, a bit of contact with Aidan Mitchell coming through from the back after a retirement yesterday. Riddell's continuing to lead. Alistair Camp on the tail of Jake Hewlett for 2nd place. Alistair Camp, a construction company boss from Derbyshire. Busy season, doubling up with TCR UK in his Hyundai as well. Side by side, that's Josh Bromley and Liam McGill. Sam Nicolaou in behind them, and he's got one of the Petters boys up behind him, the blue and yellow car. McGill through on the inside at Graham Hill Bend. Will Butts, Gary Townsend and Adam Parker behind them. Townsend, an ex-ovaler as well, used to do Formula 1 stock cars. He's raced everything, classic touring cars to Mazda MX-5s over the years. Liam McGill somehow just about staying ahead of Josh Bromley there. Jamie Petters, 322, another junior saloon car graduate in behind Sam Nicolaou. Will Butts, the Welshman, behind them. The colours of the Welsh flag, the green, white and red. 10 minutes of this race just over, still to go. The lock up there for Sam Nicolaou. He runs out wide on the exit, so does Josh Bromley. No change for the lead at the moment. Still Jack Riddell looking for his first win in the championship. Charlotte Birch under fire. That's the number 90 of Jake Redshaw, another man coming through from the back of the grid after failing to finish yesterday. He went into the gravel after some contact at Clearways. In race 1, another race to come for the Miltek Civic Cup later on, of course. There's number 79 Adam Jackson further back in the order. holding off, I think that's Charlie Constable, and a bit of contact there. Adam Parker clips the back of Will Butt. It's going to allow Gary Townsend to go through. Jamie Petters side by side with Josh Bromley. Petters' team have raced all manner of things over the years, junior saloon cars, pickup trucks, Porsches as well. Jack Riddell has escaped somewhat because Jake Hewlett is busy trying to fend off Alistair Camp, and now Wesley Swain in there as well. Jack Riddell, the leader, is also the leader of the Paul Winfield Trophy eligible drivers. What about the over 40s club? We'll check that a bit later on. It's getting very busy towards the front of the field. I think the leading Diamond Trophy driver is Matt Wilkins in 6th place again. There's 5 eligible drivers in that category. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend they go. Still Jake Hewlett holds off Alistair Camp, allowing Riddell to get away in front. He's just done the fastest lap, 53.332. Fastest lap for Jack Riddell in the number 19, the man from Rusper near Crawley in Sussex. Hewlett holding second, comes from Stevenage in Hertfordshire, just north of London. Wesley Swain in 4th place behind Alistair Camp. Oh, Matt Wilkins has come to a stop at Druids. That car on the edge of the circuit, that could be a safety car. Just coming up to half distance in this second race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. And Matt Wilkins has stopped. So who's that going to give the lead to in the Diamond Trophy? We'll have to check down the order for that one. Josh Bromley, meanwhile, side by side with Sam Nicolaou in the Rough Living Furniture car. I think it's Gary Townsend, the top Diamond Trophy car now. Lewis Kent still with the car being worked on, so no points for him in this race. He could well lose his championship lead. Yellow flags waving at Druids because Matt Wilkins' car will be stuck there. Midfield pack comes through. Now, has Wilkins got going? No, he hasn't. He's still sat there. That's on the outside. It's just in the penalty loop used by international motorcycle racing there at Druids, the long lap penalty. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a safety car come out there, but they may protect it with yellow flags. Harry England has pulled into the pits incidentally as well. That contact with Francisco Howitt on the first lap causing a bit of damage. Howitt's got going again, though, some repairs affected there. And yes, the safety car is going to be deployed. I thought it may, with Matt Wilkins stuck on the outside of Druids. So Jack Riddell, the race leader, will be picked up by the Ford safety car. While the marshals move the number 84 car of Matt Wilkins, the Motion Motorsport car. Unfortunately, lack of motion at the moment. Something's happened to the 84. Now, he picked up a bit of damage in the bit of chaos on the first lap. I noticed some damage to the front of that car, so whether it's a legacy of that, I'm not sure. But Matt Wilkins, the man from Reading, is out of this race. And his hopes of a double in the Goodyear Diamond Trophy have disappeared as well. That's now being led, I think, by Gary Townsend, the number 23. Safety car has picked up our leader. It should be only a short safety car period here, as long as the marshals can push Matt Wilkins' car to a position of safety. Full credit again to our volunteer marshals for their sterling service out there in all weathers. Still work going on Lewis Kent's car. We can see there in pit lane, pulled in at the end of the green flag lap. There is Riddell, the leader. With the last thing he wanted to see, he got the lead up to a couple of seconds there. Now Alistair Camp and Jake Hewlett will be on him. Bit of damage to Will Butt's car there, to the front bumper. Just making sure they're in the correct order. You'll be penalised if you overtake behind the safety car. Take a look at one or two moments from that race. Well, there's where Matt Wilkins picked up the damage. He tangled with Liam McGill. Francisco Howitt spun and got collected by Harry England. That's put Harry out of the race. Francisco made a pit stop but was able to rejoin. There was so much going on that first lap on cold tyres. And the cars sliding about everywhere. That was the main incident. I thought we may see a safety car there, but they managed to get the cars moving again. Look at the passenger door on Francisco Howitt's car, pushed right in. Wilkins got going again around the outside, but then further round, Gary Townsend got sideways. Then behind him, Mark Hughes and Charlie Constable tangled. They were able to get going again. And then Matt Wilkins coming to a stop on the outside of Druids. He's able to get to safety. Doesn't seem to know what the problem with the car is. Now the marshals will clear that car away. They have done so. The trackside recovery pickup has given him a tow. And that will be placed behind the barriers up there, so another lap behind the safety car. Just over 3 minutes left on the clock. It's going to be a couple of laps sprint for the line, I think, for the Miltek Civic Cup. So can Jack Riddell hang on for victory? Alistair Camp could be in with a good chance here from third place. He's the leading FN2. Again, a full credit to our marshals. You see the yellow flags waving there. Jack Riddell backing the field up there. Are we ready to go racing once again? Yes, safety car is pulling in. Here we go. Just a couple of minutes left on the clock. It's going to be a sprint finish here at Brands Hatch for the Miltek Civic Cup. We are back underway and Jack Riddell gets the restart absolutely right. Away he goes. The first three pull away. Harvey Caton gets away well on the tail of Dave Marshall there for 5th position. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go. First three fairly well bunched together. Alistair Camp getting ready to have a go maybe at Jake Hewitt into Druids. Jake Hewlett, I should say. Wesley Swain in 4th, then Marshall, Caton. Liam McGill's recovered well after that moment on the opening lap, back up into 7th place. Here comes Harvey Caton. Moved from karting into the junior saloon cars before heading into the Civic Cup side by side there. That's Dan Petters, started from the back of the grid after that engine change, around the outside of Gary Townsend, the leading Diamond Trophy driver, and a bit of dust kicked up there by Dave Marshall, the 66, as he tries to hold off Caton and McGill. Up over the line they come. Here comes Alistair Camp. Watch that 45 car. He's tucked in behind Jake Hewlett. He goes to the outside. There's 2 more laps to go. Just over a minute on the clock as they cross the line. Jake Hewlett forcing Camp to go the long way round there at Paddock Hill Bend. Camp keeps his foot in. He's going to try and get the line, I think, for Graham Hill Bend. He'll stay alongside Hewlett around the outside and try and get the overlap into Graham Hill Bend. He's not going to do it. Hewlett moves out wide. Good driving there by Jake Hewlett for 2nd place. This is allowing Jack Riddell to build a lead up again. McGill's got ahead of Marshall and Caton. He must have done that at Paddock Hill Bend. Liam McGill, and now chasing after Wesley Swain for 4th position. Saw Liam McGill in 2nd place yesterday, a very quick driver, the Scotsman. Dave Marshall fighting back. He's got a lot of experience in Civics. He lunges at Liam McGill. They nearly door handled together. Into the last lap we go of this Miltek Civic Cup, race 2 of 3 this weekend. Another race to come for them this afternoon. A very lively race, plenty of action and incident we have seen. Side by side into Paddock Hill Bend. Marshall's got the inside line. The FN2 moves past the EP3. But Jack Riddell still leading. Jake Hewlett, he knows this is his last chance to try and attack. Alistair Camp in 3rd. He's going to be the top FN2 by the look of it. Down towards Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Well, Jack Riddell started from pole position. He's led all the way. He's survived the safety car period. Is he going to have to survive a last bend attack from Jake Hewlett? Somebody kicking up the dust at Paddock there in the background. Didn't see who that was. And Hewlett a little bit sideways there through McLaren for the last time. They're still right on the ragged edge through the last couple of corners, fighting to the end, but it's going to be Jack Riddell in car number 19. Here he comes across the line to take the win in race 2 for the Miltek Civic Cup. Hewlett second, Camp third, Wesley Swain is fourth, Dave Marshall does hold off Liam McGill, then Harvey Caton, Jamie Petters coming through for 8th, good drive by him, and Dan Petters 10th from the back of the grid behind Josh Bromley. Good drive by Dan Petters. A breathless race there for the Miltek Civic Cup. A few incidents on cold tyres early on, but all but 3 cars, I think, made it home. Lewis Kent did get out to do a couple of laps at the end. He lost Harry England and Matt Wilkins, of course. So Jack Riddell the winner by less than 0.3 of a second in the end. Alistair Camp in third, and he set the fastest lap on the final lap of the race, the leading FN2, 53.212. Wesley Swain fourth ahead of Dave Marshall, then it's McGill, Caton, Petter's boys in the top 10, both of them, good drives by them. Josh Bromley splitting them. Jake Renshaw 11th from the back, and Will Butt, Adam Parker and Aidan Mitchell also started towards the back. Gary Townsend completing the top 15. I think he has taken the Diamond Trophy classification. Jack Riddell wins the Paul Winfield Trophy split. Let's head down into Parc Fermé with Ian.
Oh, well, it's a race of firsts. It is Jack Riddell's first win in the Miltek Civic Cup, and look at what it means to him. He's a very happy man. Mate, how does that feel?
Feels awesome, honestly. Like, yeah, I don't know how I did it.
It was a bit of a nervy finish as well. Were you kind of hoping it might finish under the safety car?
Honestly, I was hoping. Like, I got a good start off the safety car, but yeah, I was really hoping that it finished on the safety car, honestly.
Well, I'll tell you what, you look like a serious seasoned campaigner. You were cool, calm and collected. You deserve that. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Awesome, yeah.
Enjoy it, won't you? It's also a first ever podium for Jake Hewlett as well. Let's get him out. And of course, he had a great battle with our third place man, Alistair Camp. Third place on track, but actually a good day so far for him in the championship. Let's grab the boys here. Jake, congratulations on the podium. But I'll tell you what, it got a bit nervy near the end, didn't it?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just like obviously really happy to be here. That's why we've come here, because the competition's really great. I think that's quite clear to see out there. Obviously, just want to say a massive thank you to Tim and Michelle at Mill Street Motors and Lewis and Ryan at Europa Crash Centre. They're our title sponsors. Without them, impossible. Obviously, Area Motorsport for giving us a great car. My brother Ashley, the missus for putting up with me, of course. But yeah, no, super happy with that one. I thought we could have had it, but we had to defend, of course. So yeah, it was really tough. I thought we might have got it, but mega race from Jack, and yeah, great all round.
It's going to be a good season, isn't it?
It is. They're all rapid.
Well done, mate. Well done, and congratulating the missus as well, because very important indeed. Let's grab Alistair Camp, third on track, just like he was yesterday. Alistair, very quickly, third on track. You almost got him near the end, but actually with Lewis Kent pulling off, pretty good day for the championship so far.
Yeah, it's never nice to see it, but yeah, I've seen it in the mirror. I think it was Liam got out of shape, and I just seen him on the grass. Whether he got tagged, I don't know, but yeah, I just seen Carnage and I thought, right, now's my time, and then I rolled in roadblock Jake. I couldn't get around him, so I was like, no way. I thought
you're going to have to work for this, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I thought if I could get him, then I could attack Jack, but yeah, hey, Jack lives to fight another day, tell him.
He lives to fight another day, I will tell him. Nice one, Alice. Cheers, mate. Alistair Camp, great day. Look at what it means for Jack Riddell there. Fantastic stuff. He's just chatting now with Jake Hewlett, our top two, and of course Alistair Camp in third place. Magnificent racing overall for the Miltek Civic Cup. It never, ever disappoints. And great news as well, we do have a third race coming up later in the day. Next up, more thrilling, more close racing as well. The Citroen Saxos, as you can see, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They are about to head out on track, so I better hand back to Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, getting ready for our next race, the second of 3 this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Identical Citroen Saxo VTRs, handled by 14 to 17-year-old young guns, mostly making the move up from karting or short oval racing. Yesterday, we saw a good battle at the front between Josh Salvadori and Wilf Butler for the race win, but that was only on track because both of them were hit by track limits penalties, and it was a first win for Luca Maserati in his second year in the championship. Last year's top rookie, he took the victory. Ollie Kerr was classified second and Lewis Stannard in third. Salvadorian Butler dropped to 5th and 6th. Kyle Wells got a track limits penalty as well, and that dropped him to 7th place. So let's hope the drivers avoid penalties in this event. We've got 18 of the young guns here. We'll give you the grid in a moment, but let's see who Ian caught up with ahead of this race first of all.
Right, everybody, almost time for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Second race of the weekend for them. An absolute cracker yesterday. Well, in fact, it was a little bit confusing. It was Luca Maserati who ended up taking the win despite finishing third on track due to a couple of penalties ahead of him. It also means it's 4 races in a row on the podium for him. But somebody else who had a very special day, we've got Lexi Powell here. Let's just have a quick chat. Congratulations, because you were the Goodyear driver of the day yesterday. Tell us about your experience.
Well, getting the driver of the day was a very good thing because we've had problems all weekend. Other than the race one yesterday, I've literally done about 10 laps, including Friday and qualifying, because just had no power at all. Even in the race, I've not got past 90 miles an hour down the straight, got no power.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's your expectations from this race then?
Well, hopefully the car will be a bit better. I know it's not perfect yet, but just to finish again, really.
It's still about building a lot of experience, only still very new to this championship, but what's it been like so far being part of the Junior Saloon Car Championship?
It's been really good, I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Had ups and downs, but it's been very good.
Great stepping stone to bigger things maybe?
Yes.
Great. Right. Good luck for the race. Thank you for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Yes, here are the rest of the Junior Saloon cars. We had an absolute cracker yesterday. We're in for an absolute thriller right now. It is the second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, let's take you through the grid then. Josh Salvadori and Wilf Butler, the protagonists from yesterday, are on the front row. This grid's set by the second fastest time in qualifying yesterday. They were only separated by 1,000th of a second for their second fastest time. Second row, Kyle Wells and Luca Maserati, with Ollie Kerr and Lewis Stannard on row 3. Row 4, 2 of our rookies this year, Ollie Smith and Louis Austin. Completing the top 10, Max Scharfegger, and scholarship winner of the winter, Martin Wright, all the way from Cornwall. Row 6, the Kersley Motorsport car of Matthew Swatton starts alongside Leon Holly, who rolled his car in testing on Friday. That's been repaired. Sherry-Ann Powell and Joe Wood on row 7. Bailey Roberts, making his debut this weekend on row 8, starts alongside Tom Algar. And then on the final row, we have Tim Leonard, another debutant this weekend, and Lexi Powell, who we just heard from. Lexi Powell, if she finishes here, that'll get one over on her father Steve, who retired from the truck race earlier on. Bit of father-daughter rivalry possibly here this weekend. It's good to hear from Lexi. She was a bit nervous to talk to us, I remember, at Donington on her debut at the season opener, where it was Wilf Butler, Josh Salvadori and an overjoyed Lewis Stannard who divided the wins up between themselves. And yesterday it was Luca Maserati who inherited his maiden win after the top 2, who are on the front row here, were penalised. Josh Salvadori in the red Lightning McQueen look-alike car on pole position. It's not number 95 though, sadly, it's number 110. Wilf Butler in black and white alongside him. The white car with the Dayglow yellow flashes, that's Kyle Wells. You can see he's pointing towards the middle here. Away we go then with our second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon cars. These identical 1600cc Citroen Saxos down towards the first corner. Salvadori it is who's made the stars ahead of Wilf Butler. Side by side for third. Looks like Kyle Wells has just got his nose in front of Luca Maserati up into P3 with the yellow mirrors there. Maserati with the black bonnet in fourth. Behind them, Lewis Stannard as they head into Druids for the first time. Ollie Kerr in the Simpson Race exhaust car is 6, and off goes Maserati onto the outside, but he keeps his foot in. He could get third here. They bang wheels down the hill. Luca Maserati and Kyle Wells together. Kyle Wells began his career in Ninja Karts on the short ovals. Raced those when he was only 6 years of age. And Luca Maserati, they're still side by side. They won't get through there. Over the grass goes Wells, neither of them giving an inch. Maserati is now up into third place, and ploughing wide there, Max Scharfegger nearly loses the number 23 car. Kyle Wells lost momentum as a result of that trip over the grass. Lewis Stannard up the inside in the number 19, and Ollie Kerr tucked in behind him, got second place. Yes, Ollie Kerr's bump drafting Lewis Stannard. This is not NASCAR. We don't need to bump draft each other, I don't think. Goodness me. So Maserati up to third, comes from a famous GT racing family. His father Piers, a former British GT champion. Up the inside, Ollie Kerr, past Kyle Wells. Then we've got Ollie Smith, the green and blue car, and just behind him is Louis Austin, one of our debutants this season. Ollie Smith and Louis Austin currently battling for the honours of top rookie. Behind them, Max Scharfegger. Patrick Scharfegger, the name many will know. He's a former Caterham Academy champion. Scharfegger family have raced in the Citroën C1 Enduro series as well. Starting to settle down now in this second lap. There's Martin Wright, who won the scholarship for the series over the winter, under fire from Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Motorsport car. Alex Kersley, the Hyundai Coupe Cup racer, runs that team. St Harvey drove the car last season. Harvey now in the Hyundais, had a very good debut recently at Oulton Park. Up the inside there goes Kyle Wells, retakes Ollie Kerr into P5. It's Josh Salvadori who leads the way in the 110 Saxo. Wilf Butler in behind. He won the season opening race at Donington Park. 4 different winners from 4 races so far. Squeal of tyres as they come through Graham Hill Bend. Maserati third, Stannard is fourth, Kyle Wells holding off Ollie Kerr. Louis Austin's got ahead of Ollie Smith, and a tangle there. Leon Holly and Joe Wood have tangled up, and just avoiding them on the inside. I think that was Tim Leonard in the green car. Leon Holly gets going, his wing mirror's hanging off. That car has already been rolled this week in testing. Joe Wood rejoins at the back of the field. We've also lost Sherry-Ann Powell into the pit lane. Problems for her. So the 2 tangled cars have rejoined. Wilf Butler's getting closer and closer to our race leader, Josh Salvadori, who holds the inside line into Druids. We saw this yesterday. We're never separated by more than a few centimetres. And too many off-track excursions took their toll, sadly, on the race results. Lifting a wheel there, Josh Salvadori, as he goes through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Still in third is Maserati, then we've got Lewis Stannard, and a gap back to the Kerr and Wells battle. It is Kyle Wells with the yellow mirrors ahead of Ollie Kerr. Then we've got Louis Austin, Ollie Smith, Patrick Scharfegger under fire from Max Scharfegger, sorry, under fire from Matthew Swaffer. Over the line come the leaders. There's 0.2 of a second in it between the two of them. Wilf Butler is all over Josh Salvadori here. Salvadori from Chelmsford in Essex on his local circuit. Butler in his wheel tracks. From Tadley over in Berkshire. Go clear now of Maserati in third. He's starting to pull away from Stannard. This is the main battle developing. Kerr having a go at Wells. Matthew Swatton moving up on Max Scharfegger. Nearly lost it on the opening lap in that grey number 23 machine, the CSC racing car. Things calming down after the opening exchanges now. They're into their rhythm at 1/3 distance. It's a 15-minute race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The fastest lap has just been recorded by both the leaders, identical times, 58.764 for both Salvadori and Butler. That's how evenly matched they are. We said earlier, their second fastest times in qualifying were 1/1000th of a second apart for pole position in this race. That's how equal these two drivers are. Salvadori has got the upper hand on track at the moment. Leon Holly has pulled into the pits, possibly a bit of damage after that tangle with Joe Wood. The Devon driver from Cullompton looks like he's out of this one. Been a rather fraught debut season for him so far in Junior Saloon Cars. Had a few spins at the season opener at Donington. It's all about learning your craft in circuit racing for these youngsters. Remember, there's drivers as young as 14 years of age in this championship. One car in the pits there, no, that's just one of the Civics on the move. Charlotte Birch's car. I noticed Lewis Kent's car was still being worked on as well. Wilf Butler is still in the wheel tracks of Salvadori. He's just done the fastest lap, 58.665 for Wilf Butler, the Muni hire car, moving to the inside. Can he get a move done here into Druids? No. Door is closed by Josh Salvadori. Black and white flag for track limits being shown to Matthew Swatton and to Max Scharfegger in the midfield. So that's just a warning, no time penalty unless they transgress again. There's Scharfegger on the tail of Louis Austin, and where is Swatton? He was behind Scharfegger. Has he had a moment somewhere? Yes, he's dropped back, so Matthew Swatton, he must have had an off somewhere, I think, or whether he's got a problem. He's dropped away in the Kersley Motorsport car. Joe Wood is still going after that tangle earlier on. He's at the back of the field. I mentioned Lexi Powell earlier on, her lack of power yesterday. She's now up to 13th place. She's ahead of Tim Leonard and Martin Wright, so she's running well. Still the two leaders, absolutely line astern. Still Wilf Butler, able to get past Josh Salvadori. It's a wheel onto the curb there on the outside. That might lose him a little bit of momentum. Maserati still third ahead of Stannard. And a gap back to Wells and Kerr, who are still line astern. Past half distance in this 15-minute race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They'll close the programme later on as well with their third race. And I'll be hoping the rain stays away. Their meeting here at Brands Hatch a year ago was badly affected by heavy rain. I think it's Kyle Wells who was involved in a big shunt as a result of the conditions when he spun and was collected by Jude Cooper. He's still defending vigorously from Wilf Butler. Just cannot find a way around it. That's with the widest Citroen Saxo in the country right now. Still lapping in the 58.7s, just off their ultimate best. Maserati still third. Here's the battle for fifth. Kyle Wells still holding off Ollie Kerr. Simpson Racing's horse livery, of course, the company owned by Matt Simpson, ex-British touring car race winner. Now busy looking after his son Ben's own racing career on the short ovals and in karting. Ollie Smith going well in 7th place. What can Butler do this time? He's going to have a look on the inside. Now he's got a run on Josh Salvadori, has he? No, he hasn't. The door is closed again. Thought Wilf Butler was going to get his nose down the inside there into paddock. Still the battle rages on. Black and white flag has been shown to Kyle Wells, 4.48 as a warning about exceeding track limits, and the number 7, which is Joe Wood at the back of the field. He's got ahead of Tim Leonard now, incidentally. That's, I think, he's the bright green car. That's the car Kyle Roberts raced last season. See it in the background there going down Paddock Hill. Time penalty being given to somebody. Max Scharfegger has got a 5-second penalty, so he must have offended again on track limits. So Max Scharfegger, who's in 8th place, will be receiving a 5-second penalty. There's the battle between Wells and Kerr. They're still line astern. It's under 5 minutes to go, so we're at 2/3 distance. Josh Salvadori has led all the way. Is Wilf Butler just biding his time? Perhaps he's going to ambush him on the last lap. Well, Ollie Kerr having a look there. He's not biding his time. He's having a go at Kyle Wells in the Vinner Sport car. Down into Graham Hill Bend once again. Taking some curb on the inside. Black and white flag is shown to Louis Austin, number 26. Wilf Butler's dropped back by a car length or so there. Salvadori's been able to establish a little more of a lead. Butler, it won't take long for him to be back on the tail of the number 110. Who's back onto him there at Paddock Hill Bend? 0.318 of a second in it as they cross the line. That's the biggest gap I think we've had between these two all race long. Maserati in third place still, ahead of Stannard. Rolls ahead of Kerr. Back at the tail of the field, Joe Wood has got back ahead of Tim Leonard. In fact, the green car, I think, is Bailey Roberts, number 98, not Tim Leonard. So presumably, Bailey is a relative of Kyle, who raced that car last season. Apologies if that is not the case. We continue to watch our two leaders. Still one car length apart. Butler moves up again. Now he's back on the tail. Still the gap is 0.2 of a second. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Maserati looking fairly safe in third ahead of Lewis Stannard. Looks like Max Scharfegger may have made a move on Smith there further back. Pick up the lower reaches of the top 10 if we can. But Scharfegger's got that penalty, of course, to be applied. Still Matthew Swatton rounding out the top 10, where he has dropped away from the battle between Smith, Scharfegger and Austin. Luca Maserati still in third place, fresh from his maiden win in the championship yesterday in the Vision-sponsored car. He's about 4.2 seconds off our two leaders. Stannard with one win to his name from Donington Park. He was in the right place at the right time on a safety car restart, made up about 4 places, everybody else slid wide. Hardly believe that he'd taken the win. Car number 7, Joe Wood, has been given a 5-second penalty, and so has Kyle Wells. So Kyle Wells will get a penalty for exceeding track limits. That's going to drop in behind, at the very least, Ollie Kerr, and behind Ollie Smith as well. Scharfegger has made the move on Louis Austin, not Sir Ollie Smith, as I said earlier, sorry. There's Ollie Smith, the green and blue car, love the green headlights. We're in the closing stages now, just 1 minute left on the clock. Leaders will be coming round to start their last lap this time. There's Scharfegger, ahead of Louis Austin. A battle between Louis and Ollie Smith for the Rookie of the Year honours this year. So here come your leaders. Where is Tim Leonard? Just ahead of the leaders, about to be lapped. Tim Leonard in the Orex competition car, the white and orange, not the green car I said earlier, getting our rookies mixed up there. Sorry about that. Coming round to start their final lap. Now, is Wilf Butler going to launch one last effort to try and get ahead of Josh Salvadori? Still in the wheel tracks. He's spent the whole race in the wheel tracks of Josh. Is he waiting until the final lap up towards paddock? We're hoping that Tim Leonard has seen them coming there. Will move out of the way. In his first ever race weekend with the Junior Saloon Cars, he gets the blue flag there to warn him from the marshals. He'll move aside at Druids and let the leaders through. He's done so. Good driving by Tim Leonard. Is Wilf Butler going to be able to do it? He's going to have to try and get his nose up the inside through clearways, or try and slipstream on the run to the line. But Josh Salvadori will hug the pit wall, I'm sure, on the run up to the flag, and Butler may not get his chance. Here they come. Towards clearways for the final time. I think Josh Salvadori has done enough. Well, his race was spoiled by a penalty yesterday. No problem for him today, though. Up across the line, the first 2-time winner of the season in Junior Saloon Cars is Josh Salvadori. He leads Wilf Butler home by 0.293 of a second. Luca Maserati keeps up his unbroken run of podiums this year in third. Lewis Stannard is fourth, and then a gap back to 5th place They cross the line. Kyle Wells crosses the line in 5th, but with the penalty applied to him, it'll be Ollie Kerr who takes 5th. Ollie Smith is 6th. And we'll wait to see where the rest of them place. A couple of penalties with Wells and Scharfegger. I think Wells will get 7th, Austin 8th, Scharfegger 9th, Matthew Swatton is 10th. 11th across the line is going to be the 35, the orange car of Tom Algar. And there's Bailey Roberts, the bright green machine, ahead of Martin Wright, who dropped back as the race went on there into 13th. Next across the line will be Joe Wood in 14th place. He'll be penalised, and so 14th will go to Lexi Powell. It's her best finish so far. Joe Wood and Tim Leonard, a lap down, complete the finishers, because we lost Leon Holly and Sherry Ann Powell into the pits. So Josh Salvadori, the winner. They were never more than about 0.3 of a second apart, he and Wilf Butler, during that race. Butler gets the fastest lap of 58.665. Luca Maserati, that's 5 podiums out of 5 so far this year. Lewis Stannard 4th ahead of Ollie Kerr and Ollie Smith. Kyle Wells, the 5-second penalty, down to 7th place. Also getting a 5-second penalty was Max Scharfegger. He finishes 9th behind Louis Austin. Matthew Swatton rounds out the top 10 ahead of Tom Algar, Bailey Roberts and Martin Wright. And well done Lexi Powell, a fine 14th place ahead of Joe Wood, Tim Leonard, and we lost Leon Holly and Sherry Ann Powell. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Oh yes, we are live. Josh, congratulations. Great stuff. Look, I mean, that makes up for yesterday, didn't it? A couple of time penalties yesterday. Same match, a bit of deja vu. Same top 3 as yesterday. But unfortunately, you didn't get the win due to the time penalties. Today, though, same top 3 and it stands. How do you feel?
I'm just so elated. Can't thank the team enough. All the hard work they're putting in to keep me at the front.
It so makes up for yesterday, doesn't it? And we're starting to see a bit of a clear picture here in the championship, aren't we, between yourself, Wilf, and Luca?
Yeah, I mean, we're 3 good mates and teammates, and hopefully we can have a good season together.
Top man, well done, congratulations, enjoy that. Yes, a ciao indeed for Josh Salvador. Right, let's grab the boys over here as well. Luca Maserati, by the way, as well. Let's grab both. Can I grab both of you boys? Wilf, let's grab you 2 second place again. This time it stands. Happy?
Yeah, definitely. Amazing result for the team. Another 1, 2, 3 after Donington as well.
You 3 are looking good. I was just saying to Josh there, championship picture's starting to take shape a little bit and you're right in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, long season yet, but it's looking promising for us. Hopefully get some more points on the board and yeah, carry momentum through to Fruxton after the last race.
Top man, well done, congratulations. Luca, now I make that about 5 podiums in a row now. Every single race this season you've been in the top 3. You are right in this, aren't you? You are quick.
Yeah, it's good. Obviously not the pace we had compared to these 2, but we're going to keep on getting the podiums, keep on picking up a good haul of points, and consistency is key in this championship. Finish every race and you'll win with a shot at the end.
The numbers will certainly look after themselves, won't they? What can you do perhaps to just bridge that gap a little bit? There was a bit of a gap between these 2 boys, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was a few things to work on. Brands isn't my favourite track, to be honest,
Okay.
so that is one thing, but yeah, there's always ways we can improve, and hopefully we can do that in race 3 and be close to them.
Top man, well done, congratulations mate, really happy for you. That's 5 podiums in a row for that man. Also, by the way, if somebody can get me some decent internet as well so I can connect and actually hear what's going on, that would be fantastic stuff. Right, we move into the lunch break now. Don't go anywhere though, we're going to have a grid walk very, very shortly for the British Truck Racing Championship. That's going to be an absolute corker. It's going to get very, very, very busy here. I'm going to hand over to Pointy very, very shortly. We'll make our way over there. Plenty of racing still to come up this afternoon. I think we've got 8 races still to go. There is another junior saloon car race. That's actually the final race of the weekend coming up. Timetable gets a bit mismatched, doesn't it? Where we have red flags. That's scheduled for around about 5:30, I think. Now we've still got 2 more British Truck Racing Championship races to go. Track Action, we're going to see them for the first time just after the next truck race, and we've still got another Civic Cup race and plenty more classic touring car racing club action for you as well. As ever, wherever you're watching this, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. It's completely free for you to tune in, and as ever, thank you to you guys for watching as well. I'm going to hand back to Dave and I'll see you very soon.
Well, thanks so much indeed, Ian. So we now go into our lunch break. take a look at what's happening this afternoon. We'll have the trucks out on track for the grid walk, and then their fourth race. The grid based on the result of race 2 from yesterday with the top 8 reversed. That was won, of course, by Stuart Oliver, the second race yesterday. That's followed by the Track Action Racing Club, and that's a bit of a mix, really. We've got all manner of different saloon cars out in that one of different kinds. A couple of more GT orientated cars as well. We've got a Toyota MR2 and a Nissan 350Z among the entry there. That is followed up by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. They've got over 30 cars here this weekend, going right back in time to the 50s and 60s. The Civic Cup are then back out for their third race. That's followed by the CTCRC Pre-83 Group 1 touring car, sponsored by Shell Oils. They had a great race yesterday with the likes of the Escorts and Jonathan Corker's Datsun battling at the front. A final truck race is next up after that. Then the second race for Track Action, and the final race of the weekend is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Big thanks to everybody looking on. We haven't had a chance to read out your comments so far today, but thank you to everybody who's commented, liked and subscribed through the course of the day. Please do so if you have not already. Well, I'm going to take a quick lunch break. It's time for lunch and a cup of tea, I think, now. So we'll await our grid walk coming up with Pointy and Ian fairly shortly.
So, a bit of a different angle and a bit of a different truck as well. We are here with the all-new Adam Bin. Where have you got all this from? How's it happened? I mean, it's not an easy thing building a race truck, is it?
No, and it's a task I wouldn't suggest anyone to do.
Ever again.
No, it's been a lot of hard work and hard times to build it. People don't understand how much money, time and effort you have to sacrifice to do this.
Well, it's been on the back burner now. Well, I say the undercurrents is a better word for it, for quite some time. When did you actually start this project?
We started officially building the truck this time last year. We've had some of the parts for previous years we've gathered over time, because we have to buy a complete rogo and tractor unit, strip it back to chassis rails. And me and Gareth have worked endless nights, sacrificed everything we can to get here. We lost a major sponsor 3 weeks before coming here, but we still pushed on to get here, and driving this round now is absolutely superb. We've still got some gremlins because it's the first time we tested it.
Yeah, exactly, this is it.
But we're certainly, hands off to Gareth, what he's done with the chassis and everything else, and the rest of the team for what we've achieved, and the rest of our family, what they've had to sacrifice as well, letting us have the time to build it.
I don't think people truly understand the amount of strain it puts on family, because there's so much time away. There needs to be a great support from other members of the family to keep the world going whilst you're focusing everything on this.
Yeah, obviously Gareth's family, my family. I've just had a newborn baby as well.
Well, congratulations.
We're doing everything at once, so
yeah.
But it's, you go big or go home, as they
well,
say.
who'd want it easy, honestly?
No, what we've built is a full Mercedes chassis from scratch. Mercedes cabs, all hand built by us. So it's only us to blame if it goes wrong. But we've also got on the back a good friend and sponsor of us, Steve Miller, died earlier this year. So we put a little bit of a memorabilia for him on the back this weekend.
That's a really nice touch, that is, and obviously what an honour to be looking out over an incredible bit of engineering. I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start with the bolts, let alone anything else that's going on here. But
There's no gas boiler or
no boilers, no radiator. Well, there might be a radiator. I think I could figure one of these out.
Radiators under there, the intercooler's here, the turbo's water cooled.
Wow,
So,
water cooled turbo.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I'm not even going to pretend to know much about this, but is this a common thing in the British truck racing?
No, we've run it for years. But
Oh, really?
Yeah, but on our other truck it was all under the cab, so you couldn't see what we was running.
Right.
But it helps prolong the life of the turbo because it keeps the bearings and the oil that goes in it cooler.
How
so it prolongs it.
interesting. I mean, it makes perfect sense because they do get so hot. But isn't it weird how you see some, again, to those guys out there that might not know much about turbos, the turbo jackets. And now that's obviously to keep them hot as opposed to keeping them cool.
Yeah, they're to keep them hot, and a lot of it is to actually stop the heat transferring from the hot side to the cold side, and from the manifold going to the cold side of the turbo as well.
Right, I tell you, we're learning stuff. I think we should do like a whole series of getting to know the engines of race trucks.
But isn't it funny? A driver knows all this, doesn't just turn the wheel.
Oh no, that's one thing that I do believe separates massively from a lot of other race series, is the fact that drivers aren't just drivers. I mean, when we walked up to interview you just now, you were going through the laptop, looking at telemetrics. Well, what? It's a big word for Saturday morning, that is. Well, look. Fantastic to see you. Congratulations on the new addition. Well, both new additions, I suppose. Probably more of a heartache, this baby, than the other one, right?
Yeah, he's over there asleep in a pushchair.
Oh, well, I'm surprised I haven't woken him up yet. Right, great to see you again. Thank you very much, Adam Bint, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
So here we are with another fresh face for the 2025 season, but an old friend of mine, and I mean that because I've known you a long time.
Long time.
That's it. My God, these fire suits, I don't know whether they're meant to put the fire in or keep the fire out.
In,
definitely looks hot. Graham, absolutely fantastic to see you on circuit.
Good to be here.
Where was your head?
Rude.
Unbelievable. We're leaving that in. As long as you got his face in it, we're leaving that in. Just so it's his fault. Sorry about that, Graham. Unbelievable. So, so what was going through your mind when you took what some would see as a dream come true opportunity to go from spectator/sponsor to actual driver?
It's just something I've always wanted to do. So, I was talking to Neil, got the opportunity off Steve. Phone call, we had a little bit of a meeting. You want to drive one of my trucks, and here we are.
And here we are.
Here we are, yeah, loving it.
Is it fun?
It is fun, yeah. Wasn't so much fun yesterday when I went into the gravel, but...
Yeah, but you weren't the only person that went into the gravel.
No, we won't mention any names there.
I mean, because this is a rare opportunity, especially from someone in my position, to be able to get that fresh, raw excitement, that thrill that someone's like, OMG, I'm actually about to race around Brands Hatch in a real super duper race condition, every mistake counts kind of situation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know what to say to that. Really. Yeah, it is exciting. I just need to get to grips with them corners a bit more, that's all. And I think I'll get there.
You've got the whole season ahead of you. Is there any particular track that you're really looking forward to this year?
I believe Le Mans might be exciting.
Ooh, just to be there.
Yeah. Pembury I've done a few times in testing.
I think everybody has, yeah.
So yeah, I'd say Le Mans.
Yeah, I tell you, I wouldn't mind seeing the books at Pembury. The amount of flipping track time people have had there since November.
Yeah, we've had a few hours.
That's incredible. Well, look, Graham, thanks for joining us. I hope you have a fantastic year. Congratulations, effectively, because it sounds like a dream come true, and what an opportunity.
Well, we're the oldest one on the track, so let's see.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, come on.
Spring chicken.
Yeah.
It's all lies. Graham Paul, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Gray.
Cheers,
well done, buddy. Cheers. Right then, continuing on with the theme of 2025, another fresh face joining us in Division 2, Jake Evans, ladies and gentlemen, with a very clean looking truck behind you. Obviously, you've been washing that. Yep. Now, tell us, preparation for the 2025 season, what have you had to go through?
Pulling the deal together is the biggest thing for us. We're not blessed with loads of money, so we rely heavily on the sponsors. So we do a lot of business with the sponsors that we have. So we're either customers of or supply to a lot of our partners. That's how we do it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
pulling that deal together late last year was the key, really. And then as soon as we knew we had that ready to go, December, January, February was spannering the thing back together, because obviously it's been a few years since it was out on the grid, and then a bit of testing at Pembury, and yeah, she's away.
So how have you been involved with racing before truck racing? What have you done to? Because obviously we know getting your tickets quite tricky nowadays. So what did you have to go through to be part of the pack?
Yeah, I did very little karting when I was younger, very young, sort of 10, 11 age. Ran out of money, just like most people do.
It's an expensive game, racing, I tell you what.
Horrendously expensive, and we looked at doing some of the junior formula and we just couldn't afford it. So yeah, to get the licence for this, it's just a standard odds test, which we did in December last year, and then we had to do some sort of MSA sign-off. So we went to Pembury and had to do a minimum of a certain amount of hours. Instruction from, we had Dave Jenkins, a Division 1 driver, had to instruct us to make sure we were safe enough. So yeah, we got the sign-off for that, and then here we are.
We were speaking to Dave Jenkins earlier in the weekend, and yeah, he mentioned you. So he's got some split loyalties here, because obviously he's been working with Bradley as well, and obviously, but really I think his money's on you.
Yeah, no, we had a couple of good days at Pembury, to be fair. Obviously we'd never met the Weaver lads before, so we went there the first time, and they were all hospitable to each other. We're going to work together as much as we can through this. We're both obviously very new. Using Dave for all his worth on the knowledge side.
Too right,
20 years of experience doesn't come cheap, but no, we're both getting the most out of him.
That's fantastic, and again, it's just great to see that you've got that camaraderie among drivers, among divisions, and it's all about just enjoying the sport, isn't it?
It's fantastic. There's nothing quite like this anywhere else in the world, I don't think. There's the FIA Championship and then the British, but we missed it last year. We missed it heavily last year. We went to spectate at Donington, and just being in that paddock atmosphere, and you know what it's like. You've been here long enough now, and we were here years ago, and you just miss it. It's not just the racing, like you say, it's the camaraderie and the people around you. Even when the new boys come in, it's because we're all in a similar industry for work, so we all get along really well. And a couple of lads like Weaver isn't far away from us in terms of location where we are at home. So
do you drive haulage during the week, or because I know a lot of the guys that are behind the wheels of these racing machines are actually lorry drivers by trade?
No, I don't know. I've got an office job, believe it or not.
Oh,
I don't even work for my dad anymore. I actually work for Cummins, the engine supplier.
Oh wow, nice.
So yeah, I'm a service engineer for them, but it's more territory based, so it's office based role and round the world bits. So no, any spare time I have, we're either working on this or I'm working for my dad putting engines together for the workshop. So never have a spare minute.
There's no spare minutes in truck racing, that's for sure. Well, look, it's been fantastic talking to you, Jake. Thank you very much for joining us in the wonderfully mental world of British Truck Racing Championship, and yeah, I'm sure we'll catch up with you again during the year.
Perfect.
Cheers, buddy. Good talking to you.
Top job.
Great one. So, don't turn around if you're scared of crowds.
I'm scared of crowds. I'm scared of heights. I'm scared of crowds. I'm scared of everything.
I'll tell you what, this is one of the best parts of the season, especially when we get chances to do the grid walks, especially at this prestigious circuit of Brands Hatch.
Pointy, it's one of my highlights because you are so good at it. You are basically the Martin Brundle of trucks.
Oh, careful.
That is what you are. So look, I'm going to get off. I'm going to go get a sandwich.
And I'm going to find celebrities that don't want to talk
I'm too scared.
to me. Okay, go in, Waterhouse, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, here we are on the pit straight, the grid of the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch, and there are absolutely thousands of people that have queued up for quite some time from all around the circuit to get onto the grid, get up close and personal with the trucks in their natural environment. So yeah, we're going to try and see if we can speak to some people. You, come over here, come on, loudmouth, that's it. Yeah, no, come on, let's have you. There we go. Right, what's your name? Where'd you come from?
Harrison, Kings Hill.
Harrison from Kings Hill, is that far away?
Yeah, half hour-ish.
Half hour-ish, okay. So you're here to see the trucks today?
Yep.
Which one's your favourite? You don't have to know the name, just the colour.
That red one over there, number 3.
Number 3, Steve Powell, local lad himself as well. He's less than half an hour down the road. Are you staying for the whole day?
Yeah.
And the most important question, are you going to be back for the fireworks at the end of the year?
Maybe.
Maybe. No commitment here, ladies and gentlemen. Right, thank you very much, Harrison. Off you go. Serves you right for shouting down the camera, you see. We'll get him. Right. Alan's, how we doing? What we got here? What's your name?
Stanley.
Stanley and?
Sebastian.
Stanley and Sebastian. And who's this?
Stephen.
Stephen. They like the S's in that family, don't they? My goodness. And who are we here to see today, Stanley and Sebastian?
The racing. Yeah.
The racing? Any particular racing?
The truck racing.
The truck. Which one's your favourite?
And the car racing and the truck racing.
Oh, which is your favourite truck?
The safety truck and the Volvo one.
The Volvo one and the safety truck. Well, I'm sure they'll be super chill. So Stuart Oliver and this one, my son calls them the Batman trucks. They used to be black and yellow, you see. The old GT colours, black with yellow stripes. Loved them, the Batman racing trucks. So, yeah. Teeth back in. Henry, I'm here. Hello, sorry. Shout out to Henry, my son. Who else have we got? Come on in. Guys, SSS, have a great day. Thanks for coming to Brands Hatch for the British trucks. Who have we got here? I'll tell you what, come and stand over here. We've got a better background in, haven't we? What's your name?
Frankie.
Frankie, you look like a cheeky so-and-so. What about you?
Ellie.
Ellie.
Billy.
Billy and who?
Ellie.
Ellie. Right, okay. And who are we over here?
Poppy.
Hello.
Harper.
Wonderful. Right, and are you all excited to see the next race?
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you think of the first race today?
It was really good.
Yeah. Were there any highlights for the first race? Anything that big that happened that you noticed?
In the game until it started. There was only 10 seconds in the game and it stopped.
And then it stopped, right? And so what did you think of the result?
It was all right. It was a good race and yeah.
There you go. See, he knows it. He's on it. He's going to be the future me. He's going to replace me at some point. Right, kids, go and see the drivers. That's what you're here for. Make sure you say hello. Get lots of autographs. Thanks for joining us. Let's walk and talk. Do you want to be? Yeah. What's your name?
Teddy.
Teddy. Walk a bit quicker, Teddy. Let's go see some trucks, shall we? So, are you aiming for any particular one?
I know Dave Smith.
You know Dave Smith, the blue and white?
Yeah, 11.
Yeah? Do you know him, or do you just know that's his truck?
I know him. He lives near me. He's my friend.
Lives near me? Oh, I tell you. Oh, so you're support the local?
Yeah.
Excellent. And how do you think he's been racing this weekend so far?
He's been doing good last race because he got 8th. He started 9th, but he's gone up a place, so he's just getting better.
There we go. Dave's coming for your job as well, buddy. I tell you what, brilliant. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you here. What about you? You seeing anyone in particular?
Here to support Steve, really. I've watched him a lot of years. I've been all over the country. Watched him at Nürburgring, Donington, Thruxton, Snetterton. And it's good to watch the locals, really.
Do you think we should get like a little passport thing that they can get stamped around all the different circuits?
Oh, just get me to any circuit, I don't care.
He doesn't care, he just wants to see the racing,
My
right?
target one day is to go to watch it in Le Mans.
Mate, you get your tickets. I mean, you can go. It's happening again this year. We're all looking forward to it. It's 7 hours when you hit the French border, though. It's a long way.
Yeah, I mean, when we did Nürburgring, me and my dad, when I was a kid, what an experience that was. I mean, just to see these guys going around the track, it is just immense.
Yeah, and I mean, with the French as well, I mean, it's an all-truck event. So you guys, if you didn't see this last year, all-truck event, the French have got 29 trucks in one series, which is just incredible. And they had the FIA trucks there, and of course, how do you, mate, you all right? The all-important BTRC there as well.
Support the BTRC. I mean, what they've done over the last, 4 or 5 years, I mean, introducing the biodiesel as well, it's immense. So you've got new drivers coming in. I mean, you've got Jake Evans, who's won 2 races yesterday. It's immense. I think, give it his due, Division 2 champion, I bet.
Legend. I like this guy. What's your name again?
Brian.
Brian, watch Brian's words. He just ticked a lot of boxes there. Green fuel, brilliant. Jake Evans, one to watch.
Definitely.
Enjoy the rest of your day, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Excellent. You can see straight away the passion that the fans and the spectators that have come to join us down here at Brands Hatch are. Oh, sorry. Hello, guys. I wonder which team you're supporting. Yeah, he didn't want to say hello. Grandad. Yeah. Grandad. Yeah. Oh,
number
lovely.
7. Number 7.
Number 7. Oh, I think that might be cheating. Stuart, come here a sec. I'll borrow you. I was literally just about to say to camera, we were chatting to a chap there and he was absolutely infatuated with the sport, loved to be at any circuit, get him there, I want to see it, wants to be at Le Mans, just going on the passion of the fans and the fact that, you know, he even said himself the last few years how Truck Sport, BTRC, you know, and all the circuits supporting have built this sport to what it is today.
Absolutely, yeah, you know, it's fantastic to see it, but you know, I use the word unique, and truck racing is unique. You know, there's lots of car formulas, not taking it away from any of them, bike formulas, go-karts, everything. There's only one truck race championship, and this is what we've got here today. So if you're into trucks, or your kids are into trucks, or if you're just involved in the transport industry or anything at all, this is the motorsport to follow.
And of course, the major difference that I've always noticed, unlike a lot of different motorsports, is that the open paddock, the talking to the drivers, it's so much more relaxed, so much more involved, I believe. And I think that's what grows the passion from the punters, you know, getting involved, because they do get to put faces to names, don't they?
They do, absolutely. You know, and it, you know, we say one thing, you know, with my other hat on, from Truck Sport side, we got live stream, which hence you're standing here now and everybody's there. And it was a little bit, that's going to take people away from coming through the gate and actually watching it. But yeah, live stream is very good and it's great to watch it. But to be here, to smell it, to hear it, rumble it, feel it, get it in your bones, it's worth coming to see.
And once you've got it in, you can't get it out.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. Don't I know it?
Few years. Thank you, Stuart. Go and sign some autographs. Thank you very much, Stuart Oliver, 10-time British champion. And of course, one and very important time European champion. Very, very difficult game to win that FIA championship. Right, let's have a walk up and see if we can find some trucks and some more punters to speak to. Hi, girls. Hi. You look excited.
Yeah.
What are you here to see?
The trucks.
Which are you supporting a particular team?
Saloon Car and Archie Handy.
Oh, lovely. Do you know the guys, or are those just who you follow?
Simon's my uncle, Archie's my cousin.
Blimey, so keeping it in the family. But so that means you're a little bit biased, I suppose.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, and that's right. Support family. How do you think they've been driving this weekend so far? Good result for Simon in that first race Sunday.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
Really excited for it.
Excellent. Well, you better go and find where they're parked. Hey, go on, away with you. Thanks for joining us, girls. Right, as we still are welcome. If you just look, John, just look down there. Just look how many people. Not these three again. Look how many people are still making their way onto the grid. You can see why this is a firm fan favourite here at Brands Hatch when we've got the time, and it's fantastic that the circuit and BARC have made the time available to get involved with this grid walk. The drivers get a great opportunity to meet a lot more fans. It's quite rushed when we're doing the driver signing. They don't get a huge amount of time to chat. Right, I'll tell you what, let's just quickly speak to Neil Yates because he actually kind of robbed earlier, I'll be honest. Just robbed, you know. So, yeah, we were meant to be handing out a trophy to you a few moments ago, and of course, things change, as is unfortunately the way in truck racing, but what a great race you had regardless.
It was amazing from start to finish.
I mean, the driving standards in that last race was just phenomenal. I mean, yes, okay, we had a little bit of bump and tickle at the beginning, but, you know, I think that the challenge, it was so tight, that top few trucks was incredible.
Constantly, literally, it was cat and mouse right the way round. How I held Brian back. He thought Steve was driving. Don't know why that is.
And how, obviously, you're one of the three amigos in the 333 tent. How is things this season, you know, having a bigger team again?
No, it's so far so good. Yeah, this is the first event and we're setting everything back up. We're training Graham as much as we can. He's in at the deep end instead of me this time.
Big time, I know. How does it feel not to be the one that everyone's looking at? It's like, what's he going to do? What's he going to do?
Well, I suppose now they're looking at other angles, aren't they? So let's do better.
Well, that's it. Well, you've got plenty of room, plenty of time, so good luck for the rest of the weekend. Let's get a trophy this next race.
I'll do my level best.
You saw it here first. Neil Yates, ladies and gentlemen. Great driver, started with us last year. Thanks, dude. Right, let's have a wander through the crowd. And it is a crowd. I tell you, if I get any more of these 333 stickers, there you go, there's one for you, buddy, there. Excellent. Right, we've got Steve Powell, Charmaine.
We've got Lexi sat in the truck.
Got Lexi sat in the truck. If you're not told her it's not her truck, have a look in there. Get in there if you can. The next generation of the Steve Powell truck racing legacy. Getting a bit too comfortable in there, aren't we, Lex? Yeah.
In 2 years' time, 203 Motorsport, Lexi will be driving a truck.
Wow, that's it. And now, Mum, I think it's important to get your perspective on this. You've now got three liabilities, effectively racing. Yeah. How do you still got hair for a start? How do you cope?
I don't know. I've been doing it so long, I suppose you get used to it.
You're just numb to the pain.
I am a bit numb to it, to be honest. It's a bit different with Lexi. Obviously, the nerves get even worse, but just get on with it. The smile is worth it when she gets out of the car.
So there is the reward there.
Yeah,
and would you say it's more, you don't really care if Steve crashes, do you? It's more the kids that you're worried about.
Do you know what? Since Lexi's been doing it, I really don't get so nervous about Steve. I'm thinking, I actually don't feel anything anymore.
The priorities have changed. Steve, you're dead to her. Don't worry about it. But, right, well, Sharp, thank you very much. And of course, it's important to remember the people behind the drivers, isn't it? And because, you know, the amount of stress and hassle and time and planning.
Yeah, I don't think people even think about that side of things.
As much as running businesses outside of sport, it's not just motorsport with a lot of these teams.
No, everyone's got their own businesses, companies, staff they've got to look after, and then they have all of this on top of.
But you smash it and you do very, very well. She does. She's like, honestly, she puts on this face, if we get home tonight, I am in for it. Can I just do a little shout
You just
out?
know,
So,
yeah, of course.
We've got Helen who comes with us, been coming with us 2 years. Her little grandson Axel broke his arm, and he's watching on YouTube. So Axel, hope it mends better soon, mate.
Get well soon, Axel.
Good luck, Axel.
Now, what on earth happened in that last race? Because you looked a bit miffed when you had to get out of the truck. Tell us why they called you in.
Well, basically we had a good start on the first one, and then obviously the red flag went again. John Bowler's come down the outside, rubbed me, give me a puncher. I knew I had a puncher, but it was under control. And then they black and orange me into the pits to have a look how bad it is, and then decided that I can't go back out. But it's at the minute the inconsistency on the decisions are ridiculous. So it's frustrating.
Well, as I say, it's the first weekend, and I think everybody has to find their feet.
On positives, it's really good, but it's our first weekend. We've been racing 18 years.
Yeah, and you still haven't got it. It's all right. We'll move on. Thanks, Steve. Oh, careful.
I love you. You do a brilliant job, and it's really good. No,
thank you, mate. I appreciate it. It's been really good. No, that's good. I mean, it's been great. And I mean, look at all these spectators. It's just brilliant to see. The grid girls, yeah. I mean, I thought they were a dying breed. I was like, we're never going to see anything like that again. The what? They're that old. Some of them. Let's, I tell you what, completely on-truck related, let's whiz round and talk to Lexi whilst we've got her. So Lexi racing, I believe, in the junior saloons at the minute. Get out of the way. Here we go. Do you know who I am? Lexi, how you doing? How does it feel to be in a slightly larger vehicle?
It's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
It's got a smaller steering wheel than my car.
Has it actually?
Yeah.
Do you think it'll be? Have you driven this before?
Not yet.
No. You're looking forward to it. I mean, we've heard from Dad over there that it's definitely going to happen.
Pretty sure, yeah, that is the plan.
And can you see that in your future? You want that? Is it you game for it?
Yeah, definitely.
How are things going in your current championship? Obviously, you know, is it your second year in racing now?
It was my first full season. I've had problems all Friday. I didn't get any laps in because we had been completely down on power. Yesterday in qualifying in the race, couldn't get past 90 miles an hour on the straight. But we got it fixed today, and I ended up gaining 4 positions in that race, which is my best race yet. So.
Excellent. Well, it looks like there's improvements being made, and that's what it's about. Is just keep going. You know, I mean, there might be a day and give Steve a tip or two.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, Lexi, good luck for the rest of your season. See Lexi in a truck very soon. We'll stick that on there because I am absolutely. How many 333 stickers have I got on my back at the minute? Yeah, loads of them. Loads of them. Anybody want a sticker? I'll tell you what, unbelievable. I'm going to leave this on. I can just drop the whole thing off eventually then. I like your bit. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. BTRC hat, pointy sign. Well, now you're on camera.
And the inside.
And the inside. Oh, sign it, my goodness. Super fan, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying, you get, will you stop it? Oh my God, you know what, I give up. I'm just a walking billboard. Have a look at the stickers on my back. How's the weekend been so far for you, buddy?
Good.
Loving it.
Good, yeah.
Good, yeah, good, excellent. And which is your favourite team? Drum roll, drum roll.
Who did you come all the way to the back to go and look at first before?
Archie.
Yeah.
Archie.
Loves Archie off.
Yeah. And how did little one get into to truck racing? Was it through you?
My dad's a lorry driver. Yeah, I used to come and watch it when I was younger. I grew up not far from Brands, so yeah, just in the blood, isn't it?
It's crazy that there's still so many people out there that don't know about truck racing.
Yeah, really, and I think it's one of the few sports you can get so involved in and be up close with. It's not. There's a lot of.
Whoa, hear this.
It's way better than F1.
Whoa,
you can't go close enough to the action, can you? Whereas this, who else is throwing a big vehicle around the track like that?
It's
Do you know what I mean?
I've always said, when people ask me, they go, "Oh, point, you work with the film crew, it's motor racing. You must be really into the Formula One, the touring cars." I'm like, "Yeah."
No.
And they're like, "Why are you not into it?" I was like, "Not really into it. It's the atmosphere,
the family vibe that comes with this as well, that you just don't get in any other sport as well."
No, it's true. This is it. I say, without the guys and without the teams and without the way it is, it just wouldn't be the same experience for me.
100% for the kids, to the parents, to everyone. I think it's for all ages. Do you know what I mean?
Excellent. Well, make sure you tell everybody you meet.
Will,
okay.
100%.
Lovely. Right, follow the logos this way. We're going to move on a little bit. Don't worry, Graham. We're going to leave you alone for a bit. It's okay. Wayne, here we go. Right, just wait for a photomatography. 2 generations, come on in. We've done it before. Wayne, we need you too. With your dirty jumper on, covered in oil. That's it. And Mum, that's it. Now, he stripped You almost took out a shot. Scarred for life. Can we get that action replay at some point in edit? That'd be brilliant. Right, first of all then, Mum, let's have a word with Mum. Right now, we've got.
You're going to take her top as well.
Hands up. No, let's not. Yeah, not that show. Head over to our other channel on YouTube. Right, now, obviously, you've not been directly involved in racing for a couple of years now. Is it still a pretty big weight on your life, I take it, having this going on?
Yeah,
yeah. Doesn't that? Yeah, don't know what to do with them, do you? Constantly trying to fling themselves around circuits, and do you enjoy not having to put up with them all the time?
No, I enjoy watching Callum out racing because of the minis, but now he's doing the big boy racing.
Big boy racing, and speaking of which, big boy, Mr. Wayneys, and how I always say.
My reputation goes before me. You're right, mate.
It does indeed. Now, obviously, working with the trucks for many years, your own haulage firm as well.
Yep.
How's it been transitioning between the Clios to the trucks, the Clios, minis, all sorts?
It's quite easy, really. It's just surround yourself with the right people. Get yourself the right people. It's what we know. I'm a truck mechanic by trade anyway, so it's easy for me to adjust. Fairly easy. Same thing. Know the rules.
Same thing, know the rules.
Yeah.
Well, someone that's not quite as used to chopping and changing then. Callum, now this is your first year in the trucks, and where have you come from? What's your motor racing journey so far?
So we started in the Focus Cup back in 2021, was it? Yeah, 2021. Ended up winning the Rookie Championship in that one. Then we went over to Minis for a couple of years. Did the 2 years of that, and then decided now's the time to come and have a go after we were drifting it around.
A week and a half ago.
Yeah. Well, that was your
following in the parents' footsteps.
Yeah.
And how different is it for those guys out there that are racing in smaller series? How different is it to handle one of these to a Mini or a Focus?
So they are quite difficult, but as soon as you get your head around them, so like with the Mini, you're looking to rev it as high as you can. and the power doesn't really drop off. But with these, you have to change quite early.
Right.
So once you get that out of the way and get that out of your head, other than that, they are on rails in all fairness.
What about the other things that people don't automatically think about? So in cars, spraying water on your brakes would be a death sentence. So how do you fit that extra information into your head whilst you're racing around a track?
Well, it's quite simple. It's labelled water on the dashboard.
Oh, right, okay.
He's got a lot of room inside his head to store that extra information.
Right, well, look, another race ahead of us, 2 more in total this weekend. Exciting future for the 2025 season for Callum Easton.
Truck racing's looking mega, mate. The way what the guys have done between last year and this year is fantastic, and to see a full grid of trucks again this year is outstanding, mate.
It is great to see, and the support is here from all the spectators. In fact, let's hear from the British Truck Racing Championship for all the spectators. Excellent, well done guys, unbelievable, and it is all down to the spectators that make it happen. It does appear though, we can see the ambulance making its way down now. This is usually the cattle herding vehicle that they use to remove everybody from the grid. It's doing a fantastic job. They should probably just call it Spot and paint it black and white, yeah, just fantastic, isn't it? Hi, who are we over here? Nigel, and where have you come from today?
South Wales.
South Wales, so I take it you'll be joining us at Pembury in a few weeks?
I shall do, sir, I shall do.
And have we got any favourites?
Yeah, Stuart.
Oh, wonderful, very good. Yeah, you've been watching him a while then, I take it?
Yes.
Looks like you have been, yeah. Right, I think as they are making, cheers buddy, see you in Pembury. So with lots of racing left this afternoon, not just the trucks, hello. We're going to make our way now back into the pit lane. The trucks are about to go out now. And just before we go, Andrew. No, I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to. Just get you instead. I remember when they were cool. They've changed, man. They've changed. Right. As you can see, though, they are removing everybody from the grid line, so it's been an absolutely fantastic opportunity to get down with the drivers, put names to faces, and it really is so important for the involvement of the fans with the sport. I hope Dave has finished his lunch break, because Dave, we're coming back to you in commentary to run down how this next race is going to go. Thanks for joining us on the grid here at Brands Hatch.
I certainly have finished lunch. Thanks, Pointy. Thanks very much for taking us through the grid walk. Great to see so many fans and team members down there. Great to hear from the Easton family as well, with Callum making his debut this weekend. The truck's not yet formed up on the grid. You can see there they will be brought forward behind the GT Tyres MAN. Thanks again for all your comments. We haven't had much chance to give any shout-outs so far, but big thanks to everybody for watching on today. Hi to Tim Saltz 3100, who says, first time watching the trucks, supporting Lexi Powell as well. Hi to Ivy. Hi to Fluffy Pingu. Splash Damage. Everybody else who's commented over the course of the lunch break. The Jamesy boy watching in Scotland as well. Now let's have a look at the grid. This is based on race 2 from yesterday, with the top 8 reversed. So in 8th place in race 2 was Neil Yates, and he takes pole position. Teammate Stephen Powell will be alongside him. Second row, Tom O'Rourke, number 86 now. We initially said he got the win in the race early this morning, but Ryan Smith's 5-second penalty has now been rescinded, so Ryan Smith was the winner earlier today. He starts on row 3 of the grid for this one, though, because this based on yesterday's second race. Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler, row 2. Michael Oliver, Ryan Smith, row 3. Fourth row, David Jenkins and race 2 winner Stuart Oliver. And then completing the top 10, David Smith and Martin Gibson. Beyond that, we've got number 6, John Powell should line up next, alongside 61, Sami Oyanen. Then Archie Handy and Simon Cole from Division 2. Adam Bintz had problems yesterday with the Mercedes. Then Jake Evans, the number 10. Hopefully we'll see Bradley Harvey back out for this one. Yes, I can see his truck in position there. He missed the restarted race earlier this morning. Callum Easton alongside him, and Graham Poole, treble 3, will round out the grid. So after one of the best truck races I've ever seen earlier on today, with Ryan Smith reinstated to victory, the only person I think frustrated at that will be Tom O'Rourke after winning on the road. Well, Ryan Smith won on the road, then it was taken off him, then it was given back to him, if you see what I mean. Been a fair few penalties this weekend, we have to say. Afternoon to Hannah Fulcher. Her father, Andrew Fulcher, an ex-truck racer, as I mentioned yesterday. Hi to Tim Morgan, Ethan Dance, John Wilkins, Andrew Miller-Swan and everybody else. Quick hello to Alison Sharratt as well. Her and her family used to be marshals down at Pembrey. Of course, the trucks go to Pembrey in May. Looking at the calendar for the British Truck Racing Championship before we get this race underway. We go to Pembrey in mid-May down in South Wales. We go to Thruxton the beginning of July. Then it's Donington Park in August for Convoy in the Park, the big truck show. We're at Snetterton in September. The week after that, it's the visit to Le Mans on the Bugatti circuit. And then here at Brands Hatch on November the 1st and 2nd for the bonfire weekend, the championship finals and the biggest firework display you will ever see. Waiting for the trucks to get into line. They've come out there not in grid order, so we're getting them into line now. It will be an all Neil Yates recovery front row of the grid. Stephen Powell will be alongside him after those problems in race 3 this morning, race 3 of the weekend that is. He's got a few points to make up for. And they're going to have a bit of a problem lining them up here because they've come out not in grid order. Good to see David Jenkins is back out there. They've repaired his radiator after that contact with John Bowler at the start of today. Truck 2 truck races to go today. Last of them coming up around 4:15. El Toro 66 says, is it Thruxton or Truxton? I'm liking that. Hi to Nathan Short. Says, happy Easter to everybody on BARC TV. Hi to Elena Virauska, who will be marshalling at Pembrey and Thruxton at the trucks. Hi to Mugsley as well, hoping to come to the truck meeting here at Brands in November. Now, having a bit of trouble getting them into line at the moment because it's not very easy for trucks to overtake and line up on the grid here. There's not much room on the Brabham Straight to get trucks side by side. So Ryan Smith's got his win back. He's got 2 wins this weekend. That will mean he starts 8th for race 5 later on because the race this morning sets the grid for the last race. It's Jake Evans, 2 wins in Division 2 yesterday. Simon Cole this morning, finally breaking his duck. He's taken a few wins in seasons gone by with his old Mercedes, but that was the first win for his Iveco. Where is Stephen Powell going? He's not having more problems, is he? He's supposed to be lining up on the front row. Whether Stephen Powell's hit trouble again here. We hadn't got Tom O'Rourke on the grid walk, but he's on his way out. I just heard his truck leaving the paddock. There he is, in the background on Cooper Straight. So why Tom O'Rourke was not out there on the grid wall, obviously some sort of repair going on in the paddock. You're late, Tom. And if you brought a note for the clerk of the course. Second row is Michael Oliver. Second row will be Tom O'Rourke, sorry, alongside John Bowler. Michael Oliver on row 3 alongside Ryan Smith. Not too sure what the problem is here for Stephen Powell, who's pulled up next to the pace truck. So we've now got to get Tom O'Rourke through onto the second row. Is there enough of a gap for him to squeeze through there? Can we get through those last pair? Only just. Now he's going to try and parallel park it between Neil Yates and Michael Oliver. He should be next to John Bowler. We need to move John forward next to him. This is like a jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? I thought we were going to see him try and parallel park. I've never seen a race truck parallel park before. Some work going on Stephen Powell's truck, so there may be another slight delay here. It's at the bottom left. Michael Oliver's had a few scrapes this week, and you can see a bit of bodywork missing from the left front corner of his truck. Ryan Smith will line up alongside him. Fair play to David Jenkins' team for getting the MAN back out. Stuart Oliver will line up next to him. Then we'll have David Smith, Martin Gibson. And the leading Division 2 runner on the grid should be should have been Sami Oyanen, but I don't think he's there. Should have been behind Martin Gibson. No, I don't think the Sisu is there. No, he's absent. So that's Simon Cole behind Martin Gibson. So he and Archie Handy are going to head up the Division 2 grid, ahead of Adam Bintz in Division 1. He's further back after problems yesterday. Jake Evans is there. Bradley Harvey's back out. Callum Eason and Graham Poole. So the grid is a little bit out of order to what we've got on the grid sheet in front of us at the moment. There's a conference taking place down there in front of Stephen Powell's truck to try and determine what's going on. Hopefully either Ian or Pointy can find out what's going on for us there. Well, the marshals have got the gate open next to the starting rostrum there, but the truck isn't going to fit through that. If they're going to remove it from the grid, they'll have to take it through the pit lane exit. Isu Welsh lad who says looking forward to attending Pembrey in May. Splash Damage asked, do you get training to be a marshal? As the Peterbilt coming in to pick up Stephen Powell's truck, unfortunately. But to become a marshal, yes, you can apply to the British Motorsport Marshals Club. Look online for marshals.co.uk or via the BARC website, barc.net. And you can attend a taster day at a motorsport event around the UK and see everything from behind the scenes, and can be trained as a marshal if you want to volunteer at any circuits around the country. We're always on the lookout for new volunteer marshals, so anyone is welcome to have a go. Stephen Powell, unfortunately, with further problems. It's not been his weekend at all. And the Mick Gould Peterbilt is being brought in. We'll take him back to the paddock, I think. Still cannot believe the size of that Peterbilt. It's more than twice the length of a race truck. We think it may be a clutch failure for Stephen Powell, unfortunately. Oh, we're told it's a steering problem. We've just been reported from down there. That's why he's up against the wall there. That's why he's having to be towed off. Sami Oyanen, as you mentioned, won't be out for this race either. Stephen Powell being towed off then. I hope Lexi doesn't get the blame. Lexi's had the better results so far this weekend, unfortunately for Steve, in her Saxo. And as we heard during the grid walk, we'll hopefully see Lexi Powell on the truck racing grid in the next couple of years when she's old enough. Been plenty of female truck races over the years. You mentioned Joanne Easton earlier on. The likes of Heather Bailey, Pauline Stewart, Minna Korpala from Finland. Most famous of all was Davina Galitsa, the former Olympic skier. She went on to briefly race Formula One cars as well in the British Formula One series, the Aurora AFX series, and did try to qualify for the British Grand Prix on one occasion, but didn't make it past qualifying. There's also Kaz Garnett, who raced alongside her husband Brian. As we mentioned yesterday, Brian sadly passed away during the winter. Recently, he used to race the BFL, British Fuels Limited truck. So I think it was Kaz Garnett who rolled one of those trucks here at Brands Hatch at Clearways many years ago. That's a Brandon Carr cheering on Callum Easton. Jonathan Baker says good luck Neil Yates. Apologies for the delay here while Stephen Powell's truck is worked on. Something in the steering has broken there, so just using the Peterbilt to lift it so the crew can check it underneath. It may have to be towed back to the paddock though. I think I'm just attaching the towing arm there. Hi to the Cyber Salvager. Says hello from Oxfordshire. First time I've watched truck racing online. I remember going to watch it at Silverstone back in the 1980s. Hi to Steve and Tracy West. They're watching in Ramsgate, not far from Brands, down here in Kent. It's not a particularly warm day here at Brands Hatch, unfortunately. But certainly not as warm as yesterday. Stephen Powell's truck is stretchered off. Wonder what lap time that Peterbilt would do around Brands Hatch. Plenty of attractions at trackside to keep the fans busy during the delay. We've got some show trucks on display. Monster truck rides as well. I rode in one of the passenger carrying monster trucks at Northampton Stock Car Stadium a few years ago. Certainly better than any roller coaster I've been on. Let's see plenty of families here. There are the monster trucks. PG sweepers with a display of their vehicles as well. Could have done with one of them perhaps when David Jenkins dropped coolant everywhere earlier on. Nice Porsche GT3 RS in the spectator area, an MX-5 as well. Our cameraman up on the top of the hospitality suites has been vehicle spotting. Just at the back of this shot, the other side of those Armco barriers where the cars are parked, that's where the rallycross course used to be at Brands Hatch. Just waiting for the recovery vehicles to be back in position, and then we'll get this fourth race underway for the British Truck Racing Championship. Yeah, looks like they are off and rolling. There goes the pace truck. The GT tyres MAN. This will be a 15-minute race. Neil Yates on his own on the front row in the number 33. Can he take his first truck racing win? Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler on row 2. Michael Oliver and Ryan Smith next. Of course, Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, the top two in the championship, have that extra air restrictor on their turbocharger. It does limit the power, certainly on the start of the race. The truck's running at lower revs. John Powell, not yet in his new DAF. We'll hopefully see that out at Pembrey. Alan Eason at the back, along with Graham Poole, one of our newcomers. And a few spins so far this weekend, just learning the truck, learning the track and learning the sport. Ryan Smith will be the man to beat again here, starting from the outside of row 3. Stuart Oliver immediately behind him. Hindsight they make as the pace truck leads them round. Race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Neil Yates alone on the front row to give John Bowler an opportunity to get down the outside into Paddock Bend for the first time. Leading Division 2 on the grid is Simon Cole, looking for his second win of the day. Pace truck about to head into pit road. Can anyone stop Ryan Smith making it 3 wins for the weekend? He's there on the outside of row 3 alongside Michael Oliver. Here they come then, the revs beginning to rise, ready to rumble once again with the British Truck Racing Championship on opening weekend here at Brands Hatch. The power comes on and away they go, and straight away John Bowler gets up onto the outside of Neil Yates, using that empty space where Stephen Powell should have been. He's going to try and go round the outside of Yates at Paddock Hill Bend. They're all getting through okay behind. It's up towards Druids, who's going to have the lead. Looks like Bowler has done it around the outside. John Bowler takes the lead in truck number 14, just about gets the truck stopped to get into Druids. Tom O'Rourke following him around the outside, 3 wide behind. Ryan Smith in the middle of the 2 Olivers, Michael and Stewart. He's in 4th place. O'Rourke up the inside. He's going to take Neil Yates, who's hung out to dry around the outside. Ryan Smith could get through as well. Everybody else making their way almost single file through Graham Hill Bend. Archie Handy was side by side with Callum Eason. It's Bowler that leads. Yeah, Neil Yates is still stuck out on that wide line. He goes over the grass. He could lose out to Michael Oliver here in the number 12. They lean on each other through clearways, with Neil Yates getting a bit sideways as he was in the earlier race. They sort themselves out around the opening lap then. John Bowler with the lead in truck number 14. Across the line they come. Second place is O'Rourke. Ryan Smith in third. Neil Yates is down to 5th position behind Michael Oliver. Into paddock they go for the second time. Who's leading Division 2? Let's look further back. It looks like it is Simon Cole in the number 41. Ryan Smith on the inside. The two bonneted trucks together. He doesn't manage to get the line away from Tom O'Rourke. Michael Oliver is in 4th position. Then Stuart Oliver's 5th. Neil Yates is sliding back further down the order because David Jenkins has come through now. Jenkins, his championship hopes, have already taken a bit of a dent in that no score in race 3. When he had that contact with John Bowler and lost his radiator. Behind Jenkins, it is Neil Yates now. Stuart Oliver a bit out of shape there through Surtees. Behind Yates is Martin Gibson. Then we've got David Smith, the number 11. I think he'll be on pole for race 5 later on. I think he was 8th in the race this morning, if memory serves me right. We'll have a look at that a little later. Ryan Smith, windscreen wiper going there. Is it spitting with rain again? John Bowler continues to set the pace at number 14, the man from Stockport in Cheshire. MAN leads, International second, Daimler third, MAN in 4th place. That is Michael Oliver. Volvo in 5th position. Through Druids they go once again. This race is developing a similar pattern to the race this morning, isn't it? One truck getting away in front, Tom O'Rourke second, everybody else lining up behind him. Here's Simon Cole, he's leading Division 2, the man from Dartford. It's ahead of John Powell, that's a Division 1 truck, as is that of Adam Binks, just running in his new Mercedes this weekend. And Ryan Smith lunges for the inside of Tom O'Rourke. There's contact between the two of them. They both go out wide. Michael Oliver's going to try and get past both of them. Oliver trying to go for second place, and Smith cuts across and takes P2. Into Paddock Hill Bend they come. The Olivers 3rd and 4th. Smith up to second. John Bowler has built up a gap though out in front. He leads by over 2.5 seconds now. Stuart Oliver's got the fastest lap in 4th place. 59.727. David Jenkins closing on O'Rourke now. There's Neil Yates in behind in the 33. Eleven minutes of this race to go. Now the lead gap was 2.62 seconds. Let's see what it is this time through. Neil Yates kicking up some dust further back. It's down to 1.3. He's halved the lead, Ryan Smith. Well, the new air restrictor rules have been brought in, but if anything, Ryan Smith seems even quicker. The inside there, that's one of the Team Oliver trucks. That's Martin Gibson moving past Neil Yates, I think that was, up into P7. David Smith in that battle as well. It's only taken him less than a lap now, Ryan Smith, and he's already caught John Bowler. Up to Surtees. The question of when, not if. Bowler holds the inside line. Can get him on the straight, I think. Yeah, he goes to the inside. Up the inside as they come onto the Sir Jack Brabham straights. They think it's all over. It is now. Bowler fighting back though. They're side by side into paddock. Smith's got the inside line, and he's surely going to take the lead into Druids, or maybe even before then. Yes, he's done it. Only a third of the way through. Said it wouldn't take him long. Stuart Oliver still there in 4th place. So Michael ahead of him. Tom O'Rourke still running well in 5th. Have a look back at Division 2 on the timing screen. Yeah, Simon Cole still leading Division 2. He's 12th. Jake Evans is up to 2nd. And Bradley Harvey is 3rd, making up for lost points because he failed to start this morning's race. failed to take the restart, I should say. There are Division 2 runners. There is Cole, just behind his old Division 2 rival Adam Binns. Iveco leads the category. Iveco did win Division 2 a few years ago in the hands of Craig Reed. Iveco Stralis. Across the line he goes. Simon Cole is in 11th place in the overall classification. This is the battle for second overall. John Bowler under attack from the Olivers. Michael leading the attack. Bowler moves across there. Cuts the nose off the number 12. That's Graham Poole. That's why they moved across, because Graham Poole was being lapped. Michael Oliver to the inside. He's seen a gap there on the inside of the 14. He might get him on the straight, same as Ryan Smith got up the inside for the lead. Bowler tries to cut across. There isn't quite room there, I don't think, but Oliver keeps his foot in. He's down the inside. Bit of dust being kicked up. Yeah, Bowler's run a bit wide there. This is Michael Oliver's opportunity to take second place away. They're stacking up behind these two. Now look, there's O'Rourke on the outside. Michael Oliver goes through, and he's taken second. Now, can John Bowler defend from Stuart Oliver? Excuse me, says Stuart. We've seen rather a lot of argy-bargy so far this weekend. We saw some side-to-side contact yesterday, and there's some more. Tom O'Rourke and David Jenkins clash. Martin Gibson says, thanks very much, I'll get past the both of you. And the red flag is coming out. There's a cloud of dust in the background. We've got a red flag. Somebody is off somewhere. So the race is being stopped. Now, who has gone off? I could see some dust in the background there on the run up to Druids. So whether that's where it is, we will wait and see. We were just coming past half distance in that race. Now we can see in the background there a big cloud of dust. Somebody has gone off at the top end of the circuit. We'll establish that in a moment. Okay, the red flag's out, an incident at the top end of the circuit. We were just after half distance, so we'll bring you news as soon as we can. Well, we're under the red flags here at Brands Hatch in our fourth truck race of the day. An incident up towards Druids Bend. That's all we can tell you at the moment. We'll bring you further updates when we are able. We are being told on the timing screen that as the race had just gone past half distance, it will not be restarted. So this race will not be restarted. Result will be confirmed in due course. As I say, the red flag out's due to an incident up at the exit of paddock up towards Druids, and we will update you further as soon as we are able. Well, I can tell you, we can now show you that the incident was a rollover for treble 3 Graham Poole, but after being checked by the medical staff, we can see he is climbing out of what's left of the treble 3 truck. Thankfully, Graham appears to be okay. Yeah, thumbs up from Graham as he climbs out, being assisted out of the truck with the step ladder there. A lucky escape there for Graham. But we can now confirm that Graham is okay. But that is very much the end of his weekend. And full credit to all the safety systems in the treble 3 MAN. Now we'll see what happened. Watch the background. There is Graham Poole. He just goes straight on paddock. The truck digs into the gravel and over it went. Spectacular incident. Thankfully, Graham Poole appears to be okay. It does show how tough these race trucks are. All the safety systems in there have done their job, the roll cages, and the crash helmets, hands devices and so on that are worn by the drivers worked as they should. And thankfully, Graham is okay. Nasty looking incident there. And now the wreckage will be cleared. Let's take a look back at some highlights of our fourth truck race of the weekend. Start of the race, John Bowler made a great getaway down the outside, so did Ryan Smith. It was Bowler who took the lead on the run up into Druids. Ryan Smith quickly able to slot in behind Neil Yates, and Tom O'Rourke making a good run round the outside as well. Neil Yates seems to be having some handling issues with the 33 truck, and he would drop back down the order. He got rather railroaded backwards there on the outside line, with Ryan Smith and the Olivers coming through fairly quickly. Tom O'Rourke holding second place ahead of Ryan Smith initially. Ryan then diving up the inside at Clearways. A robust move, certainly, to take second place. More shredded bodywork for Tom O'Rourke. Further back in the order, the Division 2s are battling it out with Callum Easton having a good go at Bradley Harvey as well. A bit of rubbing in this race, has to be said. The Olivers got through on John Bowler, then David Jenkins got caught up with Tom O'Rourke. Martin Gibson went speeding past both of them, but then the red flags came out as Graham Poole, one of our newcomers, lost it going through Paddock Hill Bend straight into the gravel trap. And the truck, as it went round sideways, dug in and wallop straight over. I think Graham was okay, but because of the damage to the cab, he was unable to get out. So that was why he had to be assisted out of the truck. And now the wreckage will have to be cleared. The track being swept as well by our excellent marshalling team. Graham will be taken as a precaution to the medical centre for a checkup. Thankfully no serious injury there. The safety devices all working as they should. A big thank you to the medical staff, especially the volunteer marshals as well. And the truck already starting to be recovered as well. So thank you to the recovery teams. There we see the truck put back on its wheels. Look at the state of that. That's the end of Graham Poole's weekend. Show some likes on the stream for our volunteer marshals. Send us an orange heart. That's the symbol for our orange family. Yes. Let's fill the chat with orange hearts for our orange family, our volunteer marshals. Quite a clear up needed. Obviously there will be a bit of a delay here while that truck is cleared and the circuit is swept clean. So thank you for your patience while the officials deal with this incident. The race will not be restarted. So the provisional result is another win for Ryan Smith ahead of John Bowler and Michael Oliver. Fourth, Stuart Oliver. Fifth for Tom O'Rourke. David Jenkins, sixth. Martin Gibson, seventh. We say this is only provisional at the moment. Then David Smith, Neil Yates, John Powell and Adam Bint. Simon Cole will get the win in Division 2 ahead of Jake Evans and Bradley Harvey. Behind them, Callum Easton and Archie Handy. Obviously, Graham Poole not classified as the cause of the red flag, and Stephen Powell didn't take the start with steering trouble. So the Treble 3 racing team have got a fair amount of work to do, it has to be said, ahead of Pembrey in May. It's the nationwide vehicle assistance truck that's going to recover Graham Poole's truck. I keep going to say Graham Powell, who used to race the Renault truck a few years ago. There's the Peterbilt and the track sweeper in place as well. Yeah, the truck's going back into the paddocks. That's the end of race 4 for them. We'll see them back out for race 5 later in the programme. And as we say, Graham Poole will probably be taken to the Circuit Medical Centre just for a check-up as a precaution. It's thankfully no serious injury. Hi to Sheila Kersley, who's just been in touch on the stream, says all marshals are welcome for a hot drink in the Kersley Motorsports awning in garage at the back of Garage 7 in the inner paddock to say thank you for everything. Nice gesture, Kersley Motorsport. We're here with the junior saloon cars, of course. A chorus of air horns as well. Next up on track today, we will have the Track Action Racing Club with their mixture of saloon cars for their first race of the weekend. But obviously there will be a delay while Paddock Bend is cleared. Thank you for all your orange hearts for the Orange family as well. XPL51 says someone's possibly shopping for a new race truck next week. The Neil Yates team will have that rebuilt, I'm sure. Yes, big shout out to Kersley Motorsport, as you said, for looking after our marshals. Thanks for your patience there during the delay. Obviously, we did not show any shots of the accident until we knew that Graham was okay. The Muni Hire sweeper coming in there. I think that sponsors a Wilf Butler in the junior saloons. Sweeping up the gravel. I'll wait for Graham Poole's truck to be towed out. Gives us a chance to preview our next action on BARC TV. That's coming up in 2 weeks' time. It comes from the fastest circuit in the UK at Thruxton, where the Caterhams are back in action. Present at that meeting, we're going to have the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, the Edge Caterham 7270Rs, the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship, and the Moobob Caterham Academy Championship as well. The Track Action Racing Club will be there as well. We'll also have the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup. It's the Harvey Kersley, the Junior Saloon Car graduate, in action among those. The Junior Saloons will be there as well. And we also have a guest appearance from the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy, plus the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup from the 750 Motor Club. So a selection of BMW 1 Series in action there. And the weekend finishes with a 90-minute endurance race around Thruxton, something a bit different. Coming up, that's in 2 weeks' time, May the 3rd and 4th at Thruxton in Hampshire. All live here on BARC TV. One of our commenters remembering a crash at Thruxton for the German Hans-Georg van der Marwitz in his MAN many years ago. Took the front axle out, but they got it back out the next day. I've seen my fair share of big truck crashes, been following the sport since a very young age. I remember the Kenworth we mentioned earlier, Richard Walker's Kenworth, having its back axle ripped out. I think that was at Silverstone several years ago. I mentioned Kaz Garnett getting upside down here at Brands Hatch at Clearways a few years back. Hannah Fulcher tells us that the truck Graham Poole is driving is Paul Rivette's truck from last year, the ex-Napa Auto Parts truck. Hopefully that can be rebuilt by Neil Yates and his team. Chance to see the marshalling, recovery and track cleaning in action. The truck Callum Easton is racing. Of course, Callum's father Wayne used to be the manager of the Napa Auto Parts truck. The truck Callum is racing is the ex-Andrew Fulcher truck from a few years ago, the ex-Lenham storage machine. That's not been seen in the championship for a few years. We need Andrew back out here. You tell him, Hannah. Thanks to Hannah for the background info. Hi to Mark Wallop, Chris Glaister, and everybody else who's commented so far. Thanks for your patience during this enforced delay. And once the track is clear, we will bring on the Track Action Racing Club with their eclectic mix of saloon cars and a couple of GT cars as well. Should have 21 cars on the grid for our next race. No points on the Track Attack Race Club. It is a series, not a championship. And some quite unusual cars out in the next race as well. It's incidents like the one we've seen here, which shows why during truck races marshals get moved back off their posts in the interests of marshal safety as well as that of the drivers. As we said earlier on in response to a couple of comments, the driver, Graham Poole, is okay, no serious injury. He will be checked over at the medical centre just as a precaution, just given a check-up, standard procedure. But thankfully Graham Poole appears to be okay after that rollover. Our pit reporter Ian Waterhouse, I think he's down in the assembly area with some of the drivers from the Track Action Racing Club.
Yes, hello everybody. A little bit of a delay. They've almost got the truck cleared. Fantastic job by the marshals. Big round of applause there, as we always say. We couldn't go racing without them, so big thank you. Right, time for track action. Yesterday we had the K2 graduates. Today we've got track action about to get underway. And what a mix of cars we've got. Look at this. This is Paul Roddison in a Skoda. Let's have a quick chat with him because he's been working on this car for quite some time. Let's just jump in. Paul, we had a little chat off camera, didn't we, about this car? A little bit unique, isn't it?
Well, it's. I don't think you've seen another one this weekend, have you?
I haven't seen one for a while.
I don't think you probably will either. Unless, of course, we do that well, everybody wants to copy it.
Now, you said you've been working on this for a while. Why a Skoda?
I'm getting old, I'm 60 in a couple of weeks' time, and we thought an old guy in a Skoda. That was the top and bottom of it.
So when you beat all these youngsters, you can really stick it to them, can't you?
Well, that's the theory. Yeah.
Well, not just that, not just the car. John, I don't know if you can come in a little bit closer. If we could just get a quick look at the overalls that Paul's wearing as well. Sorry, I don't want to do it too much because you've got to go racing in a minute. He's got the proper Skoda overalls on as well. Fantastic stuff indeed. Right, let's move around a little bit, shall we? Because we've got a few fan favourites up here. We do have the Renault 5 GT Turbo. Gareth Porter here in the 205 GTI as well. Let's just jump in. You've brought it back out to play, I see.
Yeah, we're back out to play. See if we can get on against these big boys out here.
Tell us a story about this car. How long have you had it, and why a Renault 5 GT Turbo?
I've had it 18 years now. It was originally like a standard cup car when I got it, so it's a bit different now. Why I chose it, I just loved the GT Turbo when they come out. Yeah, it was always like, I just loved them, and yeah, some people say I was mad to choose a Renault 5 as a race car. But yeah, we enjoy it, it's good fun.
And the yellow, of course, we don't miss you at all. I know Paul Roddison is a little bit worried about you and Gareth here. He's obviously got the Skoda over there, but he's a little bit worried off the line that you might get him.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously, who knows? The trucks have just been out, so the track is, I don't know what the track's going to be like, to be fair. You know, it's going to be a bit of an unknown. But yeah, we'll give it a go and see how we do.
Top man, best of luck. Really appreciate you talking to us. Let's keep moving as well, because something that I caught my eye a little bit earlier is Citroen AX. How cool is this? Let's just grab a quick word, shall we, with Sean. Sean, a Citroen AX, eh? Wow, what a car.
Oh yeah, this is my little baby, this is. Yeah.
How long have you had it?
Probably about 3 years now.
Okay, where did it come from then? How did you think, right, Citroen AX, that's what I'm going to go take racing?
I had a 106 before,
yeah.
And then I wanted to get quicker. So then we thought AX is a little bit lighter. All the running gear from the 106 fitted in here.
Yeah.
So cost-wise, there was not much difference, as in just putting it, getting everything else to put together. So that was a real reason, I think. It was reasonably cheap, and yeah, I had all the stuff from the 106. So, but I love it. It's a little bit sketchy around here, but yeah.
It might be a little bit more sketchy now.
I know. First time out as well.
That green flag lap's going to be so important.
Oh yeah, I've got fresh tyres on the front as well, so I've got to try and scrub them. So yeah.
Well, look after it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. As you can see, the cars are firing up, so that suggests to me we are going to go racing very, very shortly. Plenty of cars. I guess we can stay a little bit longer. We've got Callan Trump here in a Nissan 340Z. What a fine looking, I mean, what a mix of cars. By the way, we've got a Peugeot 106 here, we've got a Nissan here, we've got a Citroen Saxo there, we've got a Mini, we've got a Honda Civic down there, we've got look at a Toyota MR2, I didn't even see that one right down at the bottom. That's David Thomas in the Toyota MR2 Mark 1 MR2 as well. What a fantastic car. Let's just jump in for a quick chat here as well. Another crowd favourite, this car. Yeah, looks like something from the Fast and Furious, this, doesn't it?
Well, I'm of that age.
Yeah.
Grew up with it.
Absolutely. Look, almost sounds a bit of a silly question, but why this car?
It was the car that needed the least amount of
work doing to go from a road car to a race car.
Is that so? Okay, yeah.
Good brakes, good gearbox, good diff, easy engine, easy conversion.
What can you do from here?
It's good off the line, and I think I'm the only rear-wheel drive car out there.
Yeah.
So it should be good on the standing start. Be nice to get 7th, 8th, get past a few people. I took it easy in quali because I didn't do any testing.
Yeah.
Due to some problems, so qualifying was basically testing.
So it's a glorified test session. But you've learned a lot, right then?
Yeah. So hopefully pick up a bit of speed.
So you're in a
the
false
race.
position right now.
Sorry?
You're in a false position right now.
Maybe. Maybe too far forward though. Who knows?
So we'll watch from the line anyway. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate that. Right, we are moments, I think, away from going to racing. We did actually catch up with Noah Checkley a little bit earlier. He's the youngest driver on the grid. He's just 17 years old. Doesn't even have a driving licence yet. That's how young he is. And he can't even get on it. There's Dave Beecroft. Right, this man here, every single race meeting we go to, he does his utmost to avoid talking to me. So we're going to get him today. Dave, I promised I would come and get you. Every time today that I've got the camera anywhere near you, you're just not there.
Sorry, I've been missing you, Ian. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. How are you feeling, Warren? It's been a bit of a wait for you guys. Does that add to the tension?
It does in a way, but those old guys just end up chatting about what we did last year before, or 25 years ago. So, no, it's okay. As long as there's Steve, I think it was Steve Powell who rode the truck.
Yeah.
As long as Steve's okay, we don't mind.
Yeah. I don't think it was Steve actually, but the driver is. We've heard that. We saw the driver get out of the car. Looks like they're okay. I'm going to have to let you go because the gates are open, so it is time to get going. Dave, short but sweet. Right, let's go racing, shall we? Track action about to get underway. The gates are open. The marshals are going to wave the cars on, and we are going to have some racing action coming up very, very shortly. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks so much, Ian. I can tell you the sweeper still finishing off its work at Paddock Hill Bend, but certainly nice little insight into the Track Action Racing Club's mix of cars. One of our commenters, Mugsley, saying that this race is more like a Forza Horizon lobby online. Yes, nice little mixture there. And they're now heading out to the grid. We'll bring you the grid in a few moments' time. Paul B says good luck to Dave Clark in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. Great to see one of those still racing. It's all at Diamond Performance, who I think helped prepare that car. Nicola Deaconlow says good luck Sean Deacon. He's in a Peugeot 106 in this race. Right, a Kings as well, who's supporting number 19 Dale Edwards in his Peugeot. There is the number 19, the Peugeot 206 GTI is a class for them. I think there's 4 of them out in this race. Noah Checkley's in one. Let's have a look at the grid then. It is Adam Shepherd who set pole position this morning in his Honda Integra, and Paul Roddison in what I think is the first Skoda Octavia to be raced in the UK will start alongside him. Row 2, Joe Dorrington, I think is a non-starter because he had problems in the Pre-03 touring car race earlier on, so I don't think we're going to see Joe out there. We will have Gareth Porter's Peugeot 205 GTI, a very quick car indeed, that one. Row 3, David Clark's Renault 5 GT Turbo, and Will de Claudio, the ex-Castle Combe Saloon champion, in his Peugeot 106. The 4th row, Andy Presswell's Opel Astra. I didn't see that car in the assembly area, so I don't think he's out there. I did see a bit of smoke from that car in qualifying, so he's had a problem, I think. Sean Govard is there, though, the now rare Citroën AX, another Castle Combe regular over the years. Row 5, Sean Deacon's Peugeot 106, and Callum Trump in the Nissan 350Z, I think that should read. Error on the entry list. Completing the top 10. Then on row 6 we will have number 9, Jake Alden. He's in a Citroën Saxo VTR. He'll start alongside number 70, Donald Dewar from Scotland in his Mark 1 Golf GTI. Lovely car that one is. Row 7, Grant Hatfield. He's in a BMW Mini Cooper. And Anthony Allett in his Honda Civic. Row 8, we just heard from Dave Beecroft, one of the promoters of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, among other things, on their coordinators. He's in his Seat Leon Cupra alongside Trevor Algar. I think he's the father of Tom Algar, Junior Saloon Car Racer. He's in a BMW Compact. Then we've got the first of the Peugeot 206 GTIs. Dale Edwards, number 19. 95, Andy Mitchell. Then on row 10, 52, Noah Checkley, and 33, Jacob Baldry, graduates of the Junior Saloon Cars as well. And at the back will be 28, Dave Thomas in his Mark 1 Toyota MR2. Well, this club used to be known as Track Attack Racing, and there's various series that have been combined onto this grid. Various classes reveal that. There's the Nippon Challenge, which is obviously for Japanese cars. There's D for Deutschmarks, which is for all German or Volkswagen Audi group cars. And there's also classes with T at the front, which is for Tricolor Trophy for French cars. Cars from across the world can race here with Track Attack, and they now set off on their green flag lap. The track is clear. We're missing Andy Presswell's Astro, missing Joe Dorrington's Civic, unfortunately, so 19 cars out there, a whole variety of subclasses in there as well, which we'll pick up later on. And another series where variety is very much the spice of life. We've got these at Thruxton out in a couple of weeks as well. So Adam Shepherd at the wheel of the Honda Integra DC5 leads them round. Same model of car as Matt Neal won a couple of British touring car titles in. And Paul Rodison, who will start alongside. Now, to my knowledge, that's the first Skoda Octavia to be raced in the UK. Paul, for many years, was the guru for Mazda MX-5 racing in the UK for the later models, the Mark III and Mark IV. I think he was the first driver to race a Mark IV MX-5 in the UK. We saw him out in a VW Scirocco in this series last season, the Yorkshireman. But he's never afraid to try something new, and that's exactly what he's doing with this Skoda. Other names to look out for, we've got Will de Claudio, the as we said, former Castle Combe Saloon Car Champion. He's competed in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship down at Pembrey as well, in that little 106, maybe small, but it's very effective, as is the car behind him, Sean Govard in the Citroën AX. That's a car that's raced at Castle Combe for a few seasons now and has taken a number of outright victories. That is going to be in contention here. The advantage of an AX, of course, is they weigh next to nothing. There's the 206s towards the back of the field. Andy Mitchell in there, the 95, the black and orange guy, used to race a Peugeot 205 GTI. Dave Thomas in the back of the grid in the MR2. It's the white Integra on pole, the grey and green Skoda. Skoda more famous in rallying over the years, of course. Paul Rodison alongside. David Clark is there in the yellow Renault. There's a gap on row 2 where Joe Dorrington should have been. Gareth Porter will be with a chance. Watch for him blasting down the outside from row 2 in that lovely Peugeot 205 GTI. Sean Deacon in his 106, the black car with the yellow and blue flashes down it. Callum Trump's Nissan 350Z alongside him. A wonderfully eclectic mix for the first of 2 races today for the Track Action Race Club. No points on this, not a championship, just a series. Place for good, fun and friendly club racing. Got the all clear from the marshals then, the revs beginning to rise, and away they go. Great start by the Skoda of Paul Rodison, and those little French hatchbacks coming through the middle, and Donald Dewar, the Scotsman, with a good start in his Golf as well. So Paul Rodison will take the lead. De Claudio's up to second in the little 106. We said that'd be one to watch, and Sean Govard, I think, might be up to 4th behind Adam Shepherd, the pole sitter in the Integra. They go into Druids for the first time. It's a wonderfully eclectic mix of cars. Paul Rodison in the first ever race for his brand new build Skoda Octavia leads. He's got Will de Claudio tucked right on his rear bumper there. They've all made it through the first lap okay so far. Adam Shepherd attacking Will de Claudio for second place. They're side by side. The Integra goes through. It's the AX in 4th and Sean Govard. Then we've got Deacon in the Peugeot in 5th position. The rest of them go through and they can't complete the first lap. Adam Shepherd fighting back after a slightly slow start in his Honda Integra, but it's the Skoda who just has the lead as they complete the opening lap. De Claudio going with them in the 106. Shepherd to the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. He's up on the curb. He's going to take the lead as they go up towards Halewood Rise. Can he keep the lead on the inside at Druids against the very experienced Paul Rodison? Yes, he's done it. Adam Shepherd takes the lead in the Integra. Sean Govard still there in that tiny but very effective Citroën AX in the Castle Combe Saloon and Hot Hatch series over the last few years. They begin their season tomorrow on Easter Monday at Combe. Gareth Porter made not the getaway he wanted, but he's up there in 5th place now. Oh, and Sean Govard's gone straight on. What's happened to the AX? I think his steering might have malfunctioned there. Yeah, he's pulling off. So Sean Govard's AX, where's he going? West Kingsdown, I think. Side by side, meanwhile, look at the way Will De Claudio's going for second place here. The Integra's pulled away. Up the inside of that bigger Skoda goes the 106, and he's into second place. Paul Rodison goes down to third. There was scheduled to be a Skoda Octavia in the British Touring Car Championship. That was about 10 or 15 years ago. Matt Hamilton, who briefly raced a Honda Civic in British Touring Cars, was building an Octavia but couldn't get the sponsorship to run it, so it never got off the ground. But now we see an Octavia. It looks big, not much bigger than some of the cars out there with us. Gareth Porter's up to fourth. He's got ahead of David Clark in his quick but often fragile Renault. Then we've got Sean Deacon in his 106. Back in the 80s and early 90s, the Renault 5 Turbos had their own one-make series that was very successful all around the UK and in Europe as well. There goes the 205, the ex-Mod Prod Saloon racer, modified production Saloons racer Gareth Porter. Used to race with some of the drivers now present in Classic Touring Car Racing Club as well. I know Nick Williamson, who's Rover SD1, used to race with Gareth. Adam Shepherd leads in the Integra. There's Sean Deacon, he's in 6th position. A smartly liveried Peugeot 106. Donald Dewar's next in the order. And Sean Govard has brought the AX into the pits, so something's clearly gone very wrong there with the AX, sadly. There's the BMW Mini, that's Grant Hatfield, away from Yorkshire to race today. Saxo under fire of Jake Alden from Callan Trump in that Nissan 350Z. It does look a bit fast and furious, as Ian was saying in the assembly area. It's more like a time attack car with that big wing on it. Gareth Porter's catching Rodison. It's Clark in 5th position, Deacon 6th. Shepherd leading by nearly 3.5 seconds now, just sort of 52.746, his quickest lap, fastest of the race. Here comes Gareth Porter. Always seems to be a little bit slow off. Well, he either makes a brilliant start or a slow one, Gareth Porter. There's no in between with him. He's up the inside there on Rodison, can't quite get third place away. He'll try again at Clark Curve. Up the inside, and through goes the Peugeot. Gareth Porter, I remember, was a winner in one of the very first circuit races I ever commentated on Boxing Day in 2010 at a snow-covered Mallory Park in the Plum Pudding Open Saloon Car races. Josh Ronchetti won the first one in his Sunbeam Talbot, the Lotus Bullet as it was known. And Gareth Porter won the second one. Was that really 15 years ago? Good grief. Porter up to third now. About 2.5 seconds behind Will De Claudio. There's the Peugeot. It's Peugeot's second and third. Honda leading. The first of the Deutsche Marks cars, the Volkswagen Audi Group Skoda of Paul Rodison. David Clark still going well in 5th. Of course, the grid for this, the result of this race does not set the grid for race 2 anymore. It's second fastest times from qualifying. Here's a battle further back. That's Trevor Algar in his BMW Compact. David Thomas, who started last in the Toyota MR2. And then we've got a couple of the 206s. Noah Checkley and Jacob Baldry. 206 GTI Cup, which is Class TF if you're watching on TSL. Leaders coming up to lap. Noah Checkley from Birmingham, just 17 years of age. No relation that we know of to Carl Checkley, the former multi-formula short oval racing star who raced at Wheels Park in Birmingham for many years. Or his family. It's just about everything did in his day, Carl. There's Donald Dewar in the 4thtours.com Mark 1 Golf. Donald owns a boat and does pleasure cruises in the Firth of Forth. Golf certainly not handling like a boat. He's going very well indeed up there in 9th place at the moment. De Claudio still second. David Clark is reeling in Paul Rodison, who's just running in the Skoda, really. It's the first time this car has raced. Wonderful to look at, isn't it? The grey and green corporate colours. Paul was a multi-champion in the old Max 5 series for Mazda MX-5s. Before moving on to race in a VW Scirocco with track action. To half distance this 15-minute race. There's the battle for the lead in the 206 GTI category, with number 19 Dale Edwards out in front, man from Wigan, just ahead of Andy Mitchell. Down the hill come the 206s. 206, of course, more famous as a rally car, likes of Marcus Grönholm and Richard Burns in the early 2000s, taking World Rally Championship victories. Grönholm taking the title in the 206 WRC. Claudio flashing his lights at Trevor Algar there because he's trying to lap the BMW. 95 Andy Mitchell used to compete in the 205 GTI. He's having a go there for the lead of his class. Callum Trump still can't get the big Nissan past the Saxo of Jake Alden. I wonder if Jake's any relation to Jeff Alden, who competes in TCR UK, I'm not sure. Adam Shepherd, meanwhile, continues to lead in his Honda Integra. The H&G and 5G Communications sponsored car. Leads by over 8.5 seconds now over Will de Claudio's Peugeot. Porter still third and Rodison fourth. They're all leading their respective classes, those four. Good problems for Dave Beecroft. He's gone wide at Graham Hill Bend in the Seat. To drop him out of 12th place. Andy Mitchell getting past him. Now, have both the 206s got through there? Dale Edwards and Andy Mitchell? I think they have. Leader out on his own. 10.5 seconds now, the lead gap. He increased his lead by nearly 2 more seconds over de Claudio on that. Let's have a look. Gareth Porter has almost caught the smaller Peugeot now for second place. 5.5 minutes still to go. David Clark right on the tail of Rodison. Skoda against Renault for 4th position. Dave Beecroft lost quite a lot of places there. He dropped to the tail of the field as a result of that moment at Graham Hill Bend. Five minutes to go. It's the final third of this race for the Track Action Racing Club. David Clark looking for a way past Paul Rodison into P4. Clark second in his class behind Gareth Porter's Peugeot. Leaders lapping one of the Honda Civics out, Anthony Allett, number 16. Yes, the only Civic in the race, just Joe Dorrington, of course, was a non-starter. What can David Clark do here? The Oriental Club Dining sponsored Renault. Two Peugeots together for second and third. Tight line there down the, well, we call it the Sir Jack Brabham Straight. It's not strictly straight. There's no real genuine straights on the Brands Hatch circuit. Such a flowing layout on the Indy circuit. Huge elevation change. As I said earlier, such a wonderful place to go motor racing. The hill into Druids. Rodison still holding off Clark for 4th. Repelling the Renault. 5, of course, replaced by the Clio in Renault's range. Had a few black and white flags for track limits offences. Callum Trump is one, Jacob Baldridge's Peugeot another, and the 52, which is Noah Checkley. And speaking of track limits, Paul Rodison was well beyond them there, I know I said Skoda are more well known for rallying exploits earlier on, but there was no need, I don't think it was Paul's intention, I should say, to demonstrate it there. Skoda goes grass tracking. Here are the Peugeots, Mitchell and Dale Edwards, these two having a good scrap. Dale Edwards, a joiner by trade. The battle is joined here with Andy Mitchell. Trevor Alga's BMW behind them. Nothing between the two 206s as they cross the line. Dale Edwards goes through at paddock, great stuff. Trevor Alga's BMW in the old 1990s AC Schnitzer team colours, made famous by the likes of Joe Winkelhock in BTCC. As I say, I believe he's the father of Tom Algar, who competes in junior saloon cars. Behind them is Sean Deaker. I think he's lapping these three. He was showing us further down the order, but I think it's because his transponder's not working on the Peugeot. Dave Beecroft about to be taken by Donald Dewar's Golf. It's a beautiful car, the Mark 1 Golf, in my opinion, and the Mark 2. And Adam Shepherd's about to lap both of them. Just under 2 minutes to go. So a couple of laps left for Adam Shepherd. He's heading for victory. He'll be the first of the Japanese cars, the Nippon Challenge. First of the French cars will be one of the Peugeots battling for second. Will it be De Claudio or Porter? Well, De Claudio's pulled away a bit now, I can tell you. The gap is showing us 4.3 seconds on the timing screen. They're well behind Shepherd's Integra. Still these two Peugeots at it, though, the 206s. Nearly 13 seconds is the lead gap now. 5.3 between De Claudio and Porter. Adam Shepherd laps Noah Checkley. Traffic further ahead of him there. That's number 9 of Jake Alden. Thomas in the MR2 lets the leader through. Into the last lap we go then for the Track Action Racing Club. Again, another race to come later on. The blue flag being shown by the marshals to the back markers to warn them that Adam Shepherd is bearing down on them. He's going to squeeze up the inside there of Jake Alden's Saxo. Alga's BMW. Alan Trump ahead of him. And, Andy Mitchell didn't see the leader coming there. Excuse me, says Adam Shepherd. I've got a race to win. That's broken up the 206 battle a bit. That's let Dale Edwards get clear. It's going to be a win for Adam Shepherd. Plenty of swapping going on behind. These cars on different laps though, I think. It's going to be a win for Adam Shepherd. Here he comes up towards the line. Pole sitter, slightly slow start, but he recovers to take the win in the Integra. Adam Shepherd wins our first track action race of the afternoon here at Brands Hatch. He's well clear of Will De Claudio, whose little Peugeot will come through for second place overall and first of the Tricolor Trophy cars. Flashes his lights as he crosses the line. Third overall, it is going to be Gareth Porter. He's about 7.5 seconds further back. He dropped off the pace in the closing laps there. Fourth, its first race will be the Skoda of Paul Rodison. He's the first of the Deutsche Marks Trophy cars to come home. David Clark, a good fifth in the Renault 5 Turbo. The other cars on the lead lap are Sean Deacon and Callan Trump. Now, has Callan Trump got ahead there of the Peugeot? They're coming to the line now. They're going to finish side by side, I think. And the Peugeot just nips through on the run to the line. I think Sean Deacon got there. Yes, he did. We'll confirm the result in a moment. So Adam Shepherd's Honda Integra DC5 takes the win. Our first track action race of the afternoon. He didn't make the best of starts, but fought back very quickly indeed around the first couple of laps. Will De Claudio second ahead of Gareth Porter and then Paul Rodison. They all win their classes. David Clark in 5th place, then Sean Deacon and Callum Trump. They actually finished exactly a lap apart. They both win their classes though. Jake Alden, Donald Dewar, Grant Hatfield, who won his class, Anthony Alex, Dale Edwards, the top Peugeot 206, ahead of Andy Mitchell. They had a good battle further back. There were class wins as well for Trevor Algar, David Thomas, the other two finishers, Noah Checkley and Jacob Baldry. We lost Dave Beecroft into the pits, and of course Sean Govan pulled off as well. Hopefully we'll see them back out later on. Meantime, let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Obviously lightning fast in the race, perhaps expected to win, and you did, but you still had work to do.
No, it's good. Yeah, it's a bad start. It was obviously this car's quite cammy, so once I launched it, I was off cam and I was like, oh god. So a bit of a rubbish start, but no, it's after that it's good. Just pulled a gap and brought it home.
Car in good nick, still everything okay?
Yeah, brilliant. The car was really good. Huge thank you to Michael with 5G Communications. We wouldn't be here without him, one of our sponsors. Jonathan Bevan for the car, trusting me with it. So, no, great, enjoyed that.
Dude, my phone signal, I could do with some of that. Well done
Yeah,
anyway, best of luck for a little bit later as well. Right, let's move around because William, here we go. I tell you something, William. Looks can be deceiving, can't they? This 106 GTI is quick.
Yeah, it's not too bad, is it? It's our first time ever. I've never raced it before, so no, it's my first time. So.
Baptism of fire, but I take it you quite like it then.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a lot to learn still, but you know, it would have been nice to have got back onto the back of the Civic, but he was just in a different league, to be honest.
You did beat a 205 GTI.
Yeah, I did see him catching me up, and I thought I'd better pedal it a bit faster now, so better leave him behind. But
well done. Well, look, you'll learn a lot. You've got to do it again later as well.
Yeah, as well. Hopefully we can go a little bit better next time.
Top man. Thank you so much. Right, everybody. As you can see, Pre-66s. A big shout out to Gareth Porter as well. We will catch up with him, by the way. There's still got another race to go, track action. We'll catch up with him a little bit later. But we haven't got time. Pre-66 is heading out on track now. So, Dave, over to you.
Yes, they certainly are. It is time to go back in time with the Everard's Pre-66 Classic and historic touring cars. They had a wonderful race yesterday despite a stoppage when Ed Gibbs and his Anglia got stranded at Druids. We'll take you through the full lineup shortly. Let's see who Ian caught up with a short time ago.
Right, everybody, here we go. The final race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Race Club Pre-66. Yesterday was a battle between the light, nimble Lotus Cortina of Ian Thompson and the heavyweight Ford, the powerful Ford Falcon of Alan Greenhall. And it was the nimble Cortina that won out. So what are we going to expect from today? More of the same, I hope, although colder conditions. We've come down to have a quick chat, though, with Luke Wilson down here in the Austin A40. What a fantastic car.
Oh, thank you very much.
Tell us a little bit about it.
So, Austin A40, A-Series engine in it, 1275, bored out, but quite a lot of it's changed. It's not really much of the original car underneath anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, full spec'd out race-wise, and let's just hope it holds together each time, really.
How's it gone so far? How did it go yesterday?
It went well. We've got a slight issue with the clutch, so praying it holds together for today's race. But in terms of competitive with the other cars, it's been really fun. Really enjoyed it. Like, I'm up with all the imps, a lot of Hillman imps out today. I come just a little bit behind them, can't quite get there. I'm going to push. If the car holds together, if I hold together, see if I can beat a couple of the imps.
What makes it so special racing with a Pre-66s?
It's kind of everybody comes together to get cars out on the track. It's really sort of a good atmosphere to race with everybody. When you finish the race at Parc Fermé, everyone comes over, they'll all shake your hand, they'll all congratulate and say, race well done. So it's just a really pleasant environment to sort of get out there and have a bit of racing. So.
Fantastic. And the racing, by the way, superb. Luke, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Yes, it is a real blast from the past here. It is something quite special indeed. Final race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Race Club Pre-66 about to get underway. It's going to be close. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Well, a big grid to get through, so let's go straight in and look at the lineup. This grid based on yesterday's results. So it was reigning champion Ian Thompson, his new Lotus Cortina, who will start from pole. Alan Greenhall alongside him in the big Ford Falcon. Row 2, Grant Williams, the Welshman, in his Jaguar Mark II. Very famous Jaguar pilot is Grant, alongside Gary Townsend. in his Lotus Cortina. Led the initial start in yesterday's race, but got penalised for jumping the start. Row 3, Barry Syme, the Scotsman in his famous Mini, alongside James Ibbotson in his former title-winning Hillman Imp. Row 4, Kevin Swan in a Ford Anglia, alongside Brendan Rooney with his Hillman Imp. Completing the top 10, Mike Davies in his Mini, Adrian Oliver in an Imp. Row 6, we have Bob Bullen in a Ford Anglia, Martin Armstrong in a Mini, Michael Loveland in row 7 with his Imp, and it should have been Mark Uker's Mini on the outside. Not sure he's there though. Row 8, Luke Wilson's Austin A40, we just heard from him. Ed Carter's Imp alongside. Row 9, Lee Williams in another Jaguar, alongside Brian Bedford, he's in Austin A40. Top 20 completed by Jeremy Dias in his Singer Chamois, a badge-engineered Hillman Imp, alongside another Imp, that of David Ellis. So many Hillman Imps in the championship this year, fabulous to see. On the 11th row, Jake Swan with his Ford Anglia. He pulled into the pits on the last lap of yesterday's race. Starts alongside Steve Platts with another Singer Chamois. James Burrows will be next. He failed to get off the grid in the restart of yesterday's race. And then we got the cars that had problems yesterday. Michael Sheraton's Ford Anglia should be there, but I don't think he is, unfortunately. Piers Granger's Mustang, watch for him coming through the field. Problems in yesterday's race. Keith Wright's Morris Minor alongside him. Then Ed Gibbs, who had an off at Druids yesterday. Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina, if he's there. Billy Keneally, his son, we know he's not there. His Anglia broke down in qualifying yesterday. Tim Dodwell's there, though. He was absent yesterday, but he joins us today in his road-going Mini. And at the back, the car that Piers Tyne raced yesterday, Aaron Smith, the former Mini Miglia champion. Watch for him coming through from the back in the maroon Mini. He's been racing Minis for many years, and he's very quick indeed. Ian Thompson in the Mike and Andrew Jordan prepared Lotus Cortina on pole. He raced an Alan Mann Racing replica last season, now in this lovely looking grey Lotus Cortina alongside Alan Greenall, competed in the British Saloon Car Championship in a Golf in the early 80s. Alongside in the Falcon. He said that car was jumping out of second gear yesterday and he lost it going through the Graham Hill Bend section, which is why it cost him the win. Grant Williams in the Jag next, then Gary Townsend. The green flag waves at the back, and this wonderful grid of 60s and late 50s machinery about to get underway. Piers Grange, watch for the Mustang from the back. He's already got his headlights on, look. Revs are up and away we go, and one of the Imps hasn't got away. Who's that that's stalled it? Look out, Keith Wright just misses him. Unlucky 13 there for Adrian Oliver. He gets it fired up now, and he is away down towards Paddock Hill Bend. But it's the big Falcon, the V8 powering Alan Greenall into the lead. Hopefully he's cured that gear change problem from yesterday. Grant Williams up into second. Ian Thompson's made a bad start. He's back into around 6th position. Gary Townsend up there around the outside. We saw him in his Civic earlier on. Let's see what he can do in a Cortina. Well, what he can do is try and take the lead from Alan Greenall, and he's done it. Great first couple of corners from Gary Townsend. Grant Williams third. James Ibbotson's up to fourth. And look at Jake Swan. That's how you drive a Ford Anglia. He's thrashing that machine around. Fired up after problems yesterday. Pat Keneally's back out in his Cortina. He failed to finish yesterday's race. When Jake Swan came flying down the inside there, that was spectacular. We got a spinner. Lee Williams in the red Jaguar Mark 1 there has spun it. Let's hope he can get that going again. He doesn't want to stop there. We could have a safety car if he doesn't move away. Okay, completing the first lap then. Wasn't time to draw breath during that opening lap. There is Aaron Smith, the 121. He's already coming up well from the back. He's gained 20 places. He's up to 9th as, oh goodness me, Gary Townsend nearly lost it there. Coming out of paddock, he nearly went into the gravel as Grant Williams, that's how Grant Williams drives a Jag, sideways, but two sideways to keep Ian Thompson behind him. Thompson's made up about 4 places through Druids alone there. This is crazy stuff. You wouldn't believe these cars are priceless 50s and 60s machines. They're throwing them around like go-karts. Townsend leads, Thompson up to second, Greenall is third, Williams is now fourth. Look at Barry Syme throwing that Mini around. That's how Nick Swift would drive one. Oh, this is fabulous. Behind him is Aaron Smith. He's absolutely charged through the pack in the 121. He wasn't there yesterday, sharing the car with Piers Tin this weekend, the former McLaren COO. Aaron Smith, he is very, very quick in a Mini, and he's just usurped Barry Syme of the class lead there. Behind them is James Ibbotson, and then we've got one of the Anglias, that's Kevin Swan, father of Jake. That's an incredible first couple of laps. Here comes Aaron Smith, straight round the outside of Grant Williams. That Mini could win this outright. I reckon he could win this outright, Aaron Smith here. He's going for the about 4 times as big Falcon ahead of him. I'm losing my thread here completely. 2 Lotus Cortinas up front, then it's the Ford Falcon. Aaron Smith, who started last on the grid, having missed yesterday's race because he's sharing the car. Then we've got the Jaguar of Grant Williams. A couple of the Anglias next. There's Jake Swan chasing Mike Davies in the Mini, driving in both races this weekend. Normally his brother John takes over the car for the second race, but Ian Thompson, after a poor start, slicing past everybody into Druids for the second time. He's done the fastest lap, 57.826, and he's closing on race leader Gary Townsend. Greenall is third, then Aaron Smith in the Mini in 4th position. Come through Druids, just our first real chance to pause for breath during this race. This is absolutely brilliant. Through Graham Hill Bend. Aaron Smith nearly into the boot there, literally, of the Falcon. Note the retro scale extra stickers on these cars as well. I see headlights further back. That will be Piers Grange in the Mustang. He went out with engine trouble yesterday, as up the inside Aaron Smith up to 3rd now on 3 wheels in his Mini. He really is one of the fastest men in a Mini anywhere. But onto a straight, the power of the V8 tells, and look at the way that Alan Greenall pulls past Aaron Smith. Oh, this is just brilliant. Showing why this is one of my favourite racing championships anywhere. Now, first back marker coming up, so the Cortina's going to have to be careful here. It's Tim Dodwell, the veteran in his Mini, and when I say veteran, he's owned this Mini since it was new in the mid-60s. Been competing in various events with it, and he drives it on the road to every event as well. He's a real unsung hero, is Tim. Aaron Smith is dancing that Mini round. There's Tim Dodwell, just keeps out of the way. Meanwhile, Gary Townsend's under fire from Ian Thompson. He wants a double victory. They're coming up on Keith Wright's Morris Minor. They're side by side. Hopefully Keith's seen them coming, and Gary Townsend got boxed in there behind the Morris Minor, and Ian Thompson's been able to take the lead. And now the Mini is upon them. Here comes Aaron Smith. Here comes Alan Greenall fighting back. Absolutely incredible. These 4 covered by 2 seconds. And further back, Grant Williams is still 5th in the Jaguar, ahead of Barry Syme in his Mini. Aaron Smith was performing similar heroics in a Mini at the members meeting at Goodwood last weekend. And he's on the tail of Gary Townsend now. Cortinas have got their lights on to warn the back markers they're coming. There's Piers Grange in the background. I think he's into the top 10 now. Yeah, he's up to 9th in the Mustang. Gary Townsend. I'm not sure he's seen that Aaron Smith is there. Mini a bit low in his mirror maybe, but up the inside, I think he knows he's there now. Appears next to Gary's driver's door. Excuse me, says Aaron Smith. I don't think so, says Gary Townsend. I'm going to hold 2nd place. The power of the Cortina telling over the Mini. They come towards Druids once again, and Townsend moves to cover. Smith goes to the outside. He's not really around the outside of him, but Druids surely not quite. Very close to each other indeed there. Greenall still 4th in the Ford Falcon. It's Williams, Syme, James Ibbotson still. Oh, we've got a car stopped on Cooper Straight. It's Lee Williams in the Jaguar. If he stays there, that'll be a safety car definitely. He got going again after his spin on the first lap, but if he stopped there on the Cooper Straight, then they'll have to bring out the safety car. Here comes Piers Grange. There's the Ford Mustang. He's already scored 2 wins this weekend in his Escorts. He was in contention for a podium yesterday when the Mustang developed a problem and he had to pit. Started from towards the back in today's race, and that big Ford Mustang now charging up alongside James Ibbotson in the leading Hillman Imp. Hopefully Lee Williams has been able to get going again and the race will be able to continue. Towards Druids come the leaders. There's Greenall. Now what about the next group? Grant Williams ahead of Piers Grange, up to 6 now. He's got ahead of Barry Symes Mini, the Scotsman. Behind Ibbotson is Bob Bullen's Ford Anglia and Jake Swan rounding out the top 10 in the black Ford Anglia. Just catch a glimpse of them there coming down the hill. Grange up the inside, White alongside Grant Williams there. Wales, England and Scotland all in a line there. Now the Mustang's going to get through surely at Surtees. Through he goes. Now getting after our 4 leaders. Barry Syme buzzing up onto the back of the Jaguar as well. We've lost Pat Keneally somewhere, I'll tell you, the Lotus Cortina not having a happy season, sadly. Problems at Donington as well. It's not been a good season for the whole Keneally family, because Billy's yet to race this year both times this season. His Anglias let him down in qualifying. Speaking of Anglias, here comes Bob Bullen, racing his Escort this weekend in Pre-83 as well, and here comes Jake Swan, headlights aflare. Up on the outside, James Ibbotson in his former title-winning Hillman Imp holding the inside. Barry Syme cuts ahead. He's just gone round the outside of the Jag at Druids. Brilliant from Barry. Here's our second place battle. They've lapped Tim Dodwell a second time. Tim just enjoying himself out there in his Mini. And now here comes Aaron Smith trying to go for second place. Gary Townsend uses the extra power of the Cortina. The man from Rugby holds second. Down into Paddock Hill Bend they go. Aaron Smith trying to fight back the local man from Aylesford here in Kent. Ian Thompson continues to lead, looking for his double as he tries to retain the title this year. The racing has been of truly wonderful quality. Still 5.5 minutes of this race to go as Aaron Smith once again four-wheel drifts the Mini through Graham Hill Bend. There's one of the Imps pulled over. That's the number 6 car, I think, of Ed Carter out of the race. The yellow flags on the Cooper Straight. Alan Greenall's still going, but he's dropped back in the Falcon now. Big cars like that, they have a habit of wearing out brakes and tyres very quickly, and of course he had that gear change problem yesterday. Across the line goes the second place battle. 2 seconds behind Ian Thompson now, lapping, I think that's Jeremy Dias' Imp there. Or the A40's Brian Bedford as well. Moves to the inside. Take a quick look at the class leaders. Class F for Lotus Cortinas is led by Thompson. Class C is the Minis and Anglias. That's led by Aaron Smith. Class A for the bigger cars by Greenall. Basically the American V8s and the Jaguars in Class A. Class E is the Hillman Imps. That's led by James Ibbotson. And Class D by Luke Wilson's Austin A40. That's the A40s and the Morris Minors. Beautifully done there by Jake Swan down the inside of Graham Hill Bend. He's taken Grant Williams, but the Jaguar's extra power tells, and he goes back through on the run down Cooper Straights. Jake Swan, the way he handles that Anglia, it belies his young years, racing alongside his father Kev. Going round the outside of Keith Wright's Morris Minor. You normally see him in a Lotus Cortina, but I assume he's had problems with that and he's switched back to the Morris. Closing on Barry Syme again as well in his famous Scottish Blue Mini. This is the battle for 6th overall. Piers Grange has got through this lot and is in P5 ahead of him. Now, Piers Grange, is he going to be within range for a Class A win here? He's just under 3 seconds behind, and again Jake Swan is attacking the Jaguar into Graham Hill Bend. He's done it again. Knocks his front wheel, he always does there. But again, the Jag will then simply use its extra power and pull back ahead. The theme of these races, the more powerful Jaguars, Cortinas and the American cars breeze ahead down the straights, and the smaller cars zap them into the corners. Chief among the giant killers used to be James Ibbotson. He's a little further back in the order now in the Imp. There he is, just behind this lot. Here comes Bob Bullen, time classic Ford racer, seen him in Anglias and Lotus Cortinas and Escorts for many years. He'll be out in his Mark 1 Escort later on today. 2 minutes 40 seconds to go. There's a lock-up there from Gary Townsend. That could allow Aaron Smith to come through. Not quite. That's Graham Hillbend. He's still harrying the Cortina. Gary Townsend, who's raced Mazda MX-5s for a few seasons. Before that, he was a short ovaler, raced Formula One stock cars. Quite a contrast here today, racing his Cortina and his Honda Civic. The inside, that's Aaron Smith going for second place. Has he got him this time? He's alongside, but the Cortina will just use its extra power again. Yep, same story as they come onto the Brabham Straight. 2 minutes to go. They're 4 seconds behind Ian Thompson now. There he is. As they lap Tim Dodwell once again. Tim may be in his twilight years, but he still loves his racing. The wheel of his classic Mini, the devotee of the Road Saloon Championship for many years, when you had to drive your car on the road to the circuit from the regulations. Did that with a VW Scirocco, among other things as well. Background there, Piers Grange getting the Mustang sideways as he tries to catch Alan Greenall. Still, Aaron Smith trying every which way to get past Gary Townsend. He just can't do it. Shows how well sorted these two Cortinas are. The traditional Cortina livery on Gary Townsend's car, the grey of the Andrew Jordan prepared machine. Of course, Andrew Jordan, a former British Touring Car Champion back in 2013. Prepares historic cars these days along with his father Mike at their base near Lichfield in Staffordshire. Yeah, great squealing on some of these cars. They're really working hard. There's Grange, the back up to 5th. There's quite a gap back to the battle for 6th, which is headed by Williams. Ahead of, have we lost Barry Syme? The Mini hasn't come through, have we? I think we've lost Barry. Bob Bullen locks up at Druids. You can see how hard they're working these cars. But we've lost Barry Syme, unfortunately. That's given, well, Aaron Smith was leading the category for Minis and Anglias, so up to second now he's Bullen, battling with Swan. That's for second in class. Not too sure where Barry has gone. He hasn't come through on that last lap, unfortunately, so I think he's out of the race. Let's have a look down the time tree. No, he's come through now. He's 14th, so he must have had a spin somewhere, Barry Syme. There's James Ibbotson getting involved with the Anglias. Meantime, the clock is down to 0. The leader is at Druids, so we're on the last lap now. And meanwhile, Aaron Smith has finally got the Mini past Gary Townsend. He's finally got past the Cortina. He's been trying all race long ever since he's rocking through from the back. They lap Keith Wright. They both slide their way through. Oh, look out. I thought the Mount Morris Minor was going to drift into the path of Gary Townsend there. Well, what an incredible race from the Everard's Pre 66 classic and historic touring cars. And despite making a slow start, the reigning champion fought back, and it's going to be a double win for Ian Thompson. Wheel of his Jordan prepared Cortina comes across the line to take the checkered flag, well clear in the end of his pursuers, and it's going to be Aaron Smith last on the grid, finishes second, Gary Townsend in third, Alan Greenall takes 4th, Grange 5th from the back, and then the battle for 6th coming through. Who's going to be 6th? It's going to be Grant Williams in the Jaguar, Jake Swan 7th towards the back, then Bob Bullen, James Ibbotson in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 will be Kevin Swan in his Anglia. Wow, what a brilliant race. There's Barry Syme just going through Surtees now, so he must have had a spin out of our sight somewhere. That's all, there's a problem with the Mini. Yes, in fact he's dropped further back on that previous lap as well, so whether there's an issue with the Mini. But the win goes to Ian Thompson. We'll take you through the class winners in a moment. Yeah, quite slow across the line there, so it wasn't a spin, it was something amiss with Barry Syme's car, unfortunately. And he ends up down in 21st place. Ian Thompson takes the win in the Cortina. The driver of the race for me, Aaron Smith, last on the grid to finish second in his Mini and winning Class C as well. Gary Townsend completes the podium. Then came the 3 Class A cars, Alan Greenall, Piers Grange and Grant Williams. Jake Swan, a great drive by him through in the Anglia as well, throwing that car around to finish ahead of Bob Bullen. James Ibbotson takes Class E in his Imp. And then Kevin Swan, Mike Davies, Ed Gibbs, Mark Uka, Brendan Rooney. 14th, second in Class E. Third in that class was Steve Platts. Further back in the order, Luke Wilson won Class D. And Class G, the guest class, went to Lee Williams in the Jaguar. Just a couple of retirements there. We lost the Imp of Ed Carter and Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina. Let's see what the drivers thought of that one if they're in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, here we are in the pit lane, everybody. We've got to come and talk to Aaron Smith down here from dead last on the grid, all the way up to second place. Maybe just a couple of more laps, but a perfect weekend for Ian Thompson. The pair of wins. There's a reason there's a number 1 on that Lotus Cortina. But Aaron Smith, I knew you'd be smiling when you got plumb last to second.
I know. I was hoping for a good first lap, and that is definitely what I had there.
Are you a little bit frustrated? You ain't got 5 more minutes.
I know. What could have been, I could have caught him, I reckon, but I was just... There was a cross-channel ferry in front of me. I couldn't quite get past it.
Do you mean Alan Greenall in the Falcon himself?
He was doing a sterling job, but my word, it was hard to hang on to there. But the Mini's so nimble, and like the engine that CAD have got in it, like crikey, it goes like a missile.
Well, you got previous with Minis, haven't you? So yeah.
I know, yeah, they're my friends. So yeah, no, it's good, really good.
I'm really glad you enjoyed it, Aaron. And
Thanks
great
very
to
much.
see you again, by the way, buddy.
Cheers.
It really is. Let's grab Ian for a quick chat, shall we? Because Ian, can we just jump in? Oh, sorry, John. We just turned around. Perfect weekend for you. There's number 1 on the car for a reason, isn't there?
Well, 2 out of 2 is the first ever in my life. So.
Oh God, I didn't even know that. Congratulations.
Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Aaron was a bit racy though, wasn't he?
I was almost in the barriers at the start. I don't know if you saw, but I actually went into towards the tyre barriers off the line. Had to get out. Someone squeezed me, but then I was in 5th or 6th. I just had to work my way back, so it was good. Very good. A lot of fun.
You got a big smile on your face. Congratulations.
Thank you very
great
much.
stuff
Appreciate it.
indeed. Oh, there you go. I'm just getting bumped out of the way. Right, more racing action coming up indeed. In fact, next we've got the final race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. If you liked that close racing, this is certainly going to excite you. So I'm going to hand over to your commentary team to take you through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian, and thank you, Ian Thompson, as well, because we've been watching the stalled car further back. I didn't see that Ian had nearly been squeezed into the barriers there, so that's why he dropped back at the start. So now we know. Anyway, we move on to our 3rd and final race for the Miltek Civic Cup this weekend. The grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying yesterday. Already seen success for Lewis Kent and for Jack Ruddell, his first win in the championship. The cars will be shortly out onto the grid. Let's see what some of the drivers have to say in the lead up to this race.
Right, everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. It is time for the final race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup, and I'm here with Aidan Mitchell because Aidan, it's been quite an eventful weekend for you, wasn't it? Yesterday, of course, you only just made race 1, a very late clutch change, but then it went a little bit wrong, didn't it?
Yeah, so the clutch, we found out the clutch was, it came in from qualifying perfectly fine, had no problems, ran it up on the stand, and there was no problems. Put it down and it just wouldn't go, so we had to change the clutch about 25 minutes before race 1, which was, yeah, obviously stressful, and the team did a great job. We got out, obviously we had to start from the pit lane because it was the last minute change, but yeah, we got out, and unfortunately just, yeah, one little thing, and it just, race came to an end at lap 2, so we had to start from the back from race 2, which obviously wasn't great, but yeah, we came back nicely, and yeah, we'll see what we can do.
A great race in race 2 from you. Has that bred a lot of confidence coming into the final races? We're going to go for this one.
Yeah, well, we came back through 13 places gained, so, you know, it's all to play for here. We'll do what we can and see how it goes.
All to play for. It was great to see him. I really hope race 3 ends on a high for, yes, the ups and downs of motorsport. So here we go, final race of the weekend. Miltek Civic Cup coming up. Dave, over to you.
Got the cars onto the grid then for race 3 of the weekend. Good to see that Lewis Kent is back out after his non-start earlier on. The winner of race 1 this weekend. Trouble before the second race, which saw the car into the pits at the end of the green flag lap. But he's back out for this one on the outside of the front row. It is Alistair Camp on pole with a 53.020 from qualifying. That's his second quickest time, 53.187 for Lewis Kent. Second row, Liam McGill. His second race spoilt by an incident on the first lap. Starts alongside Jake Hewlett, runner-up earlier on. Row 3, Wesley Swain alongside Harvey Caton. Then Francisco Howitt and Dave Marshall on row 4. Completing the top 10, Jack Ruddell and Jake Renshaw. Sixth row will be Matt Wilkins, failed to finish earlier on. Starts alongside Aidan Mitchell. Then Josh Bromley and Sam Nicolaou start on row 7. The 8th row, Adam Parker and Charlie Constable. Will Butt and Charlotte Birch on row 9. Completing the top 20, Gary Townsend, who's had to do a quick change of car, and he'll line up alongside Harry England. The 11th row will be Adam Jackson alongside 93 Ben Bateman. Then 322 Jamie Petters, 495 Mark Hughes, 74 of Anthony Gannon, 76 Simon Welch, and 86 Dan Petters, who missed qualifying yesterday while changing an engine, starts at the back of the field. He started at the back for both his races. He missed race 1. Came through nicely into the top 10 in the race this morning. This will be another 15-minute race, the Miltek Civic Cup. There's a little bit of clearing up being done at the moment. See Ed Carter's Hillman Imp being towed in there. Alistair Camp takes pole, looking for win number 2 of the season. Glad to his success in the opener at Donington. He set off on their green flag lap. Camp in the black car with the green and pink flashes down it. So that's an FN2. Incidentally, the two types of car not racing in separate classes. It is all one combined championship, but the two shapes of car catered for. Matt Wilkins looking for another Diamond Trophy success. Drivers aged 40 and over. It's Gary Townsend, I think, who won that in race 2 after Matt dropped out. And the Paul Winfield Trophy. Won in the first race by Francisco Howitt, the second by our overall winner, Jack Ruddell. Alistair Camp on pole. Many cars entered by Area Motorsport out there. Ben Sharp's team hoping for some better fortunes in this one. They had a couple of retirements yesterday. Gary Townsend, who jumped out of his Cortina into his Civic. Can't be many drivers who've raced those two models back to back. To the grid they come then. Camp on the inside, the silver and orange car of Lewis Kent alongside. He's looking to make up for lost points after those problems in race 2. Liam McGill, the blue and pink car, the Scotsman on row 3 alongside the black and green of Jake Hewlett. And the blue and black car with the yellow wheels, that's Wesley Swain. Harvey Caton in black and white with the blue bonnet and roof. Next in on the grid is Francisco Howitt, the red and white car. Dave Marshall in red with the white trim. Alongside him, the FN2, and completing the top 10, Jack Ruddell, the maroon and black car. Up alongside him is Jake Renshaw in black and white with a bit of red trim. That's your top 10 on the grid. 15 minutes of racing then for the Miltek Civic Cup, their third and final race of the weekend. 27 cars on track. There waits the all clear to get this one underway. The 5-second board being held aloft, then the red lights will come on, and when they go out, we will be racing for the Miltek Civic Cup here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. Alistair Camp and Lewis Kent to lead them away. Off they go. One car slow getting going there. I think that might be Adam Parker, 192. He will drop to the back of the field, but he's got it going. Up towards the first corner, and it is Alistair Camp who leads them away. Towards Druids they come for the first time. McGill into second place, he's got away well. Lewis Kent is in third. Then we've got Jake Hewlett in fourth position, bit of a lock-up there for, I think that's Francisco Howitz, and that's Adam Parker running wide, I think, in there. So maybe it wasn't him who got the delay at the start. It may have been his teammate, the number 14 of Aidan Mitchell. That's number 90, Jake Renshaw, off on the exit of Druids. More problems for the Ben Sharp racing cars. They've had a pretty disastrous weekend, it has to be said. Field charged its way through Surtees towards Clearways for the first time. Now we saw a bit of incident on cold tyres. There's a tangle. That's Charlotte Birch that's gone around. Tangle with Adam Jackson in the 79. And now the 22 trying to get going again, and she does so. Leaders head up into the second lap. Then it's Camp ahead of McGill. Up to third is Jake Hewlett, the number 14. So Lewis Kent has been shuffled back there on the outside line. Yes, Wesley Swain's come through, Harvey Caton as well. Lewis Kent is back to around 6th place and has got Dave Marshall on his tail. Now, whether Lewis Kent's still got issues with the car after that problem in race 2, we'll wait and see how things develop. There he is in 6th ahead of Marshall. Then Francisco Howitt in the number 50 car. The first two have got away slightly. Camp being chased by Liam McGill. He wants his first win of the season. Hewlett well up there in 3rd position. Lewis Kent is under fire from Dave Marshall. Yeah, he just doesn't seem to have the speed here, Lewis Kent, in the 38 car we normally see from the former TCR star. Howitt's going to try and get through as well. Lewis Kent's going backwards. Is he going to be bound for the pits again, I wonder? Jack Ruddle, our race 2 winner, is in behind them, the MJB Sports Cars machine, and Liam McGill's having a look for the lead as they go up into Druids. He's got the inside line on Alistair Camp, and wallop, who's that going off? That's Francisco Howitt off on the inside of Druids. Well, that'll be a safety car if he can't get that going again. There's damage to the right front, so he didn't see the beginning of that. He was close with Lewis Kent, so whether they touched, I'm not sure. Everybody else got through okay. Pick up the leaders in a moment, because yes, Liam McGill has got the move done. He's taken the lead from Alistair Camp. Jake Hewlett shadowing them in 3rd position. So Liam McGill, the man from Kirkcaldy in Scotland, leads the way. Alistair Camp from Derbyshire in 2nd place, trying to fight back. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. 2 different shapes of Honda fighting it out at the front of the field. Up towards Druids. Camp has a look on the inside. I think the yellow flag has been withdrawn there. Yes, because Francisco Howitt's car has moved away. That's almost the same place where he came to grief on the first lap of race 2. Not a happy weekend for Francisco in today's races anyway. He did finish in the top 10 yesterday. Along the Cooper Straight, McGill leads. Camp, Hewlett, Swain in 4th. Harvey Caton is 5th. Those 5 have broken away from Dave Marshall on his own in 6th position. Picking up the dust there, Harvey Caton on the inside of Clearways. One car in the pit lane there. Who is that? It's Adam Parker that's pulled in. Jake Renshaw's in after that off at Druids as well. Francisco Howitt's pulled into the pits, not surprisingly too. So 3 cars in pit lane. Further back, Sam Nicolaou having a go at Will Butt. He's been well in the thick of things over the course of this weekend, the Welshman. Up on the curb there through Paddock Hill Bend. McGill leads it by less than a quarter of a second. Harvey Caton has done the fastest lap of the race, 53.646. There he is at the back of the lead train. Then Marshall 6th, Wilkins 7th. 8th behind him is Lewis Kent, so he's lost another place. Butt's under fire from Nicolaou here. This is for 11th position. Sam Nicolaou in the number 65 car, having a go at Surtees. He hasn't got moved on, the Rough Living Furniture car. Behind them, Charlie Constable and Jamie Petters. There's Dan Petters, came through from the back in the top turn earlier. He's 17th at the moment. There he is, across the line behind Harry England. Up to 16th, now he's got past Gary Townsend. Here are your leaders, 5 of them. Line astern. Still Liam McGill who sets the pace, looking for his first win of the season. But Alistair Camp is right on his tail. Black and white flag for track limits being shown to the number 92, Wesley Swain, the man in 4th place, so he needs to be careful. One more offence and he may get a penalty. Through Clearways. Still 9.5 minutes to go in this 3rd race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. Across the stripe, McGill leads the way. The gap this time 0.43 of a second, which increased his lead by a couple of tenths. Camp trying to go with him. Hewlett locks up a little as he goes through in 3rd place in the pack. Then Swain, Caton, Dave Marshall's rather on his own. He's being reeled in slowly by Pat Wilkins, I think. Wilkins leading the Diamond Trophy split. Through Graham Hill Bend go the leaders. Who's leading Paul Winfield Trophy split. I think that's Josh Bromley in 9th, number 37, just ahead of Jack Riddell. Across the line come the leaders, completing lap number 7. The gap still less than 0.4 of a second. There's a battle further back. That's Ben Bateman, the ex-Vauxhall Nova racer. His career in mini stocks on the short ovals. Adam Jackson behind him with the rear wheel arch hanging off there. If that gets any worse, he could get the black and orange flag. There's Harvey Caton all over the back of Wesley Swain now for 4th place. They're closing in turn on Jake Hewlett. Now if these 3 start scrapping it out, it'll let the 2 leaders get away. 8 minutes to go. Dave Marshall has been caught by Matt Wilkins further back as well. That's for P6. See them in the background. Again, Kate cuts it fine through Clearways, kicks up some dust. Adam Parker and Francisco Howitt said he will rejoin from the pits, so the only car that looks to be out of the race is Jake Renshaw. 5 plunge together through Paddock Hill Bend. They're covered by just over 1.7 seconds. Gary Townsend has received the black and white flag, just as a warning for exceeding track limits. Bit of a lock up there from young Harvey Caton. Former karting star. Cannock in Staffordshire, bouncing over the curb there at Surtees, is determined to get past Wesley Swain for 4th place. Is he going to cut up towards the grass through Clearways? Not this time, no. Still Liam McGill holding off the attentions of Alistair Camp out in front. Here's Sam Nicolau. He's getting well involved in the pack. He's got Jamie Petters on his tail now. This is the battle for 12th, and Petters goes through at Clearways. They struggled in qualifying, the Petters boys. There's the other of them, Daniel Petters. He's got the headlights on. That's the slightly battered car of Harry England, number treble 3 ahead of him. Bit of bodywork hanging off on the left side of the car. Side by side further back, Josh Bromley having a go at Lewis Kent. Well, it all started off so well for Lewis with a win yesterday, but it's not been a happy day at all for the erstwhile championship leader. He could lose his points lead here, I reckon, to Alistair Camp. Alistair Camp looking to emulate Max Edmondson as a second 2-time champion in Miltek Civic Cup history. Alistair won it back in 2021. He's all over Liam McGill here for the lead as well, trying to have a go up the outside. Meanwhile, Harvey Caton's having a go for 4th further back as they go into Druids. McGill's held the lead. Still the Scotsman as they head down into Graham Hill Bend. Has Harvey Caton got through for 4th? Yes, he has. He got the move done at Druids. Down to 5th goes Wesley Swain. To Clearways once again. The gap's never been more than about 0.4 of a second for Liam McGill over very determined Alistair Camp. Let's close right back up on him there as they go towards Druids once again. He's surely going to try again. Well, McGill covers the line. They've got to be mindful that Jake Hewlett's closing up on them as well. Now he's starting to turn up the wick. He's just done a personal best, 53.451. Matt Wilkins has got the fastest lap, 53.445. He's in 6th position. 230s and McLaren they go once again. I think Wesley Swain has just been given a penalty. Yes, 5-second time penalty pending for Wesley Swain, who's at the back of this group. So he's going to get a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That will drop him behind the leading group, unfortunately. Harry England, his rather battered car, the side trim hanging off there, being chased by Daniel Petters. It's the battle for 15th place. Surprised that car hasn't been given the black and orange flag, the bodywork hanging off. Been a rather fraught weekend for Harry England. Facing there Charlie Constable, Sam Nicolaou chasing down Jamie Petters. 3.5 minutes remaining. Little flash of flame there from Nicolaou's car. There's Matt Wilkins, the Diamond Trophy leader. Dave Marshall behind him in that smart looking FN2. See as they cross the line, Swain I think will lose 1 place with the penalty, so Matt Wilkins if things stay as they are. Still Alistair Camp unable to do anything about Liam McGill out in front. Is he going to make his long journey from Kirkcaldy in Fife worthwhile with a victory? On the Cooper straight they go. Is he going to be our 4th winner from 5 races in the Civic Cup this year? Only Lewis Kent has a double. He won the 2nd race at Donington. He won race 1 yesterday. Over the line they go. 0.3 of a second in it. Alistair Camp looking for win number 2 this season. He won the 1st race at Donington. He has a little look there on the rise up towards Druids. Jake Hewlett waiting patiently behind them. Those two should get into any difficulties. He's ready to capitalise. Less than 2 minutes left now. Harvey Caton's dropped back just a little bit, so has Wesley Swain. So once that penalty's applied, he'll drop to 6th behind Matt Wilkins, I think. Towards the end of another lap. All but one of the cars that started still running. Jake Renshaw going out on the first lap with that contact at Druids. 2 more laps to go of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Here's a battle between Jamie Petters and Sam Nicolaou. This is for 12th position. This is for 1st position. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Harvey Caton fighting his way back up now as well. McGill has actually pulled away just a little bit there, and Hewlett's ready to attack Alistair Camp for 2nd place. Could we see a change for P2 on the last lap? Coming round to start that last lap now, the last lap of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup, and it's looking good for a 1st win of the season for Liam McGill. And Jake Hewlett snaps 2nd place. 30 seconds to go as they cross the line. Harvey Caton looking to get onto the podium as well. He was in good form at Donington. Race 1 yesterday, he inherited a podium when Alistair Camp was penalised. Through Druids they go for the last time. I don't think Liam McGill is going to be caught here. The McGill Motorsport car heads down into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. It's going to be close for 2nd and 3rd. With the blue and pink car, the man from Fife has pulled away just enough, I think, through towards Clearways for the last time. It's going to be 4 winners from 5 races in this year's Miltek Civic Cup. Up towards the line, down the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. It's Scotland the Brave here at Brands Hatch today. Liam McGill wins race 3 for the Civic Cup. Alistair Camp second, Jake Hewlett is third, Harvey Caton is fourth. Wesley Swain crosses the line 5th, but will be penalised to 6th place behind Matt Wilkins with the track limits penalty. 7th is Dave Marshall. Josh Bromley is 8th, and I think he wins the Paul Winfield Trophy segment. Earlier winner Ruddell is 9th. And Lewis Kent ended up 10th. There was clearly something amiss with his car after the problems earlier on. Matt Wilkins wins the Diamond Trophy in 5th place. Waiting for the last couple of cars to come home then. Just one non-finisher, Jake Renshaw. And Adam Parker finishes a few laps down after a pit call after early problems. Last couple of cars come in. Confirm the provisional result in a moment. Well done to Liam McGill, an excellent drive to hold off Alistair Camp, having got the move done at Druids. He wins by 3/4 of a second over Alistair Camp in second. Jake Hewlett in third ahead of Harvey Caton. Matt Wilkins in 5th wins the Goodyear Diamond Trophy. He got fastest lap as well, 53.445. Wesley Swain penalised to 6th by track limits penalty. Then Dave Marshall. Josh Bromley wins the Paul Winfield Trophy classification. Riddell. Lewis Kent only down in 10th place. I think he'll lose the championship lead to Alistair Camp possibly. Then Will Butts, Jamie Petters, Sam Nicolaou and Dan Petters from the back up into 12th position. Well, down to Parc Fermé then with Ian. Let's get the reaction to the action.
Whoa, another close race, another tight one, and Liam McGill adds his name to the winner list in 2025 in the Miltek Civic Cup. Liam, let's just grab you. Congratulations, a winner in 2025. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels great. My first meeting in the Civic Cup was back in 2023, and I got a win on my first outing, and ever since then I've never managed to piece it together. So yeah, delighted to eventually come away with it.
Does it make it a little bit sweeter as well? That that's slipping. You had to do it under heavy pressure there from Campy.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I mean, Campy doesn't give up, that's for sure. So I was just looking for the last lap board, saying, when the hell is this coming? But
you were willing it. You were willing it.
Yeah.
And you saw it and you thought, right, come on.
Yeah, that's it. I think Camp started dropping away at the end slightly, so it gave me a little bit breathing space. But I was already flapping by that point, so.
Thank goodness the checkered flag game. Yeah. Congratulations, mate. You're a winner in 2025, a winner again in the Civic Cup as well. There's Alistair Camp. Let's grab him. 2 third places. It's the second. Alistair Camp, what do we have to do to win this weekend? I'm afraid you've run out of chances.
I know, yeah. We're just the rear of these, trying to get them hot at the start. It's just a nightmare, and that's got it sideways. And it's so close on this grid. One mistake like that, and that's what happens. It's hard.
That's why it's so good, though. It's so good to. And actually, it's been a great weekend for you, championship-wise.
Exactly, mate. And that's what I'm saying. I'm still smiling. It's been great. It's nice to win, but it's also nice to do what we've done, like battling. Got Jake behind me, Harvey behind me. I could see him coming, and I was like, I just need to make a gap so Liam doesn't defend and push me into them. So you're like trying to do it, but that's really good. And obviously, then I got a track limits, and I thought I'm not getting cursed by that again. That was it. Then I just went on the defence and said, Liam, you can have that.
I'll tell you something. We've got you, we've got Jake going well, we've got Liam, we've got Lewis. We're in for some title fight this season, aren't we?
Yeah, 100%. And you've just seen it then. Didn't put 1 foot wrong. How many drivers can you say through the country that can do that? And anybody like Jake last time, they just don't put a foot wrong, and that's why the championship is so good, because it's quality drivers and they very rarely make mistakes. I've been the one making those mistakes the old timer this weekend.
Not next time. Not next time. Top man. Thanks for talking to us. I really appreciate it. Here we go. I tell you what, double bubble podium today for you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, super happy. Obviously, as I said earlier, we're just so grateful to be here. Obviously, massive thanks to our sponsors as always, and yeah, just mega racing out there. That's what the Civic Cup's all about.
When you came into this season, were you thinking, I could be in a title fight, or were you just seeing where you were?
No, being honest, no. But that's the whole reason we're here.
Yeah.
We're obviously a previous champion, but there's many previous champions within this series. Hence why we're here. It's here to push one another on and look at what we're doing out there. It's just really good racing all around, and yeah, like I say, that's exactly why we're here, because the Civic Cup just makes it's just crazy competitive out there, as you can see.
Long way to go, but you're in the title fight. Well done.
Yeah,
Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. I did want to find Jack, if I could, from Civic Cup. I'm not too sure where he is anyway. He's just going to give us a bit of update on where you can keep track of everything. But if you do want to watch more of the Miltek Civic Cup throughout 2025, you can. Do check him out on social media. If you've liked what you've seen, I'm sure you have. Do keep up to speed. In fact, you can watch the races live at BARC TV as well throughout 2025. Right, the Pre-83s for the Classic Touring Cars have gone. They're not in assembly anymore. I assume they're out on track. So I'm going to hand over to Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, the cars already formed up, ready for their green flag lap. Then they had a cracking race yesterday. This is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars. Let's see who Ian found to catch up with a little earlier.
Right, everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. Almost time for the final race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in general. It's the Pre-83s. Over here, as you can see, we've got Mostyn Rutter. We're going to have a quick chat because look at this Vauxhall Forenza. A thing of absolute beauty and getting a lot of love on the live stream as well. Tell us about the car and how you came to acquire it.
Well, I bought it in ¡86 and I've raced it, same car ever since.
Wow.
Done a lot of work to it. Very difficult now to obtain the spares for it, though. It's a bit of a problem when Escorts you can buy everything off the shelf, I believe. But I love the thing. It's given me a lot of pleasure and heartache. And
I bet it does,
yeah, but it's fantastic. It handles the way I wanted to handle. It's beautiful. I
suppose
like
you've had it such a long time now. It's just perfect for you, right?
It is, yes. It's just perfect. Yeah, that's what I want, and I've got it the way I want it. And let's hope we can keep it on the black stuff this afternoon and go for a good one.
You enjoyed your weekend?
Oh yeah, I do enjoy. Yeah, it's lovely to come out and meet everybody, and it's a friendly group. It's they're real friendly guys, and yeah, fantastic series.
Well, you just answered my next question, so I'll let you crack on anyway. Get ready to go racing. Thanks for bringing it out to play. Look, again, as we constantly say this weekend, a mix of cars has got to be the wildest that we probably see in any grid across the entire country at any point throughout the year as well. A thing of absolute beauty. There we go. There's Mark Fowler there, topless. He won't be able to race like that. In fact, he's trying to get into this space. Right, we better get going racing. How do we? Final time for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. This is the Pre-83. So Dave, got on. Over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Well, the car's just settling on the grid then, ready for the Shell Oils Pre-83 Touring Car Championship, their second race of the weekend. The result of yesterday's race deciding the grid. So it's Jonathan Corker's Datsun 510 on pole alongside Tom Harvey in his Mark 1 Escort. Two more Escorts behind, Nick Grindrod and Graham Smith. Then Mark Chollerton's Mark 2 Escort RS2000, Mark Thomas in his Capri. Mark Fowler, we just saw, he's on the fourth row in his Escorts alongside Steve Walden's BMW E30. Row 5 is Carl Shreve's Triumph Dolomite, Jake Margulies and Alfa Romeo GTV6. Behind them, row 6 is Reece Cannell in his Capri alongside Neil Philpotts in the rare Mitsubishi Colts. We haven't got time to go through the rest because they're about to go racing. Here we go. Decent start by both of the front row men. A lot of smoke out of the back of, that was tyre smoke, I think, from Steve Walden. He got the back wheels spun up. Mark Chollerton's on the grass on the inside in his Mark II Escort. Good to see Nick Williamson in the Rover ST. One's back out in a spin there. Carl Shreve spun the Dolomite. He's gone straight across the pack. Goodness me. How did they miss him? Through the gravel goes Phil Waller in the Hillman Avenger. He saved it as well. My goodness, what a start. An incredible mix there. We've had a change of car as well, I've just noticed. Bob Bullen, who was out in an Escort yesterday, he's brought his Anglia out. He's joined the back of the grid in the Ford Anglia. Further back, there's Mike Broadway in the Jaguar XJ6. Carl Shreve. Wouldn't be surprised if he heads to the pits for a change of underpants after that spin in front of the pack. But it's Jonathan Corker who leads. Tom Harvey second. Nick Grindrod is in third place. Colin Claxton there. We've seen him in his Escort. Now he's in the Dolomite Sprint. As they complete the first lap, it is Corker who leads the way in the little Datsun. Tom Harvey in second. Had a great battle with Nick Grindrod for second place in yesterday's race. Mark Chollerton. Grassy moments at the start, but he's chasing Mark Fowler's Mark 1 Escort. Ahead of them is the Capri of Mark Thomas. Beautifully prepared car up with his Graham Smith's yellow Escort ahead of them. Then we've got Jake Margulies, Colin Claxton, Further back in the order, another Capri, Reese Cannell, the Mark II Capri, the red car. It's the Shell Sport Escort. You can see a little bit of damage on the left front there. That car hit the tyres at Clearways in qualifying yesterday, and Tom and his father, H. Harvey as he's known, did well to repair that car in time for race 1 yesterday, the half-speed team. 220 of Nick Grindrod, who's raced all manner of things. He's been a short oval man, he's done Legends cars, pickups, Mazda MX-5, Citroen C1, you name it, Nick has raced it. He's up there in 3rd place. There's that rare Mitsubishi further back, the black car of Neil Philpotts, as Grindrod round the outside into Paddock Hill Bend, takes 2nd place away. Very late on the brakes there ahead of Tom Harvey. Graham Smith closing up as well. Who else have we got further back in the order? Mark Fowler, sorry, very sideways in there. I was thinking of Phil Waller, who went sideways there earlier on in the Hillman Avenger. First 5 have broken away. Mark Fowler was battling with Mark Chollerton. Jake Margulies was next in the order ahead of the Dolomite Sprint. It's David Claxton driving that car, not Colin, sorry. They were originally scheduled to share the car, but David driving in this race instead of Colin. That's the red Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Under fire from Neil Philpotts there. Then Steve Walden's BMW. Behind them, Nick Williamson's SD1. Had some problems yesterday. The Mitsubishi gets elbowed aside. Such a rare car, that Mitsubishi Colt Lancer. Nick Williamson's big SD1 in behind the X-modified production saloon racer. He's getting past Steve Walden's BMW. Further up behind them, Reese Cannell. The Mitsubishi breezes round the outside of the red Dolomite. Neil Philpotts used to race a Mitsubishi Starion Turbo. He's a Mitsubishi specialist, more famous as rally cars over the years, of course. Jake Margulies at the head of this group in his Alfa Romeo GTV6, the replica of the car that Andy Rouse won the 1983 British Saloon Car title at the wheel. Very controversial year, as we mentioned yesterday, when the title wasn't decided until midway through 1984 in a court case after the TWR Rover SD1 Vitesses were ruled illegal. Mitsubishi behind him, then David Claxton's Dolomite. Jake Margulies, his father David, was racing this weekend in a BMW, but he retired from yesterday's race. I didn't see if he was there at the back of the grid today. We have got Bob Bullen out there. The reason he started from the back is that he's changed car. He was in a Mark I Escort and the Capri going off there. That was Mark Thomas ploughing wide at Paddock Hill Bend in the Mark III Capri. Nick Grindrod still ahead of Tom Harvey. You can see the dust where Mark Thomas went off, and somebody spun at the top of Halewood Rise. It's Mark Chollerton, and I think he's been hit as well in the passenger doors there. So Mark Chollerton, yeah, you can see the door is damaged. Oh, look at that. That's taken a nasty hit, that Escort has. Look, good to see Mark is okay. The RS2000 is out, the building contractor from Norfolk. Now, was he collected? Yes, it was the Capri as he came back on. He's collected Mark Chollerton. Oh dear. 2 of the Fords in trouble there. There's a lot of damage to the front of that Capri. That will be a safety car, I think. Yeah, safety car is coming out. Such a shame. Mark Thomas, who ran wide through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, and as he came back on, he must have collected Mark Chollerton's Escort. It looks as though both drivers are okay, but 2 very damaged classic Fords, unfortunately. Mark Chollerton, the builder from Kings Lynn in Norfolk, raced that RS2000 for many years. The main thing is he's okay. So clearly very upset at seeing the damage to his car. It's the hands device and the helmet off. Great shame for Mark. Marshall's just checking he's okay. So the safety car will pick up our race leader, Jonathan Corker, in the Datsun. Hopefully those cars can be rebuilt. Next meeting for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club is alongside the trucks at Pembrey in May. Whether we'll see those two cars back out by then will remain to be seen. Austin Rutter going through there in the Firenze Group Snoots. We heard from him pre-race. Carl Shreve has pulled into the pits in the Dolomite. Just behind Austin Rutter, we saw James Dunkley, the ex-Blue Oval Saloon champion, in his very smart Mark 1 Fiesta, a new build for this year. As the pack heads slowly past Mark Thomas's Capri. Looks like Mark is okay. There's Stuart Kay in the Triplex Capri, the club chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Austin Rutter's got a little bit of damage on the front there as well. There's James Dunkley, Phil Waller in the Avenger, Mike Broadway in the Jag, and the black and red BMW, that's David Margulies, father of Jake. That car dropped out of yesterday's race, but it's back out today. Now let's have a look again, see what happened. Well, this is at the start of the race. Carl Shreve went spinning, and I don't know how everybody missed him. He went right across the middle of the pack. Phil Waller went ploughing into the gravel on the outside, and then he very nearly spun it. He nearly got rear-ended by the Jaguar as well. I don't know how Phil saved that. Incredible. This was the start of the race. Steve Walden spinning up the rears on his BMW. A very lively beginning to this race. Watch Carl Shreve, the blue Triumph there. Mark Chollerton was on the grass on the inside, and the Triumph, yeah, no contact, he just loses the back end. Chollerton had to anchor up, he goes around in a cloud of tyre smoke, and how the pack missed him, they couldn't see him for that tyre smoke. I don't know how that Triumph didn't get collected. Incredible avoiding job by everybody, but this was the incident further up. You can see the dust there. Mark Thomas's Capri went through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, and as he came back on, he must have collected Mark Chollerton in the passenger side. Let's see if we can see it again. The Capri in 5th place. There he goes, he loses the back end, very easy to do, the car goes very light there. He ploughs through the gravel, as he comes back on, wallop. Oh, that is some impact. A nasty accident there. Nothing that Mark Thomas could do, the car was out of control, and Mark Chollerton was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. That is a great shame. Thankfully, both drivers appear to be okay.
Right, here we go, the second try.
So we're behind the safety car while the incident is cleared. Hopefully we'll get a sprint for the line under green flags. There's Mike Broadway's Jaguar. Mark Chollerton walks, and Mark Thomas walking away. So Carl Shreve has pulled in as well. He's in the pits, so 18 cars left running. It is Jonathan Corker who leads ahead of Nick Grindrod. Tom Harvey in 3rd place. Tim Harvey, nice to get him back out racing with the club, the voice of British touring cars these days, of course, the 92 champion. Graham Smith 4th, then Mark Fowler's Escorts. Neil Philpott's going well, he's up to 6th, and Nick Williamson from the back of the grid to 7th in the big SD1. Behind him is Jake Margulies' Alfa Romeo, and David Claxton, Steve Walden, there's Rhys Cannell, Stuart Kay with the Triplex Capri, Bob Bullen in his Ford Anglia, Austin Rutter, James Dunkley, Phil Waller, Mike Broadway and David Margulies. That's your order. The recovery crew still on track at Halewood Rise. The flatbed taking Capri back to the paddock, a replica of one of the European Touring Car Championship Capris of the late 70s. Let's take a look at that again. Capri coming through in 5th place, so just loses the back end, the rear wheel drive Capri, off into the gravel. Almost gets control of it, but it slides again as he comes back on, and Mark Chollerton was just an innocent bystander. He couldn't avoid him. Such a shame for the two old school Ford racers. Trackside recovery stretcher off the Capri. Sad sight indeed. Like some coolant leaking out of the radiator there, so that would have been needing to be cleared up. Now, will we go green this time? Yes, the safety car lights have gone out. We've got 2.5 minutes left on the clock, so time for a couple more laps. Well done, marshals and recovery crews. Okay, here we go then. The Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Jonathan Corker's Datsun going for its double, Nick Grindrod in second. Watch for young Tom Harvey in the Shell Sport Escorts. He could be in with a chance here. The rest of the pack already pretty much up to speed. Here we go, Jonathan Corker trying to back them up on this restart. They can't pass until the finish line. Here we go, Corker gets it right, he gets his foot down. We're racing once again with exactly 2 minutes on the clock. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend they come. Charge down the drop, it's Grindrod in second place, the Escorts of Harvey third, Smith is fourth, Fowler fifth. Jonathan Corker's got 4 Mark 1 Escorts in his mirrors, then the Mitsubishi of Neil Philpott's going well ahead of the big Rover of Nick Williamson. David Claxton up there on the outside in the Dolomite. Down to Graham Hill Bend they come. Tom Harvey showed he could lunge up the inside into Druids yesterday to take second from Nick Grindrod. Here comes Steve Walden's BMW attacking Jake Margulies in the Alfa Romeo. Through Surtees and McLaren they go on the first lap of this restart. David Claxton a bit wide there. Walden behind him. Reese Cannell's Mark II Capri is next. Then Stuart Kay in the Mark III, the Triplex Capri, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Here comes Nick Williamson on the inside. He dropped out after a lap in yesterday's race with engine trouble. Chasing now Neil Philpotts, that slightly smoky Mitsubishi Colt Lancer Turbo on the overrun. The hill towards Druids they come. I think we will get one more lap after this. There's Nick Grindrod, the V-Tune Rolling Road Escort. His debut with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club has been a good one, the multi-level motorsport star. Starayan still holding the Colt Lancer, I should say, still holding the place. Certainly the only one of its kind racing in the UK. Neil Philpott used to compete for many years with a Mitsubishi Starayan. Tom Harvey has designs on taking second place from Nick Grindrod. Are we going to see another lunge up the inside into Druids? A few seconds on the clock, but they will get one more lap, I think. Jonathan Corker out in front in the number 85. Here's the battle between Margulies, Claxton and Walden further back, with Reese Cannell catching them in the Capri. Across the stripe they go, the Capri making a move up the outside here. Over the line they go, and the Capri will take Steve Walden. Good move, Reese Cannell in the Capri. Jonathan Corker from Grindrod, no lunge up the inside from Harvey this time. The team doing very well to get that car back out after its incident in qualifying. He's done the fastest lap of the race as well, 56.095 for Tom Harvey. Surtees for the final time. Well, he was a winner at Donington on opening weekend. It's going to be 3 wins out of 4 in the Pre-83 touring cars. There was a lock up there from Grindrod. Harvey trying to get around the outside. We could see a race to the line for second place here. It's going to be a win for Jonathan Corker. Grindrod's held second place, but a corker of a weekend comes to an end. Jonathan Corker takes the double. Grindrod second, Harvey third, Graham Smith fourth, and Mark Fowler rounds out the top 5. 4 Escorts behind him, but Jonathan Corker's Datsun holds on for its 3rd win out of 4 this season, and he will pull away at the top of the championship standings. Great result for Neil Philpotts in the Colt Lancer. He takes 6th position. That's that car's best result. Nick Williamson 7th from the back. We'll pick up the class winners shortly. 18 cars go the distance. Well done to Jonathan Corker, the little Datsun flying once again. Last couple of cars, Mike Broadway and David Margulies over the line. It's a win for Jonathan Corker by 3/4 of a second or so from Nick Grindrod in second place. What a great debut with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for the Birmingham man. Tom Harvey completes the podium ahead of Graham Smith and Mark Fowler. Neil Philpotts wins Class B in 6th position. Jonathan Corker winning Class C. Behind Williamson, Jake Margulies, Rhys Cannell wins Class G in 9th position. Steve Walden, Stuart Kay, David Claxton, Mostyn Rutter, Bob Bullen, having switched to his Ford Anglia in 14th place. Behind him, James Dunkley won Class D in the Fiesta ahead of Phil Waller. Class A was won by Mike Broadway in the Jaguar in 17th place. David Margulies, the only other finisher because we lost Carl Shreve into the pits. And of course, Mark Thomas and Mark Chollerton in that accident on Halewood Rise. But thankfully, they're both okay. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Oh, we weren't going to have a quick chat. Looks like we might be able to grab a very quick word with Jonathan Corker. I was expecting him to go through. We've got the trucks coming out. Jonathan, very quick word, because I know you've got to go. The trucks are about to come out. Perfect weekend for you.
Yeah. Better than thought, because I didn't think the car was going to make it through that last race.
I was going to say, Nick put you under a bit of pressure there, didn't
Yeah. So they're all behind me now, aren't they? So it's,
were you a little bit nervous about the restart? Or are you like, no, I've got this?
I was nervous about the car. The car's on its last legs. The gearbox is about on its way out, and the back axle is moving. So I was praying the safety car just stayed out for a bit longer.
Well done. A corking weekend for you. There we go. I had to get it in. There we go. Off he goes. Yeah, fantastic race. A pair of wins for Jonathan Corker in his Datsun. Nick Greenwood ran him close to the Escort, didn't he? And actually Tom Harvey got the fastest lap of the race there. Right, you can see the shutters here at Brands Hatch pit lane are closed. That can mean just one thing. The trucks are coming.
Yes, and the marshals moving back off their posts as well. So our final truck race of the weekend is almost upon us. Race 5, the grid based on the result of race 3, which was this morning, but with the top 8 again reversed. So Ryan Smith, who won that race, will start from 8th position. It won't take him long to hit the front again, though, I'm sure. Just confirming the results of race 4 at the moment. That was another win for Smith, so 3 out of 4 for him so far this weekend. Stuart Oliver, the other winner in yesterday's race 2. So I'll await the trucks to be released from the outer paddock. Then they'll be forming up behind the pace truck. I can tell you it will be David Smith who starts on pole position for this race, the number 11 MAN, and alongside him will be Michael Oliver, with Stuart Oliver and John Bowler filling the second row. Thanks to Michael Holt, who's just confirmed that is the ex-Simon Lewis car out in the Pre-83s, the Jaguar that was out there. Simon used to race that car in the Jaguar Saloon Championship a few years ago. I think it is anyway. Knew I recognised it. So it'll be David Smith and Michael Oliver on the front row for this one. Stuart Oliver, John Bowler on row 2. Neil Yates and Martin Gibson on row 3. Of course, Graham Poole won't be out in this one. He is okay, we're told. He has been checked over, so no serious injury for Graham Poole after his roll earlier on. The trucks then get ready for Pembrey in mid-May, May the 17th and 18th. And those asking why Tom Rourke wasn't the winner of race 3, the penalty was rescinded earlier on from race 3 for Ryan Smith. Paul Maxey asking why the garage shutters have to be brought down. It's a safety measure. Nobody is allowed in the pit lane while the trucks are racing, just in case. Because if a truck was to spin and hit that pit wall, there is a risk that it could cause some damage. So in the interests of safety, the pit lane is a no-go area during truck races. We did have a truck hit the pit wall at Thruxton, I remember, a few years ago. It was number 25, Ben Horn. So it is purely a safety measure. We await the trucks to be brought out then, just as soon as the circuit is cleared and ready. Just waiting for Mark Chollerton's car to be repatriated to the paddock. The main thing is that all drivers involved in incidents are okay. So I'm gutted for Mark Chollerton and Mark Thomas there. Hopefully they'll get those cars repaired by Pembrey. I'll give you the full grid for the trucks as soon as they begin to form up. I can see one of the recovery vehicles with its lights flashing in the paddock up there. I can see top right through the trees, Stuart Oliver on the move. And I can hear a lot of air horns as well. Truck racing, not the end of the action here at Brands Hatch. We've got another race for the Track Action Racing Club. And then the junior saloon cars are the finale today. The trucks won't be released from the paddock until they get the all clear from the clerk of the course. Once everybody's in position, a little bit of clearing up to do, as we say, after that incident up at Druids. Another 15-minute race to come. And the website is btrc.co. Now you can find all the championship standings after this event. Liking the crane on display there in the paddock. I think that's from MV Commercials, Tom O'Rourke's company, one of the championship sponsors. Can Ryan Smith move further on his way to a 10th consecutive championship? It's not the record for all motorsport, though. I think that goes to the trials rider, Tony Bow from Spain, who is now indoor and outdoor world champion. I think it's 19 years in a row now. Here come the trucks then, the Napa GT tyres DAF leading them out. It is David Smith who will take pole position. And Michael Oliver will line up alongside him. Stuart Oliver and John Bowler next. There's Martin Gibson. So the 3-team Oliver trucks all in the top 6. Neil Yates is present and correct. There's Ryan Smith. Grid confirmed then. Simon Cole will be the first of the Division 2s. Smith and Oliver on the front row. That's David and Michael. Stuart Oliver and John Bowler on row 2. Neil Yates and Martin Gibson will be on row 3. Tom O'Rourke and Ryan Smith on the 4th row. Completing the top 10, John Powell and Simon Cole in the DAF and the Iveco. Row 6 will be at number 5, Adam Bint, alongside 61, Sami Oyanen. He's back out. He missed race 4 earlier on with engine trouble. Row 7, 3, Stephen Powell, and number 40, Archie Handy. Wait to see if Stephen Powell is out there as well, because he had that steering problem. Row 8 of the grid, 69, David Jenkins, alongside number 10, Jake Evans. Jenkins a long way back on the grid after his retirement earlier on. Row 9, Callum Eason, and there won't be Graham Poole, of course. Bradley Harvey will start at the back, the newcomers having to start from the rear of the grid, of course. Should hopefully see 18 trucks out there. We'll confirm that when they're onto the grid. There's our poleman, the auto-equipped garage equipment's truck of David Smith. Former Division 2 champion several years ago, made a return to truck racing last season. There's Tom O'Rourke, looking to go one better than race 3. John Powell missing the front body work off the lower part of his truck. Bradley Harvey and the Weaver team DAF, that's John Powell's truck from last season, re-liveried. Adam Bint in his brand new Mercedes. David Jenkins, the best of second place yesterday, but a disappointing weekend other than that. I make it 17 trucks out there. We haven't got Graham Poole. I don't think Stephen Powell's there either. A weekend to forget for him, sadly, on his local circuit. Oh well, he can always head down the road to his pub to drown his sorrows later. Marshals get them into grid formation. Simon Cole going for win number 3 in Division 2. He's ahead of his rivals on the grid because it used to be that the grid was separate and the top 8 in each division would be reversed. But with the slightly lower numbers in Division 2, now everything is combined and just the top 8 finishes overall are reversed. We did see, as a result of that, a Division 2 truck win a race overall last year. That was Paul Rivette here at Brands Hatch. Just waiting for David Jenkins to pull into line. There's a gap next to Archie Handy. That's where Stephen Powell should have been. That marshal stopping David Jenkins, stood directly in front of the truck, is certainly braver than I am. I wouldn't want to stand in front of one of these. Obviously no Graham Poole after his crash earlier on, so Callum Eason starts on row 9 alone, and Bradley Harvey from the back. Sami Oyanen back out. Problematic weekend for the Sisu, the Mad Croc energy drink truck. Sisu were a force to be reckoned with back in the 90s in the European Truck Racing Championship. Jokke Kallio, the ex-rallycrosser, was their lead driver. Ramo Sodiaman as well. Harry Lustarin in later years, and we mentioned earlier Minna Kuopala were among their drivers, always employing drivers from their homeland of Finland. Norbert Kiss from Hungary has been the top name in the European Championship over the last few years, along with Germany's Jochen Hahn. A few Brits do contest the FIA European Truck Racing Championship, which sadly doesn't come to these shores anymore. The likes of John Newell from Yorkshire, Mark Taylor, Shane Brereton as well, the ex-national hot rod racer among other things. He does a bit of historic car racing as well. So here we go then, the last race of the weekend for the big rigs. Bradley Harvey at the back in the Weaver truck, also sponsored by HGV Direct. Again for all your comments. Next to Heinrich, who's supporting John Powell, the Greenhouse Group team. Looking forward to seeing his new DAF out soon. Hi to the Jamesy boy from Scotland. He's supporting Tom O'Rourke. Billy Buzz Smith supporting Ryan Smith. Keep on trucking, he says. We certainly do here at Brands Hatch. "17 trucks out there then, just the trucks of Stephen Powell and Graham Poole out there. Graham is okay, I can tell you, after that spill earlier on. All the safety systems working as they should. Let's finish with a cracker then from the British Truck Racing Championship, race 5 of the weekend. It's Callum Easton, what a fine debut weekend from him. The DAF leads them round. David Smith and Michael Oliver on the front of the grid. Michael's had a rather fraught weekend. Can he make up with it with a victory? Can David Smith take his first ever Division 1 victory? The best he had last year was a second place. Stuart Oliver make it 2 for the weekend. Can anyone stop Ryan Smith? Tom O'Rourke make up for disappointments earlier. He thought he'd won it. David Jenkins is going to have to charge his way through. Plenty of questions to be answered in this one. 17 trucks out there. Pace truck is in pit lane. Here we go then, the revs begin to rise. David Smith and Michael Oliver lead them away. Up towards the red lights for the final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Brands Hatch. The power comes on and away they go. A fishtailing start from Michael Oliver, side by side with David Smith. He tries to put the squeeze on him down into the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend. They're leaning on each other slightly. Everybody's got round the first corner okay. Bit of dust being kicked up on the outside by Martin Gibson and John Bowler there, still side by side, the two front row men. Smith will have the inside line for Druid. Stuart Oliver's got away well, he's up into third. Will they all get round? Druid's okay, it looks like it's a couple of trucks running wide. John Bowler again on the dirt there, he's in fourth place, but David Smith has held his lead from pole position. Michael Oliver second, Stuart Oliver is up to third, and going wide that's Bradley Harvey in the 96. Weaver Motorsport truck runs wide onto the grass at Graham Hill Bend, rejoins at the back. David Smith leads the way then from Michael Oliver, Stuart Oliver, John Bowler, Neil Yates up there in fifth position. So no major change at the moment from their grid slots, except for Stuart Oliver making a challenge possibly for second place. Martin Gibson's all over the back of Neil Yates in there as well for fifth position, but it's David Smith in the white MAN who leads the way. Bit of a lock up there for Neil Yates. He just cannot get the handling right. That 33 truck, and he's going wide, he's into the gravel. Off goes Neil Yates in the 33. Now can he keep it going? I think he will. Yeah, everybody else dodges to the inside to avoid him. Disaster averted. Neil Yates is well down the order. The Olivers side by side. Well, family ties being ditched here between Michael and Stuart. Side by side for second. Stuart trying to go round the outside of his son here. And he's done it up into second place. He wants to get after David Smith out in front. Bowler still fourth. Gibson fifth. with Neil Yates having dropped back. Sixth is Tom O'Rourke trying to hold off Ryan Smith. I don't think Tom was too happy at being forced wide at clearways in the earlier race by Ryan. David Jenkins has made a good start. He's up there in behind them. He's up to about 8th place. Stuart Oliver is now ready to attack David Smith the lead. Here comes Ryan Smith on the inside. Tom O'Rourke says, no you're not, moves across the front of him. So Ryan goes to the outside instead. Into Paddock Hill Bend. David Jenkins is up to 8th behind them. Then it's Simon Cole in 9th. He's leading Division 2 ahead of Jake Evans and Sami Oyanen. Neil Yates has gone across the line in 13th place. Stuart Oliver looking determined here, attacking David Smith for the lead. The DS Commercials and Auto Quip MAN into Graham Hill Bend. Some follow through single file. Ryan Smith has got ahead of Tom O'Rourke. He's done that at the top of the hill. 3-Team Oliver Racing trucks up there in the top 5 places. A little bit of a tap there possibly from Stuart Oliver to let David Smith know he's there. He goes to the outside as they come through clearways. Onto the throttle as they head along the Brabham Straight, and Stuart Oliver's going to go round the outside. I think look at the speed of that Volvo. David Smith up alongside. They're going to be absolutely together over the line. Still side by side to Paddock, but Smith's got the inside and he will hold the lead. But Oliver's got the cutback. That's a great bit of driving by Stuart Oliver. They touch, they lean on each other. Something flew off one of their trucks. I don't know which one it was, but Stuart Oliver up the inside and he's through, and Michael's followed him. It's the Olivers 1 and 2. Oh, brilliant. That was a great change of line by Stuart Oliver, showing us why he is a 10-time British champion. David Smith holding John Bowler for 3rd place now. Then it's Martin Gibson. Ryan Smith in 6th position. He's done the fastest lap, 59.74 seconds. Behind Ryan is Tom O'Rourke, then David Jenkins. 9th place we've got John Powell in the DAF. He's got Adam Bint up behind him as Ryan Smith up the inside now on Martin Gibson. Still leading Division 2 is Simon Cole, looking for his 3rd win of the weekend to take the points lead. Ryan Smith up into P5 ahead of Gibson in the 101. Gibson's fighting back though up the inside there into turn 1. He has a look, but no, Smith closes the door. Tom O'Rourke has got David Jenkins glued to his rear axle almost there through Paddock Bend. The hill into Druids. Jenkins trying to go around the outside, and he's done it. Impressive move by David Jenkins there, around the outside of Tom O'Rourke. Steam coming off the brakes, the water-cooled brakes on the 86 truck. And a gap back to Adam Bint. He's got ahead of John Powell there. It's for 9th position. David Smith still holding 3rd. The Olivers are getting away. They're rather held up behind David Smith, who he hasn't quite got the pace of his rivals behind, but he's got the racing line. We saw this with Tom O'Rourke earlier on, and this will be frustrating Ryan Smith. He wants to get after Stuart and Michael Oliver out in front. He's got to get past these two first, and at the moment he cannot do so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trucks together. There's Adam Bint in the black Mercedes, a menacing looking truck that is. Behind him John Powell, then Simon Cole, the leader of Division 2. He's got Neil Yates behind him, the Division 1 truck. Second in Division 2 is Jake Evans, and then there's a gap back to Sami Oyanen in 3rd place. Still David Smith holding 3rd. Here comes Ryan Smith attacking John Bowler, who's still holding that 4th place. Now Smith normally makes his moves here at clearways, not this time. Across the stripe they come. Still just under 9 minutes this race to go. Jenkins kicking up some dust there on the inside. He's having a go at Martin Gibson. Moves across to the inside. He's had a very decent comeback weekend to the championship this year. Hasn't raced trucks on a regular basis for 3 years. We did see him as a guest entry at Convoy in the Park of Donington. The occasion when John McGuinness also competed in the international truck races. The Isle of Man TT legend Shane Brereton was there as well. John Newell made his UK comeback. Still David Smith hanging on grimly to third place. Now here comes Ryan Smith attacking John Bowler. He'll try the move at Surtees. Bowler again moves to cover. Gonna have to go over the curb there on the inside. Keeps his foot in. Keeps his nose in front as well. Defensive driving by John Bowler. Now, could this let Martin Gibson in for an attack on the back of Flying Ryan? John Bowler holds the place. Bit of bodywork flapping on the left front. Going up towards half distance in this one. It's still Stuart Oliver and Michael Oliver. You haven't forgotten about them out in front. 1.6 seconds between them. Stuart looking for his second win of the weekend. Ryan Smith buzzing about on the tail of John Bowler. David Jenkins getting involved in the battle now as well on the tail of Martin Gibson. Just behind them is O'Rourke. Bint and John Powell completing the top 10. Neil Yates has now got ahead of the Division 2 pack. Still led by Simon Cole. 17 trucks. Cars still running. Bradley Harvey, of course, ran wide on the opening lap onto the grass. He's still running at the back of the field. Tom O'Rourke trying to keep pace with these Division 1 rivals ahead of him. Here comes now Ryan Smith's got a run on John Bowler as they come onto the Brabham straight. He should go through there. Bowler will try and keep his foot in and keep it around the outside, but Smith's got the nose in front of the Daimler Freightliner. Up the inside, Bowler's hanging on around the outside, but he can't hold back the 9 times champion. Already looking good for 10 titles this year. Bowler back up the inside. Jenkins darts out from behind Martin Gibson. He's going to try and get the inside for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, but he won't do so because the 101 moves across to take the line. And now Ryan Smith has only got his namesake David in front of him. But has he run out of time to catch the Olivers? David Smith still holding on in third position on his local circuit. Olivers are about 4 seconds up the road now ahead of this group of 6. Stewart still ahead of Michael by 2.2 seconds now, so the 10-time champion is pulling away. Over the line they go. Ryan Smith up the outside. David Smith just got to hold his line. There are the leaders. They're lapping Bradley Harvey's number 96. Ryan Smith tries to force the issue on David Smith, and oh no, you don't, says David Smith. Goodness me. Ryan Smith loses some front bodywork there as he had to go onto the grass. And John Bowler's going to try and get involved in this as well. Making his MAN as wide as possible there, David Smith. He was not going to let Ryan Smith up the inside there, so Ryan's going to try again on the run down to Surtees. He's back to the other side. There's bodywork flapping everywhere. That's the last race of the weekend. David Smith still hanging on. Just cosmetic damage on the front of the Daimler. Try a run down the outside on the Brabham straight now. Has he got the straight line speed to draw past David Smith? The two Smiths side by side. John Bowler watching on. Across the line they go. They're nearly 8 seconds behind Michael Oliver in second place now, and David still will not be moved from that third place. Ryan's going to try again. More bodywork goes flying. Again he goes over the grass. He's getting a bit, in my opinion, a bit overly aggressive there, Ryan Smith. He hasn't noticed John Bowler creeping up on the outside as well. They're almost stuck together, those two now. Bowler's going to try and have a go here. Side by side into Graham Hill Bend, and still David Smith holds the place. He is not going to let Ryan Smith intimidate him here. He moves across on him again. Oh, now there's some needle creeping into this now. Ryan Smith, he'll be getting angry in there. He'll feel that David is blocking him. They're coming up on back markers as well, I think. Yes, Bradley Harvey is going to be lapped. David Jenkins is up alongside John Bowler, meanwhile. That's for 5th position. Ryan Smith goes to the inside. He's up on the grass again. And again, David Smith outpaces him. Martin Gibson having a go at Bowler and Jenkins. And Ryan Smith's going to be boxed in here behind Bradley Harvey as they arrive at Paddock Hill Bend almost. Now he moves to the inside. Bradley moves out of the way. Up towards Druids. Again, there's push and shove there. Ryan Smith, yeah, he's getting impatient now. He'll feel that he was forced onto the grass there by David Smith a lap ago. Let's hope this doesn't get ugly here for third place. Running wide there, Adam Bint battling with Tom O'Rourke. He's caught up to this train of trucks now as well. It's like a road train, isn't it? We've got ourselves a convoy here at Brands Hatch. They're all stacking up behind David Smith. The Olivers are away and gone, with Stuart Oliver seemingly going to win this. There's still 3 minutes to go, near enough. And Ryan Smith just cannot shift David Smith's MAN out of his way. More bodyworks come off the number 1. Here comes David Jenkins now on the inside. He's getting into this. More bodywork flapping on David Smith's truck. To Druids once again for the 13th time. John Bowler up the inside. Smith chops across him. He's not looking in his mirrors here, Ryan Smith. He's just concentrating on the truck in front of him. I think David Jenkins has got past John Bowler. Yes, he has. And Bowler's going to be forced wide at Graham Hill Bend, so Martin Gibson might come through. And again, David Smith tries to block there down the Cooper Straights. Jenkins is closing up on them as well. Ryan Smith and him have been deadly rivals over the years. There's definitely some needle creeping into this battle. Up front, Stuart Oliver leads by 2.89 seconds now. They're way ahead of this pair. The pair of them way ahead of this lot, I should say. Bodywork flapping everywhere. David Jenkins is going to have a go at Smith, and I don't think Smith has seen it. Smith is just concentrating on the truck in front of him. Coming up behind them now, O'Rourke, Vince, and that's Neil Yates, I think, behind them as well. John Powell's dropped back. Still David Smith is hanging on ahead of Ryan Smith. Division 2, that's being led by Simon Cole still. Just keeping an eye on the timing screen for Division 2. We concentrate on this Division 1 battle up front. There's John Powell, he is still in there. Still David Smith refuses to budge from that third place. He will not be intimidated here. I shall not be moved, he says. They're coming round possibly to start their last lap now. They may get one more out of it. I didn't see when Stuart Oliver crossed the line there. Yes, I think they may get one more lap after this. They're coming up to lap, I think that's Archie Handy. Look at the state of the back of David Smith's truck. We slid a little bit wide there. This could be Ryan's opportunity. He just slid wide, the number 11. Surely he's got him this time. Through goes the number 1. How many laps has that taken him? David just made a mistake there coming out of paddock. David Jenkins is going to have a go now as well. And now they're coming up to lap Archie Handy. He doesn't know where to go to get out of their way. Meantime, is it going to be checkered flag this time? No, 1 second left on the clock as Stuart Oliver goes through. So Stuart's going to win it. Michael's second, we know that. Who's going to be third? There's steam coming off Ryan Smith's truck. Probably steam coming off Ryan Smith as well. He'll be well fired up in there. David Jenkins has come through to 4th ahead of David Smith. Now John Bowler's under fire from Martin Gibson and what's left of Tom O'Rourke's truck. I think he's damaged the most body panels this weekend, it has to be said. Simon Cole is going to win Division 2 by the look of things. Meanwhile, here comes our race leader, soon to be race winner. There's been so much going on further back in the pack. We haven't seen him all race long, really. Stuart Oliver coming in for win number 2 this weekend. And he's probably wondering where everybody else has got to. Stuart Oliver takes the checkered flag. It's a family one too. His son Michael will come in second. Here's the rest of them. What a fraught race that was in the pack. It's going to be Ryan Smith in third, albeit with most of his front bodywork missing. Ryan comes across the line, 3 wins, 2 third places this weekend. David Jenkins is 4th, David Smith in 5th. 6th goes to John Bowler, Martin Gibson 7th, Tom O'Rourke 8th. It's going to be John Powell in 9th place. No, John Powell showing us a lap down, in fact, so I think it's going to be... something's happened further back. We have lost Neil Yates somewhere. Okay, as the trucks are going through there, we seem to have lost Neil Yates somewhere, so through in 9th is Simon Cole. He's won Division 2. Evans 2nd, 3.5 seconds back, so something's happened to Neil Yates on the final. Oh my goodness, what's happened now? Well, we said Neil Yates' team were going to have a busy time in the workshop after this event, and Neil has just added to it. What on earth has happened there? The rear axle sitting on the barrier. I've never seen that before. What else can these truck drivers get up to this weekend? I hope Neil's all right. Well, remembering what happened at Thruxton a couple of years ago, Neil doesn't like Armco barriers. Let's hope he's okay. He's getting out of the truck. He appears to be all right. Yes, he's out. Looking rather embarrassed, it has to be said. Look at the rear wheel. He couldn't have parked that better if he tried, could he? I've never seen that before. How on earth has he done that? The barrier's held up extremely well. Neil appears to be okay, but that's another truck he's got to rebuild. We've already lost Graham Pool's truck from his team. Stephen Powell with its broken steering. And now this. Okay, let's head down to Pointy. He's down in the pit lane. See if he can sum that one up.
Well, here I am, the excitable Spaniel, thanks to Alan and Mark for giving me that new nickname. But what an absolute... Oh, here he is. The guy that's given me the nickname.
Excitable Spaniel. Yes, having had far too many blue Smarties.
Way too many blue Smarties. Anyway, what an absolute result for Stuart Oliver, cementing his position. I tell you, what a way to start the year. Where's Michael as well? We'll give Michael to Alan for now. You two were in your own race for most of that, I believe. Dave Smith, first of all, I think, my goodness, if you've seen how he just drove to hold Ryan Smith up. But that was fantastic. The start went so well for you.
It did, yeah. I did. You know, Dave is a hard racer. There's no doubt about it. I knew I had to get up on him in a couple of laps, and I went on the Paddock Hill bend, and I was up alongside him, and he moved over. And I thought I couldn't have lifted, or I would have hit his back wheel and spun him. So I had to just keep in there. And we got round anyway, so and then I saw Michael coming as well. I thought, oh, that's good. I was like, where's Martin? Where's Martin?
I know, that would have been phenomenal to see. Father-son 1-2, and it's Martin on the podium as well. I think it'll happen some point this year, maybe.
Well, fingers crossed. You never know. It's
when the moon's aligned.
When the moon's aligned, that's right. It's looking good.
Look at this, absolutely brilliant. We'll swap drivers. You go speak to Alan. We'll swap over. Michael. Oh yes, well done. Oh, that was incredible. What a drive.
Well, I was a bit disappointed I didn't get the win, but...
I know. I thought you should have just knocked him off, really.
I was trying, I couldn't catch up to him.
Well, neither could anybody else by the looks of it. I mean, what a race.
Oh, no, it was class. Well, I don't know if it was class.
Trust me, you two were boring. Once you'd done your bit, that was it. But Dave Smith, I tell you what, he was holding off Ryan until the very last lap, and then he took him, let him go. I'll tell you what, though, that was a battle. We were all on the edge of our seats.
I'll watch it back. I don't know what you're
about. We'll watch it later on. We'll watch it later on, just trust me. But no, I'm just saying to Stuart, obviously, father-son 1-2. What a great way to end the opening weekend of the 25 season.
First time, father and son 1-2. It's honestly, it's brilliant.
That's incredible.
Wrong way round, but yeah, it's brilliant.
You know, we'll get there. We'll be the passing of the torch later on this year, I think.
No, I don't think so. He's still got plenty of gas in the old tank, you know. But no, I'm chuffed a bit. I hope Martin got on too, not too badly, but
he's there. I think he's still, you know, he's got to find the truck he's in. Obviously, isn't what he's used to. Yeah. So that's going to be having some time off from these things. You know, certainly need to get your head back into it.
How far was the one behind them, the third place? How many seconds was that?
I mean, I think they stopped counting. It was so far away. I hope you two weren't putting too much effort in because they were miles behind.
I'm just concerned we end up with like a 60-second penalty or something, just so.
Oh no! Yeah, no. Yeah, you could both get some serious track limits, and you'll still be clear.
We didn't have any track limits.
You'll be clear. You'll be clear, definitely.
Well, no, yeah, that's right. But one thing, the important thing was we were in a hurry because I want my Easter eggs.
Don't we all? We got some serious tents to put down before we have any Easter eggs. But guys, honestly, congratulations to both of you. Honestly, it's fantastic to work with you guys. But to see you both on the podium, I'm really looking forward to those photos.
Yes.
So am I.
Lost for words. Excellent. Right, let's see if we can find anybody else. I can see Dave Smith having a bit of a conversation with Ryan Smith down here. It's looking very, very close, I believe. Lots of emotions down here in the pit lane as we see Martin Gibson giving me a certain signal to say, maybe not today, Pointy, maybe not today. Let's have a word with John Bowler. Yeah, come over, can I borrow him for a sec? John, how are we? How was that?
Oh, fantastic.
What a way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, the team have done great. Some really good clean racing, well, from us anyway, this weekend.
You got to see some serious action from where you were sitting. That was a hell of a race.
I know, which unfortunately we left the microwave and the popcorn in the trailer. So
damn.
We tried.
So, I saw you doing some modifications to your truck last night, chopping some bits out. Have you found the power that you were looking for?
Yeah, we've got a bit of an increase. There's still more to go, but we seem to be a lot more competitive this weekend. Trucks running well, teams doing well, track times are proving it, and podium this weekend, we're over the moon with that.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's been a great open for a lot of people, I believe. But yeah, it's so important when the teams put so much work into it to have these kind of races. But the spectators must absolutely be loving what they just witnessed.
Oh yeah, fantastic. I mean, all in all, it's been a great week. Apart from we hit the barrier front end on in the earlier races, but we all laugh. Great, hats off to the team, sponsors, everyone for all the hard work that's gone in through the winter, and it's proving to be working and showing.
Well done, John. John Bowler, Team Bowler. Well done, sir. Fantastic effort. I'm going to go and rescue Dave Smith. Dave, sorry to interrupt. Can I borrow you for a second? Thank you. Dave, now listen, not the result you wanted. I think the entire place was rooting for you, though. That's got to be one of the drives of your life, surely.
Yeah, pole position. I had the opportunity. Got into third place. Stuart and Michael come past. Then Ryan caught up, and I thought I've got to defend.
We were with you the whole way, on the edge of our seats, watching from the media centre. Every time you came round, we were like, come on, you've got it.
I could sense the crowd. It was willing me on, but...
So how did he get past you? Because, I mean, you had him on the grass a couple of times. He was looking for gaps that weren't there. He was trying every trick in the book, and you would just seem to be defence.
Yeah, I was backing him up into every corner and getting the drive. As long as I held it tight, kept my line, I made a mistake at paddock, went wide and let him up the inside. If I hadn't have done that, we would have been there.
Hey, listen, these things happen. I was talking to your son earlier on, and he was saying how, everyone's feeling really good about this year. Just need to work on consistency. If this is what we start to see from you every weekend, I can see some silverware in the future.
Yeah, I think the lap times this weekend have proved we're all in the 59s. The restrictors have, closed the gap massively. They haven't got the power advantage. It is now down to driving skill and defending. That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about. It was good, clean defending. I liked every one of those moves. Like I say, we were watching so hardcore. Great race, Dave. Sorry for the way it ended, but wow, what a way to watch. And that's what it's all about, watching the races. The skill that went in from all the drivers involved there for getting that result. They're obviously having a few words. Anyway, time, so we want us to keep going. Oh God, we got time. The marshals will be kicking us out soon. Right, hold on then. Do we want to get more of this? This is what happens. They come out, they have little chats about things afterwards. They're like, oh, you want to do this? No, actually, what you want to do is do that. And Dave's like, yeah, but I was in front of you the whole time, mate, so I don't know what you're talking about. And Ryan's like, no, I was trying to get past you. And Dave's like, but I didn't want to let you pass, mate. And Dave's like, yeah, but I was further back and I was going to come past you like that, and then you shut the door. That's literally what they're saying. Right, Right, let's head back down to the front because they'll be kicking us out soon enough. I don't know why Sammy O'Yannon's part there. Another great race from him. Do you want, or are you okay? No, okay. Always like to check with the drivers whether they're up for an interview. Right, here we go. Oh, we're back down the front again. Where are Martin? I've not spoken to you yet. Come on out. Right, so you got to see some action where you were that race as well.
It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. For me, that's truck racing.
It was incredible to watch. I mean, the action, the front two, we got that. But the adrenaline that must have been in that backpack was just incredible to watch. It was so close.
Exactly, and the people I was with, it was, there's a bit of bumping, but there's a bit of bumping back. It was all 50-50 and we all survived, so smiles all around.
The spectators must have loved it. I was just talking to Dave Smith about his defending against Ryan Smith. I mean, there were several laps there where we were like, he's not going to get past him. He's not going to get past him.
Yeah, I did think coming down here, I was like, how is Dave doing this? And how has he still got a truck? So
I know, right? Oh, they're certainly having words up the top now, but what a result. Well, it looks like we're getting kicked out of the pit lane now. The trucks are making their way back. Any words to open the season from you, Martin?
Well, I don't think it can be any better than that, really. If it's going to be like that for the rest of the year, then bring it on. So.
Watch this, bring it on. There's your quote. Thank you, Martin Gibson. Bring it on from Martin Gibson. With a couple of races left here at Brands Hatch, that's all the truck racing for you this weekend. So from me and the British Truck Racing Championship, thanks for watching. I'll hand back over to Dave for a little bit more racing action here at Brands.
Well, thanks, Pointy, and all I can say is after that, I can't wait for Pembrey. That was absolutely mad, that final race, and it ends in the most extraordinary fashion. With a truck parked on the barrier. I'm waiting to see how Neil Yates has managed that. Steve Bewers and the trackside recovery team have their work cut out here. But I wouldn't be surprised there were a few tempers fraying, has to be said, after that one. A very fraught final truck race of the weekend. I think the Olivers were wondering where everyone else had got to. They were all battling away for third place. Ryan Smith winning out, so he'll be leading the championship, and I think Simon Cole will be leading the Division 2 championship. Now let's have a look back at some of the highlights of that incredible race. Stuart Oliver forced the issue out of Paddock Bend on David Smith to take the lead early on. And then coming round a little later on, that was when the first incident that saw Ryan Smith lose his body, but the two Smiths were at times tearing lumps out of each other in that fight for third place. Ryan trying everything he knew to try and get past, but David Smith was just not going to let him through. Crazy battle for third place. And they did well to keep it on the island there. David Smith must have the widest MAN in the UK. Bits of bodywork flying off all over the place. Ryan finally managing to squeeze down the inside as they came past the pit lane entrance. He was on the grass through there almost, but still David would hold him off. How these two didn't tangle and go off, I don't know. They somehow held it together. John Bowler and David Jenkins and company were just looking on behind, perhaps waiting for the inevitable. We nearly lost Adam Bintz and Tom O'Rourke as well at one point at the back of the train. Ryan eventually getting through into third, followed by David Jenkins. And this, I think, is what happened to Neil Yates. Oh, he tangled with Archie Handy and does a rail slide along the top of the Armco backwards. That was more like a skateboarding move. That was extraordinary. I can't believe I just saw that. Just look at that. He literally slid along the top of the Armco backwards. I believe this is yours, Neil Yates, says the marshal. Now they're clearing the truck off the barrier and checking what extent the barrier is damaged. But he tangled up there with Archie Handy, I think, when he was lapping him. He wasn't clear as he moved back across. That's what caused him to spin. but a stunt driver couldn't have got the truck to slide along the Armco like that. I doubt even Paul Bickers or Terry Grant could have done that. Two of Britain's top stuntmen. It was just unbelievable. I don't know how to sum up that weekend. We've still got 2 car races scheduled to run. We've got the Track Action Racing Club and the Junior Saloon Cars. Thanks to again to everybody who's got in touch via the stream. Hi to Aaron McGrath, who's watching in Ireland. Hello to John Wilkins. Hi to Dan Bartlett, who says, yes, Tony Hawk would have been proud of that one. Okay, let's have a look again. There's Neil Yates, he's coming round on the outside. He must have been distracted when Adam Bint ran wide. He cuts to the inside. There isn't room between the 2 trucks. He hasn't noticed Archie Hann was still alongside him. Round he goes, into the barriers, and then along the barrier backwards. That is absolutely extraordinary. I've never seen anything like that. We had one go off there, yes, at the end of 2003. I think it was one of the Reeds went in there. It was at the end of 2023. Right, I think we can head down to the pit lane with Ian and Pointy, who have an update for us.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome down to the pit lane here at Brands. I've got some news, Pointy.
Yeah, not ideal.
It's not ideal. Unfortunately, due to Neil Yates' truck and the damage done to the barrier, it does mean the final 2 races of the day have been cancelled, I'm afraid. So you will not get race 2 for Track Action and race 3 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's a shame.
Sorry.
But safety first. Right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's been an unfortunate day. It's something that's semi-expected from the truck sometimes, but it doesn't make it any less irritating for the fans. And yeah, it's you know, they say, oh, that's racing, and it is, unfortunately. But yeah, apologies to the guys in those 2 championships, because we all come here to race, and it's a shame. But yeah, the circuit have made the decision that even by the time it's been recovered, Armco railings are Armco railings, right? And they need to be 100% before races go ahead.
Yeah, they don't take these decisions lightly. I've just been in race control, and as you can imagine, it's been a bit panicked up there, making sure that they are doing the right thing. They've had a look at it. It's going to take a couple of hours of work, I think, to get it. We don't have the time left in the timetable, so that is that. So that's it. It's a bit of an early finish for us, Points. I don't really know. I think the bar's still open if you fancy it.
Yeah, I mean, I've still got some trophies to hand out if you want to come give me a hand for a change. That
my leg.
It is a long way down. I think that's all left for us to say, really, is to everybody at home, everybody watching this back, you know, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the 2025 truck racing season, along with all the other guys that have been here this weekend with the support races. Fantastic show, and oh look, we've got some trophies in the background.
Yeah, we've got the Civic Cup boys here from a little bit earlier. Of course, Liam McGill in the middle, Alistair Camp in there too, and Jake Hewitt as well. Just quickly as well, Pointy, can I just say a big thank you to the marshals. They have had a bit of work to do. So great job as ever. I also want to say a big thank you to the crew here at Brands Hatch, the film crew as well. It's freezing as well. I don't want it sprayed with champagne.
The champagne will be warm, don't worry.
Yeah. Champagne, you think it's champagne, do you?
yeah. The champagne's the warm bit. Well, the no secco's warm. Yeah, it's certainly give them a tan, that stuff up.
As I was saying as well, we'll just catch some of the, at least some people are happy here right now. Of course, the Miltek Civic Cup, fantastic podium celebrations. Unfortunately, just confirmation again, as we said, there will be no final race for Track Action or Junior Saloon Cars. As I wanted to say as well, big thank you We've got a crew of people here who bring you all of the pictures. They spend the entire weekend out in fields, up gantry. If you pop, that's a camera up there. That's one of our cameras up there on that roof. Danny has been up there for the last 2 days. We did allow him to come down last night so he could get some sleep.
Just for the toilet break.
Just for the toilet break, yeah. We didn't make him sleep up there, but he's been up there for the last hour. I'm terrified of heights. Wouldn't like it at all. A massive thank you to Danny, a massive thank you to Tom, to Jake, to John, who's been following us out. And John, bless him, he's got a limp. He's been walking around with a limp. That's his thumb there. A big thank you to our producer, Elliot, of course. Dave Goddard, the legend knows Dave Goddard on commentary. To you as well, Pointy. Yeah, like I said, these pictures are completely free for you to tune in. Tom, Danny, Jake, John, Elliot, Dave, Pointy. Thank you to you guys so much. Please, in that chat, just give them a little bit of love because they work so hard. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button at the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel, at the BARC YouTube channel as well. Completely free to do. And that, I think, is about it from us.
So it's goodbye from me.
So there's only one thing to do, Pointy. It's to go sailing off into the sunset. Where are we going?
This way, this way.
Pair of absolute nutters they are. Thanks to Ian and Pointy for their hard work down on the ground in the pit lane and paddock today. Unfortunately, that's the end of racing. The meeting has sadly had to be abandoned due to the damage to the barriers on Halewood Hill. You can see the damage there now that Neil Yates's truck has been removed. So we are very sorry to say that is the end of racing. The main thing, though, is that there have been no serious injuries as a result of the incidents we've seen today. But that does bring things to a close here on BARC TV here at Brands Hatch. Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for watching. A big thank you must go to all our volunteer marshals. They've had their work cut out today, certainly. They've certainly earned a drink in the Kentagon this evening. Thank you to the recovery crews, especially. They've been kept very busy today. The medical staff as well, the race control staff, timekeepers, everybody else here at Brands Hatch this weekend. As Ian's already said, a very big thank you to our camera crews for bringing us the action as well. And to Elliot, our director, behind the scenes too. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment. The racing today has been brilliant, I have to say. Full credit to everybody. It's been a bit destructive at times, but there has been some superb racing today. The trucks and the Pre-66 touring cars have been the highlights for me. The first truck race this morning was one of the best truck races I've ever seen. And I've been watching truck racing virtually since I was born, thanks to my father's involvement in the sport. So full credit to all the drivers. Thank you to all their backup crews as well for keeping the cars and trucks running, and thank you to all of you for watching as well. Thanks for all your shout outs. No action on BARC TV next weekend. I'll be busy with some two-wheel action next week, but we're back on 3rd and 4th of May from Thruxton down in Hampshire. We've got the Caterham Motorsport Championships on that occasion. The Caterham Academy are there, Road Sports 270R and 310R. We've got the Hyundai Coupe Cup, the junior saloon cars are back out, and we've got some BMW action, some guests from the 750 Motor Club racing with us as well. That's all coming up at Thruxton in 2 weekends' time, May the 3rd and 4th, and I'll be with you for that one. Thanks for all your comments on the stream today as well, but that does wrap up the action. The meeting sadly abandoned with 2 races remaining, unfortunately for the track action and Junior Saloon Car Championship, but they'll be back out at Thruxton in 2 weeks' time. So thanks for joining us on BARC TV this weekend. Thanks for sticking with us during the delays. The main thing is everyone's okay after the various incidents, and we certainly got to see the marshals and recovery crews, their side of things, over the course of the weekend. But that does wrap things up. So on behalf of Ian, Pointy, Elliot and all our camera crews, everyone else here at Brands Hatch, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here. That's the home of motorsport in the southeast. We'll see you at Thruxton in 2 weeks' time. It's goodbye till then.